there, and that the government needs to close all the loopholes as well. And Kenyans as well saying we're not seeing value for money as much as we are being over taxed. What must John Mbadi and government Kenya Kwanza do for Kenyans to say we're finally seeing where our monies go to?
The way to approach budgeted corruption is us to begin by how we do our budget, how we prepare our budget. And there has been a proposal that has been shelved for many years for convenience reasons. Why not consider doing a zero-based budget?
Yes.
Where we develop a budget from zero. That way we are able to audit, to review every budgetary item before it comes to the budget policy statement. Now, for some reason, ministers or CSs who've been there have not been able to get us a zero-based budget. And it is my belief, it is the belief of many scholars, that that is the only way we can uproot corruption that has been entrenched in the budget.
Take us through a zero-based budget. What does that mean? Because many hear that word and they can't really place a finger on what that means. What does a zero-budget policy statement or request mean?
So let's begin with what we have.
Yes.
What we have is an incremental budget, where we begin with the budget for the previous period, then review the budget items for that previous period and make adjustments based on the proposals that have been shared through by the different stakeholders of the budget. So, for instance, the Ministry of Education will share their proposals for the new period, and then that will be adjusted against the previous period. So, depending on how they intend to deploy the resources, it will either be adjusted upwards or downwards. Now, that is an incremental budget. It has inefficiencies from the previous periods, carried forward to future periods. Now, for a zero-based budget, every year, each ministry, agency, state organization ought to share their budget, ought to prepare their budget from zero. So, for instance, they have to say, for this particular financial year, these are our expenditure priorities. This is the cost for those expenditure priorities. So that is how we develop a zero-based budget. You don't make reference to the previous year's budget. And that way, we are able to look at what items do we have in the previous budget that are not useful or necessary, or that do not add value to Kenyans in the current period, and we crop them out. It's more taxing, it's more time-consuming, but then it does deliver value to Kenyans.
Yeah. Now, we've looked at the budget, the loopholes that do exist, and lack of it thereof. But let's look at, because to borrow, we must borrow. To borrow, we must borrow for us to meet the deficit that we see. And with that, according to the PFM Act, you must borrow for development, or you borrow for a short-term stopgap measure when, for up to 90 days, say, when you want to pay salaries and all that. But with that, the borrowing that we see cannot be attached to the relevant projects that we ought to be seeing as Kenyans, because today we're talking about 12, almost 13 trillion Kenya shillings in terms of debt. But show me, Mokai, where do we have 12 trillion shillings in terms of development that we can say, as much as we borrowed, we can see where the money went to. So to seal that problem, is it about time that the government did the honorable thing and gave us perhaps the debt register of the country where we're at for us to follow?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think this administration had promised to issue or make public the debt register. At some point, we after the Gen Z uprising in 2024,
yes,
around this time, if you remember, the government, the president, committed to make the debt register public. In fact, there was a committee that was appointed, if you remember, to audit our debt, and the intention was to make the findings of that from that committee public. Unfortunately, that committee never assumed office because a couple of the committee members, including the former LSK president, some resigned, some didn't resign, but the committee for some reason did not proceed to carry the mandate. So it had a natural death. Is it time to audit, to have an audit, a candid audit, a transparent public audit of our debt register? Absolutely. If in fact the best time we could have done it was yesterday, then the next best time to do it is today. Do we have infrastructure that portray our debt position? No, we don't. Today, our debt position is 12.8 trillion. Yeah, this coming financial year, we are borrowing 400 billion extra to finance our budget. Now, what is our development expenditure for 2025, 2026, 2027? 700 billion, which essentially means that, in fact, part of what we are borrowing will go to supporting the recurrent expenditure. Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, my biggest question then is, why must we borrow to support our current expenditure?
All right, now, thank you very much, Mokaya. He's been with us, who is the member Public Finance Tax Committee at ISPAC. We now go to Parliament and follow through the development that is ongoing at the Parliament buildings.
Bao haja zao msikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. We have quorum. Honorable members, we have quorum. We can start our business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take the nearest seats. Farah, where is your nearest seat? Member for Sirisia, take your seat. Honorable members, I have a communication on the appointment of additional senators to the Mediation Committee on the Cooperative Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday, 9th June 2026, I notified the House of the appointment of 5 senators to the Mediation Committee on the Cooperative Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. I wish to inform the House of the appointment of 4 additional senators to the said Mediation Committee. They are Senator Daniel Kitonga Manzo MP, Senator Professor Margaret Jepkoech Kamar EJH MP, Senator Hamida Ali Kibwana MP, and Senator Betty Batuli Montet MP. Honorable members, the appointment of the additional senators brings the Senate representation in the said Mediation Committee to parity with that of the National Assembly appointed on 22nd April 2026. The committee is now fully constituted in terms of Article 113 of the Constitution and may commence the mediation process on the bill in earnest. The House is accordingly informed. Thank you. Next. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have a petition regarding the establishment of a national police firearms digital detection and traffic tracking system. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report that my office has received a petition from Mr. Emmanuel Kelly Ojo, identification number 2607, calling for the establishment of a national police firearms digital detection and tracking system. Honorable members, while the petition acknowledges the provisions of Article 243 and 244 regarding establishment and functions of the National Police Service in the Constitution of Kenya, the petitioner is concerned that several security incidents, including attack on police posts and stations in some parts of the country, where officers who were reportedly ambushed and firearms forcefully taken, has exposed vulnerabilities in current firearms storage, monitoring, and rapid response systems. Honorable members, the petitioner contends that the theft or unauthorized removal of police firearms places police officers at heightened operational risk, endangers civilians, and undermines public confidence in national security institutions. The petition observes that the firearm issuance and armory management systems in many police stations remain largely manual and lack immediate electronic detection mechanisms capable of flagging unauthorized removal or tampering in real time. Further, the petitioner notes that there is presently no mandatory nationwide encrypted and automated alert system that instantly notifies command structures upon irregular firearm movement, thereby delaying rapid response and recovery efforts. Honorable members, the petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly intervenes to amend the National Police Service Act, the Firearms Act, and related legislation to establish a secure national digital firearms detection and tracking system within the National Police Service. This, the petition asserts, must include biometric controlled smart armories, encrypted real-time tracking and alert mechanisms, safeguards for operational confidentiality, dedicated budgetary support and statutory protections to ensure officers are not unfairly held liable for systemic technological failures. Honorable members, having established that the matters raised in the petition fall within the authority of this House and that they are not pending before any court of law or constitutional body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to the standing orders of the House. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 2272. I thank you. Yes, KJ?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, because our standing orders do allow for comments to petitions. And Mr. Speaker, what has been brought forward, though it goes to the petition committee, it also does involve the committee led by Honorable Tongoyo, and it also speaks to some issues in the committee for communication. That today's technology, Mr. Speaker, allows for effective tracking, and we must thank the petitioner for bringing this to the House. And Mr. Speaker, it is to request your office to allow for some engagement with the Committee on Communication and also some engagement with the Committee for Internal Security led by Honorable Tongoyo so that we may be able to put our word on this petition. But Mr. Speaker, Dagoretti South, having suffered some brunt of these theft of police equipment and attack on police stations, also sees some input, some interest in this petition, Mr. Speaker, and we must thank the petitioner, even as this goes to the petition committee. It is a new world, Mr. Speaker. It is requiring for us to make use of available technology, even in public policing and in security. So, Mr. Speaker, we must thank the petitioner for this petition, and I hope that my committee and that committee of Honorable Tongoyo shall be involved in prosecuting this petition. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That petition will grow that space of security, especially the issue of firearm movement. And the petitioner, as I thank him, he has opted to talk about one side of it where the policemen will lose their firearms because they have been attacked, like the examples he has already given. But there are situations whereby the policemen themselves could hire out guns and firearms illegally for criminal activities, something that has been spoken to several times. I think this is a very good petition, and therefore both the committees that have been given that opportunity to look at it should be careful to develop it in such a way that it brings a law which can digitize movement of firearms from both police stations, police posts, and any other spaces where we have firearms. And this will go a long way in making sure that firearms are with the correct people and they can be tracked anytime. Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was at Kenyatta National Hospital, and I noticed they have digitized everything. They can see the money movement, the movement of patients, and virtually everything is now digital. I think this is one space where the Ministry of Interior can actually use this leverage to make sure that we can track the movement of firearms and even later the bullets. And that will really save us a lot of trouble. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. I agree with KJ and Milemba. Majority Leader, you look at this petition, and I direct that you find a way of fusing the committees of ICT, security, and the petitions committee to look at it and see how you can engineer some legislation. It makes a lot of sense. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Committee on Members' Services and Facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to read the following paper on the table of the House today, last day, 11th June 2026. Report of the Committee on Member Services and Facilities on its inspection visits to constituency offices in Nakuru County.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Washira Karani. Washira Karani. Chair, Committee on Member Services.
Correct. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of Committee on Member Services and Facilities on inspection visits in constituency offices in Nakuru County, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 11th June 2026.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The usual files the statement on behalf of the House Business Committee pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2A. I rise to present the following statement. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee met on Tuesday, 9th June 2026 to prioritize business for consideration during the week and the business coming before the House in the following week. Honorable Speaker, as members may have noticed from the order paper today, the House Business Committee approved very light business for the sitting. This is intended to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable FCPA, John Mbadi, EGH, to make a public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-2027, commencing at 3 p.m. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to undertake the following business. 1, the second reading of the following bills. 1 is Appropriation Bill of 2026. 2 is a Finance Bill of 2026, if public participation will have been concluded on this bill. 3 is a Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill of 2026. 4 is the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill of 2026. 5 is the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill of 2026. 6 is the Plant Protection Bill of 2025. And 7, the Competition Amendment Bill of 2026. And just to remind the Chair Finance and the Chair Agriculture that we are still waiting for them to table the reports of those 2 bills. That's the Plant Protection Bill from the Chair Agriculture and the Competition Amendment Bill from the Chair Finance. 2, Honorable Speaker, there will be committee of the whole House on the following bills. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the impeacher.
For Gatundu South, is it? Go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The consultations were too loud. And the consultations were coming from the corner where the Honorable Mwengi Mutusa is seated. And when there's a cabinet secretary or cabinet secretaries in the House, you never know what Mwengi Mutusa could be planning. Honorable Speaker, I was on the committee of the whole House on the following bills. 1 is the Appropriation Bill of 2026, and 2, the Fisheries Management and Development Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions. 1, report on inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission and the East African Health Research Commission. 2 is report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings. 3 is the second report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. 4, report on consideration of a petition regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act. 5 is report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector. And 6 is the 8th report on audited financial statements of 6 state corporations. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House business shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 16th June 2026 to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table, Honorable Speaker, and as I have indicated, Honorable Speaker, today the House business had approved within the next 10 minutes the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, to make his pronouncement on the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the next financial year. Honorable Speaker, I'm re-emphasizing that, Honorable Speaker, because I know, Honorable Speaker, you are a senior counsel. And your predecessor, the Honorable J.B. Muturi, was not a senior counsel. But I know also the former Vice President, Kalonzo Musyoka, is said to be a senior counsel. And I saw them yesterday, Honorable Speaker, purport, together with other people out there, that the Cabinet Secretary was coming to read out the budget. You know, Honorable Speaker, I wondered, least of all, I can forgive Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, because the last time you held public office was under the old constitution. And therefore, he's still living in the past of the old constitution. where cabinet secretaries would come and read budgets to the country. But for the Honorable J.B. Muturi, my friend, who sat in your place as a speaker, under this new constitution, and knows very well that the cabinet secretary does not come here to read any budget. We have in fact concluded with the budget estimates. All that remains is for us to consider the appropriation bill that I've just read here, which we will consider next week. And all the cabinet secretary is coming to do is to come and give his public pronouncement or his statement on budget highlights and revenue-raising measures. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would urge the country to forgive these people. In their confusion, they are still living in the past. That is why, Honorable Speaker, we tell them, if you live in the past, you cannot forge or fashion an agenda to move the country forward. As we welcome the Cabinet Secretary, I took liberty, Honorable Speaker, to inform those confused leaders out there to stop living in the past, to come to the present world under the new constitution, where Parliament and indeed the National Assembly is the one with the power of the past. Finally, Honorable Speaker, because I have listened to them, in their desperation, they are all telling the country, let us reject the finance bill. None of them has come out to tell Kenyans what particular clause in the finance bill do you have a problem with. But unlike in 2024, Honorable Speaker, when Kenyans largely did not understand that following public participation, a report will be tabled here by the chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee, and many of the concerns that Kenyans have raised, they can wait for that report next week, and they will see the Finance and National Planning Committee has taken into account the concerns of the people of Kenya. And we shall amend the finance bill and pass a finance bill that is in the best interest of the people of Kenya and not to serve the political interests of those confused people who don't even know whether we are reading budgets or making public pronouncements. Honorable Speaker, thank you for that.
Next, 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to add my voice to what the majority leader said. Mr. Speaker, I know we are in the era of misinformation and disinformation. But Mr. Speaker, when that misinformation is coming from high level, senior members of the society, some of them who have been speakers in this House, Mr. Speaker, then it is worrying. Mr. Speaker, I heard the former speaker saying this is the first time a budget is being read when the president is not around. The last president who attended this House when we were reading budget was Mwai Kibaki, Mr. Speaker. Under the old constitution. Looks like these people don't know what's happening in the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think they have no agenda to tell Kenya, so they are scavenging for anything. Even when the president travels is a problem to them, there's a minister in charge of Treasury who should come to the House and read the budget, not the president, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, secondly, who is an expert? Mr. Speaker, secondly, they have spoken about the finance bill. First, they said that the finance bill has a clause that says all freehold titles will be changed to leasehold titles. That lie has been demystified. Now they have nothing else to say. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House and Kenyans that the person who is coming to read the estimates today is the former chairman of ODM. Can you repeat after me? ODM. Can you repeat after me? ODM. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order. Junet, you are out of order for conducting an illegal choir on the floor of the House. Honorable members, order. 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 Honorable members, for avoidance of doubt, the point made by Honorable Junet and Honorable Ichungwa, the President of the country is under no obligation to attend Parliament on the day when the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and Planning comes not to read a budget, but to make a statement and give to the country his revenue-raising measures. Indeed, if the president chose to come, which he can, he will sit in the speaker's row. He will not sit where I'm sitting, where he comes to sit to address the House. So there is no such thing as a crisis because the president is out of the country. Budget is a preserve and an activity of National Assembly, exclusively. Exclusively. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022. Question to be put and that reading.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Kainan, take your seat. Honorable members, Honorable Muliro. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover. Justice Kemei, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, I beg to move that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Susan Ngugi to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Susan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Thank you. Members on their feet, Ndengu, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. Do I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for agricultural and livestock extension services, establish the Agricultural and Extension Service, and for connected purposes.
Majority Leader, is now 3 o'clock. Will you search, find, and bring to the chamber the CS for National Treasury and Planning? Yes, order. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, as you directed, I did not have to search for the minister. He was well within the principles of Parliament and on time. Honorable Speaker, it is now my pleasure and honor to present to the House and to the country, and to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Minister for the National Treasury and Planning, FCPA, John Mbadi, expert.
Hold on, Minister. Take your seat. Honorable members, I have a short communication in relation to this agenda on order paper. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning is to make the public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-27 and the medium term during this afternoon sitting. In this regard, and in accordance with the standing orders, I have designated a suitable place in the chamber for that purpose. Honorable members, it is in the tradition of this House to recognize invited guests seated in the galleries of our hallowed chamber. I therefore wish to recognize the presence of the following members of the Cabinet. Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs. Honorable Soipan Tuya, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Defense. Honorable Alice Wahome, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Honorable Aden Duale, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Health and Majority Leader Emeritus of this House. Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, EPS, Cabinet Secretary for Education. Honorable Mutai Kagwe, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock Development, a former colleague of mine in the Senate and my yearmate at the University of Nairobi. The Honorable Salim Mvuria, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs and Sports. The Honorable Opio Wandai, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum and Minority Leader Emeritus of this House. Mrs. Hannah Wendot Cheptumo, Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture and Arts and Heritage. Honorable Dorcas Oduor, Senior Counsel, EGH, the Attorney General. Mrs. Mercy Wanjao, EGH, Secretary to the Cabinet. Honorable members, I also acknowledge all Principal Secretaries and their accompanying officials. I accord special recognition to the Principal Secretaries for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Dr. Chris Kipto, CBS, Mr. Cyril Odede, and Dr. Boniface Makoha, who work closely with the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Honorable members, we are also joined by the following judges of the Superior Courts. Honorable Justice Hilary Chemitei, Judge of the High Court. Honorable Justice Mohammed Kulo, Judge of the Environment and Land Court. Honorable Justice Onesimus Macau, Judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Courts. They are accompanied by the Deputy Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Mr. Paul Ndemo, OGW. I also wish honorable members to recognize the heads and members of the constitutional commissions and independent officers, as well as the leadership of state corporations who are in attendance. I further wish to recognize the distinguished members of the diplomatic corps and who have graciously joined us for this event. I also acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the Council of Governors, His Excellency FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, EGH, Governor of Wajir County. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I extend a warm welcome to all our invited guests. The National Assembly is honored by your presence on this auspicious occasion. Your continued partnership and support to the work of Parliament is duly noted and valued. Honourable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow Honourable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, also former leader of the minority party in the National Assembly, to make public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-2027 and the medium term. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, you may now proceed with your afternoon job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the 13th Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to present to this august House and to the people of Kenya the budget statement for the financial year 2026-2027. I make this statement in fulfillment of the requirements of Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this is the first budget since the passing of the late Right Honorable His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, who is fondly remembered as a patriot and national hero, and who steadfastly championed economic justice, democracy, and equal opportunity for all Kenyans. His legacy continues to inspire and guide us as we transform Kenya into a newly industrialized and middle-income economy. In honor of his immense contribution to our country, I would politely request and invite members of this esteemed House to observe a moment of silence, which will take 1 minute.
Members be upstanding. Guests in the galleries be upstanding.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was a key partner to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, in the broad-based arrangement. Mr. Speaker, this budget captures the ideals of the two great leaders, especially on the aspiration to transform our economy from its current status to a more developed nation status, a path to Canaan through Singapore. The extensive public participation throughout the budget process presents a solid basis and foundation for what is clearly the people's budget. Mr. Speaker, public participation is a constitutional imperative. In compliance with this requirement, I personally led extensive public engagements with Kenyans from across the country in the last 1 year. This was meant to get their views and inputs to the budget that I am presenting today. For example, I met youth and business community, particularly boda operators, Juakali artisans, leadership of the Mitumba sector, and scrap metal dealers. I also engaged extensively with members of the Fourth Estate, and in the process, launched their Financial Journalists Association. Additionally, I traveled to various regions and conducted numerous regional dialogues. These include Kilifi in December 2025 for the Coastal Region Dialogue, Migori in Nyanza, Kakamega in Western, and Eldoret and Nakuru in Rift Valley regions in the month of January 2026. Mr. Speaker, in February 2026, I traveled to Kiambu and Meru counties, while in May 2026, I met the youth and the business community from Kajiado and Nairobi regions. The month of May and June 2026 have been very intense in terms of engagement. Mr. Speaker, besides these regional dialogues, I joined Bunge la Mwananchi community at Jivanji Gardens, Nairobi, and Gumzo la Uchumi Mashinani in Busia County for conversation with faith-based organizations in May 2026. I've also, on numerous occasions, appeared in a number of television stations expounding on what we are doing and what we intend to do as a government. Further, in the same month of May 2026, I returned to my alma mater, the University of Nairobi, where I had a dialogue with comrades at the Chandaria Auditorium. In my engagements with Mwananchi, I walked into a couple of shops to directly engage with the mobile phone dealers on the proposed tax changes, that is excise duty on mobile phones. Additionally, last Thursday, 4th of June 2026, I joined a panel of eminent professionals on the Citizen Digital X Space in unpacking the Finance Bill 2026. The eminent professionals included FCPA Professor Elizabeth Kalunda, the chairperson of Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, Mr. Fred Kimodo, Deloitte Tax Policy Lead, Mr. Raymond Molenje, the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Bankers Association, Mr. Tobias Alando, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and Mr. Kwame Owino, the Chief Executive Officer, Institute of Economic Affairs. A total of 15,847 Kenyans tuned in, while live listeners topped 14,249. Mr. Speaker, the message from Kenyans across the country, from our rural villages to our bustling towns and cities, the ordinary Mwananchi is clear and consistent in their messaging. They have genuine expectations from the government. Kenyans want an economy that works for them, an economy where the cost of living is manageable, where opportunities for employment and businesses are expanding, and where the benefits of economic growth are shared widely across society. Mr. Speaker, Wananchi want to see a government that listens to their concerns and responds with policies that promote opportunity, fairness, and prosperity. They want to see a government that protects their livelihoods, a government that supports farmers and small businesses, empowers the youth and women, and ensures that public resources are used prudently and transparently. Above all, the people of Kenya want assurance that their hard-earned taxes will translate into tangible improvements in their daily lives. Mr. Speaker, the main feedback from all these engagements was that the government should reduce the overall cost of living by lowering the tax burden on essential commodities, tame wastage of public resources, and decisively deal with corruption. Mr. Speaker, among the concerns and anxieties raised by Kenyans is the fear of potential outbreaks of infectious diseases, including Ebola, given the reported cases in some countries within the region. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to underscore that while Kenya is currently free of any confirmed Ebola virus disease, the government has activated the National Ebola Incident Management System to coordinate surveillance and response. Already, enhanced screening is taking place at all the points of entry, especially the airports and border points. The government has, in the meantime, trained over 1,000 health workers and put together a reserve team of 241 experts in epidemiology, laboratory services, and emergency response who remain on standby for rapid deployment. The government has also designated isolation and treatment facilities across the country, including at Kenyatta National Hospital and the National Police Service Hospital. The Ministry of Health is working closely with regional and international partners, including the World Health Organization, Africa CDC, IGAD, and the East African Community on this matter. Mr. Speaker, these efforts are further supported by our development partners. Already, the government of the United States of America has committed approximately US $13.5 million towards health security interventions, including disease surveillance and emergency preparedness. In addition, the World Bank has mobilized resources under the Regional Recovery and Resilience Operation Program, which will support, among others, interventions in strengthening the health systems. Mr. Speaker, these resources, complemented by domestic budgetary allocations, will significantly enhance Kenyans' capability and capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to Ebola and other epidemic-prone diseases while safeguarding livelihoods and maintaining economic stability. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this demonstrates that this government is listening and responding to the concerns of citizens. On other concerns Kenyans raised with me during the public engagements I highlighted above, I will be elaborating on interventions that the government is putting in place to cushion Kenyans and improve their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the budget for financial year 2026-2027 will prioritize various interventions under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that promote private sector-led growth, expand employment opportunities, and enhance delivery of public services while preserving fiscal sustainability and building resilience against emerging economic challenges. Mr. Speaker, this budget is being presented at a time of heightened global uncertainty arising from the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The conflict has disrupted global commodity markets and supply chains, weakened investor confidence, and tightened financial conditions. These developments have heightened risks to growth and inflation, increased pressure on public finances, and created uncertainty in global markets. For a developing economy such as Kenya, the impact is being felt through higher pump prices following a steep increase in global oil prices from an average of $63.06 per barrel in February 2026 to $94.4 per barrel by end of May 2026. In addition, tighter financing conditions, weakening export demand, slower investment flow, and rising cost of living continue to exert pressure on economic activities. Yet, even in this environment, new opportunities are emerging. Countries that strengthen competitiveness, deepen regional integration, and build resilient productive capacity will be the ones that will thrive. Mr. Speaker, it is against this backdrop that Kenya's economic journey over the past 3 years stands as a story of resilience. Difficult but necessary choices were made, delivering a steady recovery. Faced with significant domestic and external pressures and shocks, the government took difficult but necessary decisions to restore macroeconomic stability, strengthen public finances, and lay a firm foundation for sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the hard decisions are bearing fruits. Under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we have recorded clear gains. First, the Kenyan economy has remained resilient and registered an average rate of 5% in the period of 2022 to 2025, outperforming the average global growth rate of 3.4% and that of sub-Saharan Africa of 4.1%. Importantly, macroeconomic stability has been preserved. Confidence in our economy has actually strengthened, and the foundation for sustained growth are now firmly in place. Macroeconomic fundamentals such as inflation and exchange rate have strongly rebounded and are projected to remain stable. Interest rates have declined, supporting growth in private sector credit from the banking industry. We have also accumulated the highest levels of official foreign exchange reserves of $13.2 billion, which is equivalent to 5.6 months of import cover by May 2026, providing adequate cover and a buffer against short-term domestic and external shocks. Mr. Speaker, let me mention some of the key achievements. Since the rollout of BETTER, or bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the agriculture sector has registered key gains that include the following: reduced fertilizer costs through government subsidy programs, increased marketed agricultural production, expanded food security interventions, and strengthened farmer support services targeting both smallholder and commercial farmers. Specifically, fertilizer disbursements under the fertilizer subsidy program have increased substantially to 21.3 million bags in 2025 from, listen to this, 1.4 million bags disbursed in 2022. While the cost of a 50 kilogram bag of fertilizer declined from 7,500 shillings per bag to 2,500 shillings per bag. As a result of this, farmers realized estimated savings of approximately 105 billion shillings over a 2-year period, enabling increased investment in production. Agricultural production has increased significantly between 2022 and 2025. For example, maize production almost doubling to 67 million bags in 2025 from 34 million bags in 2022. While maize imports have declined substantially to 3.3 million bags from 9.9 million bags over the same period, reflecting improved domestic efficiency. The increased production contributed to a decline of retail prices of a 2 kilogram packet of maize flour from an average of 250 shillings to an average of 165 shillings over the same period. Paddy rice production also increased significantly to 303,724 metric tons in 2025 from 192,299 metric tons in 2022. To support expanded cultivation, the area under rice production in public irrigation schemes increased from 48,324 acres to 71,624 acres. Potato production increased to 2.5 million tons in 2025 from 1.8 million tons in 2022. And milk production increased to 5.5 million liters in 2025 from 4.6 million liters. Let me repeat that. Production of milk has increased from 5.5 billion liters in 2025 from 4.6 billion liters in 2022. The increased production has improved food security, reduced dependence on food imports, and contributed to more stable food prices and higher farmer incomes. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, farmers across the other sector, various value chains, have enhanced production and benefited from higher earnings. Tea production has grown to 550.4 million kilograms in 2025 from 535 million kilograms in 2022, while tea export earnings rose significantly to Kenya shillings 187 billion from Kenya shillings 163 billion over the same period. To support rehabilitation of aging plantations and expansion of coffee acreage, the government distributed coffee seedlings progressively across the years, including 85,000 seedlings distributed in the financial year of 23-24, 809,000 seedlings in financial year 2024-2025, and 3,127,769 seedlings in financial year 2025-2026, and a further 2,242,769 coffee seedlings under the March to May 2026 long-range program. As a result of these interventions, the area under coffee has increased from 115,500 hectares in 2025 from 109,385 hectares in 2022. In the edible oils industry or sector, the area under edible crops increased significantly to 114,350 hectares in 2025 from 60,000 hectares in 2022, reflecting growing farmer participation and investment in the subsector. Further, Mr. Speaker, interventions under the sugar sector has led to significant growth in both cane production and processing capacity, with the area under sugarcane cultivation increasing by 19.4% and national sugar production rising to 815,454 metric tons in 2024 from 472,773 metric tons in 2022. Mr. Speaker, having spoken about agriculture, and you can see the kind of improvement that has taken place in agriculture, let me now turn to healthcare. Access to healthcare has expanded substantially through far-reaching reforms aimed at strengthening primary healthcare, improving service delivery, and ensuring sustainable health financing. A total of 31.2 million Kenyans are now registered under the Social Health Authority, compared to about 8 million under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund, while 228 primary care networks have been established and operationalized. A total of 107,831 community health promoters have been recruited and trained, while 16,810 medical interns have undergone internship, bringing healthcare services closer to communities. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the critical role the contracted healthcare facilities play in the delivery of healthcare services to Kenyans. It is with this in mind that the government in the current financial year of 25-26 allocated 4 billion for settlement of outstanding National Hospital Insurance Fund pending bills. And going forward, we will settle the balance of the bills that are owed under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund and which span over the years. Mr. Speaker, this allocation is specifically designated for settlement of NHIF pending bills owed to contracted health care facilities in accordance with the presidential directive that prioritized the clearance of outstanding obligations for facilities with claims not exceeding 10 million shillings. The claims earmarked for settlement under this allocation have been duly verified and adjudicated and will be fully paid before the close of this financial year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government will subsequently prioritize payment of the outstanding claims exceeding the 10 million threshold once verified in the next budget. Mr. Speaker, the government has accelerated implementation of the affordable housing program to address Kenya's housing deficit, create jobs, stimulate local manufacturing, support MSMEs, strengthen county economies, and improve the quality of life for millions of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, through the program, number one, a total of 277,281 housing units have been completed or are under implementation nationwide as at May 2026. Two, the program has also successfully aggregated demand through the Bomayangu platform, where more than 1 million Kenyans have registered their interest in home ownership, demonstrating both the scale of housing demand and growing public confidence in the government housing agenda. And I hope they will not listen to other voices outside there. Number three, to improve living conditions for students and support the expansion of higher education, the government has packaged 177,686 students' beds for development across universities, while 22,512 institutional housing units are under construction for our disciplined forces, teachers, healthcare workers, and other public servants. Number four, the program has also created over 640,442 jobs across the housing value chain through construction activities, professional services, manufacturing, logistics, and supporting industries. And of course, these are Kenyans who would be jobless if we didn't have their housing program. And number five, under the Modern Markets program, a total of 476 markets have been packaged for development nationwide, with 354 already under implementation. This will provide dignified trading spaces and support entrepreneurship, and that is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the government continues to implement a number of interventions to empower our youth. And in particular, the government has, one, constructed 4 youth empowerment centers in Mwea, Chepalungu, Dagoretti North, and Mandera South constituencies. In addition, 25 youth empowerment centers have been equipped, bringing the total to 156 youth empowerment centers across the country. Number two, the government has also enhanced skills development and wealth creation through provision of loans to 93,559 youth entrepreneurs through the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Additionally, 91,253 youth have benefited through startup grants under the National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement (NYOTA) program. The NYOTA program has also supported 51,604 youth through on-job experience in 26 counties across the country. And number three, government has also implemented Vijana Vuka na Afya project in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, where 72,623 youths have benefited from subsidized sexual reproductive health services. Mr. Speaker, in support of the creative economy, the government has established 3 film hubs in Dedan Kimathi University in Nyeri, and also in Bomet and in Migori counties, and fully equipped them with film production equipment. Additionally, a cinema theater has been established at Dedan Kimathi University of Technology with a capacity of 150 audiences. Further, to reach more youth, particularly in rural areas, a cinema machinani program has been rolled out. The government has also facilitated the production of 1,745 local and foreign films in Kenya and trained 1,847 filmmakers. Mr. Speaker, to further empower the youth, the government, in partnership with the United Nations Development Program, has developed the NextGen.ke initiative that will provide recently graduated youth with paid internship opportunities in the private sector, enabling them to acquire practical workplace experience and market-relevant skills. And I personally led the negotiation on this scope. To support this intervention, the government has committed an initial allocation of 2 billion towards its implementation. Mr. Speaker, given the scale of the youth employment challenge, the government further calls upon development partners, the private sector, philanthropic organizations, and other stakeholders to join this national effort, acknowledging that the task of creating opportunities for Kenya's youth extends beyond the capacity of government alone and requires a broad-based partnership for sustainable impact. Honorable members and Mr. Speaker and honorable members, to support MSMEs, the government has moved deliberately to put affordable credit, market and shared infrastructure directly into the hands of the enterprises and the young people at the base of the economy. To expand access to affordable credit, the government set up the Hustler Fund in 2022. Since then, the fund has actually disbursed 87 billion Kenya shillings to 28 million accounts and given 4.5 million people previously unscored or blacklisted Kenyans a formal credit history for the first time. Mr. Speaker, under the NYOTA program, more than 5.6 billion has been invested in business skills training, mentorship, and startup capital, benefiting at least 84 youths in each of the country's 1,450 wards. And to promote value addition, the government has equipped 214 industrial development centers in our constituencies and opened regional markets to more than 1,100 of our enterprises, creating over 23,000 direct and indirect jobs. This is the bottom-up transformation at work, and in the coming year, we will scale it further. Mr. Speaker, the sustained investment by the government since 2022 has improved infrastructure development, thereby enhancing connectivity, boosting manufacturing, facilitating trade, and enhancing access to markets and essential services. Key achievements in this sector include the following. 1. Expansion of road network across the country, with over 2,669 kilometers of roads constructed and more than 132,000 kilometers maintained. Number 2, increase country's installed electricity generation capacity to 3,272 megawatts as at April 2026, with additional capacity expected from the 35 megawatts Globek power plant. To improve energy security and reliability, the government has modernized substations, strengthened the national grid, reduced system losses, and enhanced regional power interconnections. As a result, 73.45 kilometers of transmission lines and associated substations were constructed, while 200 kilometers of transmission lines were energized, including the Lesos, Kabarnet, Kitui Wote, and Sondu Homa Bay lines. In addition, 330 kilometers of distribution lines and 7 associated substations were also completed. Mr. Speaker, during the same period, access to electricity expanded significantly, with the number of customers connected rising from 8.9 million to over 10.2 million Kenyans. And number 3, industrialization is currently gaining momentum, with 10 county aggregation and industrial parks constructed over the last 3 years to support value addition and create employment opportunities across the counties. Mr. Speaker, we have also invested heavily in critical social sectors and supported the vulnerable in the society. And as a result, our social protection programs have been strengthened, with 1.2 million vulnerable Kenyans currently supported under the Inua Jamii program, helping to improve household resilience and protect the most vulnerable members of our society. And access to education and skills development has expanded through the implementation of far-reaching reforms across the education sector, including successful implementation of the competency-based curriculum. Number 2, rollout of the student-centered funding model, through which nearly 500,000 university and TVET students have benefited from scholarships and loans based on need and merit. Number 3, recruitment of 100,000 teachers to strengthen teaching capacity and improve learner outcomes, a record in the history of any government in this country. Number 4, timely and consistent release, and I want to repeat, timely and consistent release of capitation funds to support learning in basic institutions. Number 5, construction of over 23,000 classrooms and commencement of 1,600 laboratories in partnership with the National Government Constituency Development Fund, which continues to do a good job and deliver services to this country. Revitalization of technical and vocational education and training, with enrollment increasing from 562,499 trainees in 2022 to currently 825,484 trainees in 2025. Mr. Speaker, access to clean and safe water has improved, with an additional 6 million Kenyans gaining access to water services through investment in key projects, thus enhancing public health and supporting economic activity. This comes as no surprise, considering that Kenya is a leader in designing innovative, paradigm-shifting, locally led climate action. Take the FLOCA program, for example. It has broken the barrier in financing locally prioritized and locally led resilience investments in 1,380 wards across 45 counties, benefiting more than 2.5 million beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, key among the FLOCA gold standard investments are the 58-kilometer rehabilitation of the Colonial Yatta Canal in Machakos County, a reverse osmosis water treatment facility in Makueni, and the Kolanya water project in Busia County. As a matter of fact, Kenya is the leading beneficiary of the Green Climate Fund, with a total of 37 projects approved and with a portfolio of more than $1 billion, a remarkable achievement that led Kenya's identification as the host of Green Climate Finance Africa Region Office. Mr. Speaker, the government has made strides in the blue economy. Gains made under it includes fish landing sites. 5 coastal counties have modern landing sites under development. Mwape in Kwale, Kenya shillings 255 million. Kidongo in Mombasa, 175 million shillings. Kilifi Central, 275 million. Kipini in Tana River, 151 million. Mokoe in Lamu, 239 million. Each of the sites includes ice and cold storage facilities, boat docking areas, processing points, ablution blocks, market stalls, and waste management system, supporting fish preservation, trade, and employment. These projects are scheduled for completion by June 2026. Also included in these gains is the lake sites. There are 4 fish landing sites, 9 sites along Lake Victoria, including Asat, Ogal, Bumbe, Wichlum, Assembly, Wakula, Mainuga, Nyandiwa, and Gorkachola at 1.49 billion by end of June 2026. Along Lake Turkana is also the Kalokol fish landing site, 182 million. Contractor on site includes docking facilities, cold storage and ice plants, fish processing areas and market support infrastructure. There is also Lower Engak fish market, 185 million. Contractor on site features cold storage, hygienic market stalls and processing facilities to support fishers and traders. This is the inclusion that we need in this country. Mr. Speaker, the arid and semi-arid lands in the northern Kenya region has historically been marginalized. And to drive inclusion and transform the region, the government is implementing various interventions targeting infrastructure development and social inclusion programs. These include construction of a 750-kilometer northern Kenya gateway corridor that connects 3 expansive counties of Isiolo, Wajir, and Mandera to boost regional connectivity and trade. Under this, there are various ongoing roads that government is implementing with the support of development partners. Mr. Speaker, the government is also implementing various water interventions in the region through drilling and equipping of boreholes, construction of dams and water pans, and provision of scholarships to protect vulnerable students from dropping out, and implementation of TVETs to equip pastoralist youth with hands-on skills. Finally, Mr. Speaker, devolution has been strengthened through the consistent and timely disbursement of resources to county governments, ensuring continuity in service delivery and implementation of county development programs. Since 2022, funding to county governments has steadily increased, with equitable share to counties increasing from 370 billion shillings in financial year 2022-23 budget to 428 billion Kenya shillings in the financial year 2026-27 budget. Total county allocations that include shareable revenue and additional allocations from the national government allocations, as well as donor proceeds, has therefore increased from 392 billion to 502 billion over the same period. This reflects government's unwavering commitment to safeguarding and strengthening devolution as a key pillar of inclusive national development. Mr. Speaker, while we take pride in these achievements, we cannot afford complacency. Global uncertainty persists, high cost of living continues to affect many households, youth unemployment persists, and climate-related shocks continue to affect livelihoods and production. Mr. Speaker, our task is therefore clear: to solve the many problems facing Kenyans by sustaining targeted interventions and better in order to accelerate job creation for our youth, grow investment and trade, and deepen economic resilience. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, we chose the theme of the financial year 2026-27 budget as sustaining the bottom-up economic transformation agenda for resilient and inclusive growth amid global uncertainty. This theme aligns with the current challenges and priorities of the government. And Mr. Speaker, as we move forward in implementing the government's transformation agenda, we remain mindful of all the concerns raised by Kenyans on the prevailing fiscal environment and the need for continued prudence in the management of public resources. The current fiscal position that is characterized by narrowing fiscal space calls for careful prioritization and disciplined execution of government programs. Mr. Speaker, let me speak plainly about the fiscal reality we face. Kenya's infrastructure financing deficit stands at approximately $5 billion every year. That's about 650 billion Kenya shillings. Our development budget, while growing, cannot close that gap alone. The era of financing every road, every power line, and every dam through government borrowing and taxation is over. Not because we lack ambitions, but because we have learned from the consequences of that model. Debt finance infrastructure has left us with more debt service obligations that crowd out the very spending our people need most on health, education, and social protection. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to build better. We are shifting from a model where government borrows to build to enhanced use of the public-private partnership and the recently established National Infrastructure Fund in funding priority infrastructure through private sector finances. That is the foundation on which this government's infrastructure program rests. Mr. Speaker, the Rironi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Expressway stands as proof. Construction of the expressway is now underway, and Kenyans will be driving on a modern 4 to 6 lane expressway once completed. Thank you. What makes this project truly historic is not the speed of delivery, it is how it was financed. Through the participation of the National Social Security Fund, both as a debt and equity investor, alongside international investors, a major national highway is being built with Kenyan capital by Kenyan workers and for the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, beyond the Rironi-Nakuru-Mau Summit project, the government will continue executing an ambitious infrastructure development plan through the National Infrastructure Fund. The fund will leverage on resources from privatization proceeds from mature national assets to attract private capital, domestic pension funds, and climate finance. Mr. Speaker, the rest of my statement now will present the economic context underpinning this budget, followed by the policy priorities, fiscal framework, expenditure proposals, and taxation measures for the financial year 2026-2027. I now turn to economic policy context, and I want to speak about the global context. Mr. Speaker, this budget, as I said earlier, has been prepared amidst heightened uncertainties associated with ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The conflict has disrupted critical energy infrastructure and major shipping routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, thereby exerting pressure, upward pressure on prices of energy and food. Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, global growth is therefore projected to slow down to 3.1% in 2026 and 3.2% in 2027, from the average of 3.4% in both 2024 and 2025. Domestic economy. Back home, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the challenging global environment, the Kenyan economy has remained largely resilient, and the economy grew at an average of 5% in the period 2022 to 2025, outperforming the average global growth of 3.4% and that of sub-Saharan Africa of 4.1%. This performance reflects sound macroeconomic policy management, particularly prudent monetary and sound fiscal policies, sustained structural reforms, and the increasing diversification of the economy, which has enhanced its capacity to withstand severe shocks. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the economy grew by 4.6% compared to a growth rate of 4.7% in 2024. This growth was supported by positive growth in all the sectors. All the sectors of the economy at least registered positive growth. The outlook for 2026 has been revised downwards, however, to 5% from the earlier projection of 5.3%, reflecting the adverse impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East to domestic economic activities. The economy is projected to maintain the momentum in 2027 with a projected growth rate of 5.2%. So, Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic indicators remain broadly stable through the emerging external pressures, though the emerging external pressures continue to impact domestic prices. And in particular, overall inflation increased to 6.7% in May 2026 from 5.6% in April and from 3.8% in May 2025 due to higher energy prices arising from the elevated global oil prices, but remained within the target range of plus or minus 2.5% over and above 5%. Inflation is expected to remain within the target range in the near term, assuming a de-escalation of the conflict in the Middle East and supported by appropriate monetary policy actions and government interventions. Expected stability in food prices due to favorable weather conditions and the stability in the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, in April 2026, the government has deployed targeted stabilization measures to cushion consumers from the full impact of rising global fuel prices. These interventions include use of resources in the Petroleum Development Levy Fund to subsidize the fuel pump prices. And in addition, the government lowered the VAT rate on petroleum products for 3 months from 16% to 8%. Mr. Speaker, monetary conditions have eased considerably. This follows reduction in the central bank rate from 11.25% in December 2024 to the current rate of 8.7%. And I'm happy the CBK maintained the same rate for the time being. As a result, interest rates have declined over the same period. The 91-day Treasury bill rate declined about 8.3% in May 2026 from 10.3% in December 2024. Similarly, average commercial banks lending rates declined to 14.5% in May 2026 from 16.9% in May 2025 and 17.2% in November 2024. Reflecting the decline in the lending rates, credit to the private sector expanded by 9.3% in the year to May 2026 from 2% in the year to May 2025 and a contraction of 1.4% in December 2024. The external sector remains resilient despite emerging risks. The current account deficit is projected at 3% of GDP in 2026 compared to 2.1% of GDP in 2025, reflecting the higher international oil prices, lower receipts from services, slower growth in remittance inflows, and reduced exports. This is due to the adverse impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. At the same time, official foreign exchange reserves remains adequate, as I mentioned, at USD 13 billion in May 2026, equivalent to 5.6 months of import cover, and continues to provide adequate cover and a buffer against short-term domestic and external shocks. The exchange rate has also remained broadly stable, averaging 129.4 shillings per US dollar in May 2026. And activities in Nairobi Securities Exchange have improved over the past 1 year. The Nairobi Securities Exchange 20-share index rose by 59.9% to 3,491 points in May 2026, up from 2,183 points in May 2025, while market capitalization expanded by 61.6% to 3,412 billion from Kenya shillings 2.11 billion over the same period, trillion over the same period. However, between February and May 2026, the Nairobi Securities Exchange 20-share index declined by 5.5% as investors became cautious of the rising global uncertainty associated with the conflict in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy stance for financial year 2026-27 and the medium term is anchored on a fiscal consolidation strategy that advances the priorities of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda while safeguarding debt sustainability and provision of essential public services. The strategy will be supported by continuous domestic revenue mobilization and expenditure rationalization through targeted tax and expenditure reforms. As a result, the fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected to decline gradually from 5.5% of GDP in the financial year 26-27 to 3.3% of GDP in financial year 28-29. Risks remain, though. Domestically, climate-related shocks could disrupt agricultural production and infrastructure, while externally, geopolitical tensions, commodity price volatility, weaker global growth, and tighter financial conditions continue to adversely affect inflation, exports, and capital flows. The government will continue to monitor evolution of these risks closely and deploy timely policy intervention to safeguard stability, strengthen resilience, and sustain inclusive economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the policy priorities and strategic interventions that will underpin the budget for financial year 2026-2027. Policy priorities and structural reforms. It will be anchored on bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, the economic context I have outlined is a clear reminder that we are operating in a period that demands resolve, discipline, and decisive actions. The convergence of global shocks and domestic pressures calls not only for incremental adjustments, but for bold and well-coordinated policy responses. In this regard, the government has taken and will continue to take firm and where necessary, decisive actions to consolidate recent gains, safeguard macroeconomic stability, protect livelihoods, and strengthen economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, our focus is not only on navigating the immediate challenges, but also on accelerating structural transformation, creating jobs at scale, and ensuring that the benefits of growth are broadly shared among all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, these interventions are being implemented within a coherent and forward-looking framework anchored on the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Better remains the government's principal vehicle for translating policy into tangible outcome, and at the household level by aligning investments, reforms, and institutions around the goal of inclusive growth and shared prosperity. Through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, 5 core priority pillars, the government is scaling targeted interventions that address binding constraints to productivity, expand economic opportunities, and strengthen resilience across sectors. These priority pillars are deliberately structured to reinforce one another, ensuring that progress in one area catalyzes gains across the broader economy. Mr. Speaker, the government also continues to implement complementary cross-cutting policy interventions to sustain economic resilience, accelerate inclusive growth, and improve business environment. This will create a seamless transition to the next frontier of economic transformation. These interventions include the following. 1. Strengthening fiscal and monetary policy coordination to safeguard economic stability and reinforce investor confidence. 2. Enhancing fiscal sustainability by expanding domestic revenue mobilization and improving efficiency of public expenditure. 3. Modernization of strategic infrastructure in transport and logistics, energy and water sector to improve productivity, connect markets, lower the cost of doing business, and enhance competitiveness. 4. Supporting industrial development, trade, tourism, blue economy, MSMEs, and innovation to accelerate job creation, broaden economic opportunities, and transform Kenya's economy to a net exporter of goods and services. 5. Strengthening environmental conservation and climate change, mitigation and adaptation measures to promote sustainable development and resilience. And 6. Supporting human capital development through continued investment in quality education, universal health care, and well-targeted social protection interventions. 7. Advancing youth empowerment through targeted investment in skills development, entrepreneurship, digital opportunities, and access to affordable financing. And 8. Strengthening governance reforms to enhance public service delivery. Now I want to talk about evidence-based decision-making. Mr. Speaker, as we implement this budget, the government reaffirms its commitment to strengthening economic planning and development as the foundation of sustainable growth, prudent resource allocation, and improved service delivery to our citizens. In the coming financial year, we will intensify efforts to institutionalize evidence-based planning and decision-making across all levels of government. This approach will ensure that public resources are directed to interventions that deliver the highest economic and social returns, aligning with the national development priorities. To achieve this, the government will accelerate the finalization and implementation of a comprehensive economic planning policy and an economic planning bill. These two instruments will create a coherent, transparent mechanism for identifying, prioritizing, and sequencing government policies, programs, and projects based on rigorous economic analysis, affordability, and measurable impact. Mr. Speaker, we will also continue to invest in national statistical system, policy research, data analytics, and monitoring and evaluation to provide timely, reliable evidence for decision-making. Integrated planning and data management system will be rolled out to improve coordination among ministries, departments, agencies, and even county governments. Mr. Speaker, through these measures, we will foster a culture of evidence-based policy making, strengthen public accountability, and ensure that every shilling spent delivers maximum value to the people of Kenya. On the policy and legal and institutional reforms front, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen economic stability, the government continues to roll out targeted structural, institutional, and regulatory reforms to improve the business environment, boost public services efficiency, and reinforce accountability in public finances. In building resilience against climate change, Mr. Speaker, the government has continued to make concerted efforts to strengthen disaster risk management. The recently enacted National Disaster Risk Management Bill, which is now an act of Parliament, and I thank this National Assembly, provides a legal framework for coordination of disaster risk management activities across the 2 levels of government, supporting prompt responses when disasters occur. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen the country's preparedness and response to climate-related risks, the National Treasury is spearheading the development of a new disaster risk financing strategy for the period 2026-2030, since the earlier strategy for the year 2018-2022 came to an end. Mr. Speaker, and in response to changes in climate, the government will continue to implement the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, a transformative initiative that has unlocked green investments at the county level, empowering local communities to adapt to impacts of climate change. Mr. Speaker, to finance large-scale climate and environmental projects, the government will establish the Kenya Green Investment Facility in line with the Kenya's commitments under the nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. To further scale green financing, the government is finalizing the framework for issuance of sustainability-linked bonds with targets in forestry and rural electrification expansion. Mr. Speaker, Kenya secured the hosting rights for the Green Climate Fund Regional Office for East and Southern Africa in Nairobi, reinforcing the country's position as a regional green finance hub. Further, the National Treasury is at an advanced stage of accreditation as a direct access entity to the Green Climate Fund, enabling the country increase public sector-driven climate investments and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the government will host the African Green Investment Forum in October 2026. And this forum will serve as a flagship continental initiative designed to mobilize substantial green finance, accelerate sustainable investments, and advance Africa's leadership in this domain. On public procurement reforms, Mr. Speaker, to operationalize procurement reforms and eliminate manual inefficiencies, the government officially launched the rollout of an end-to-end e-government procurement system in July 2025. The system has now shifted procurement process. Significant progress has been made, and to date, 1,543 procuring entities have been registered, over 40,000 suppliers registered, over 22,000 staff trained, over 12,000 suppliers or contractors have also been trained. 652 annual procurement plans have been published and over 8,000 tenders published. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the next steps will include full rollout of the system to all schools and other procuring entities that are yet to onboard to the EGP system. Continuous user training and change management to improve adoption and system utilization will be conducted. Further, Mr. Speaker, beginning July 1st, 2026, there will be no exemption. There will be no exemption to procure outside the system. Together, these measures will ensure that every shilling allocated through this budget delivers maximum value to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, during the implementation of the EGP system, we have experienced challenges which have hindered Thank you. Mr. Speaker, during the implementation of EGP system, we have experienced challenges which have hindered the seamless implementation of the system. Some of these challenges include resistance from users and litigation in the courts. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen our procurement framework, the government developed the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Bill, Amendment Bill 2026, among the key reform areas in the bill, which include mandatory disclosure and reporting requirements, promotion of local content, and preference and reservation schemes, especially for youth, women, and persons with disabilities, and provision of a stronger legal basis for electronic procurement and framework contracting. Mr. Speaker, I submitted this bill of 2026 to Parliament for consideration and approval. I urge the House to favorably consider the bill. I want to now speak about the reforms under the state corporations. Mr. Speaker, state corporations remain a cornerstone of Kenya's development architecture, delivering essential public services and catalyzing strategic investments. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned in my statement last year that the government embarked on a comprehensive reforms which target to streamline mandates, strengthen governance, enhance accountability, and improve operational efficiency of state-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the reforms is ongoing through a multi-agency technical working committee. In the first phase, the committee considered 23 mergers, 16 dissolutions, 7 transfers of functions back to ministries, departments and agencies, and the declassification of selected state corporations. Mr. Speaker, under phase 1 of the reforms, the committee has finalized the review of enabling legislations of the affected state corporations and drafted appropriate bills where necessary. Review of the staff complements, skills and placement deployment of those affected so as to facilitate a smooth transition and documentation of assets and liabilities of the entities identified. I submitted to this House the draft bill supporting the implementation of the reforms under phase 1, and I urge the honorable members to favorably consider the bills to enable timely implementation of the reforms. Now let me speak about the new kid in the town, government-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, further, as part of the reforms, the Government-Owned Enterprises Act number 25 of 2025 was assented to by His Excellency the President on 21st November 2025 and came into effect on 5th December 2025. The Act provides a modern framework for the ownership, oversight and management of commercial state corporations. The implementation of the Act is underway, with the reforms being rolled out across 65 identified government-owned enterprises and 18 statutory entities. As a requirement under the Act, the Independent Search and Selection Panel has begun the process of recruiting independent directors of the Board of GOEs. All the government-owned enterprises are required to operate as commercial entities, that is for profit, be self-financing, be self-sustaining, and accountable to the public through the National Treasury. Let me now speak about National Infrastructure Fund. Mr. Speaker, in March 2026, the government established the National Infrastructure Fund following the enactment of the National Infrastructure Act of 2026. The NIF is an innovative mechanism for scaling up infrastructure development by mobilizing private capital and expertise to execute commercially viable infrastructure projects while reducing reliance on taxation and debt. The fund will promote growth of infrastructure projects by pooling capital from diverse sources, which include pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, private equity, banks, development finance institutions, among others, to finance large-scale and long-term projects. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the proceeds from privatization will be channeled into the fund, that ensuring transparent revenue flow in financing national priority projects, including national highways, airports, seaports, electricity generation, ICT, water and irrigation, and agribusiness. As a start, the proceeds from the March 2026 IPO of Kenya Pipeline Company of 106 billion Kenya shillings, as well as the expected 204 billion Kenya shillings from the partial divestiture of the government's stake in Safaricom to Vodacom, will form the seed capital to the fund. Under Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mr. Speaker, to complement the National Infrastructure Fund, the government has submitted to this August House the bill to establish the Sovereign Wealth Fund with 3 distinct components. The first component is the stabilization component, then there is the strategic infrastructure investment component, and finally, the future generation, also known as URIDI component. And this fund will bring into operation Article 201 of the Constitution on intergenerational equity by ensuring that natural resources wealth is invested productively and spread equitably to both current and future generations. Let me now talk about speak to sugar reforms, or the reforms in the sugar sector. Mr. Speaker, the government has also taken practical steps to deliver its promise to modernize the sugar mills and transform these once struggling factories into productive, sustainable enterprises. The sugar sector reform program has been significantly progressed following the implementation of the government leasing framework for state-owned sugar companies. The leasing process has since been successfully concluded, with investors having fully taken over operations of the sugar factories, namely Chemelil Sugar Company, Moroni Sugar Company, South Nyanza Sugar Company, and Zoia Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, since the resumption of operations, substantial investments have been undertaken towards rehabilitation and modernization of the factories, resulting in significant revamping of the mills and improvement of operational capacity. These initiatives are expected to enhance efficiency, restore profitability, and protect the livelihoods of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated transactions. They are proof that when governance is strengthened, when mandates are clarified, and when institutions are held to account, the corporations can be genuine engines of growth. The government will press forward, deepening these reforms and ensuring that every public enterprise earns its place through performance, transparency, and value created. Now let me speak to national assets and inventory management. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen national assets management, the National Treasury has operationalized the assets and inventory management modules in our IFMIS, providing real-time visibility of public assets across all levels of government. An analysis of the asset registers shows that ministries, departments, and agencies collectively hold assets valued at approximately 4.9 trillion Kenya shillings, underscoring the importance of robust asset management. To strengthen transparency and support the transition to accrual accounting, the National Treasury has developed a government asset valuation policy framework and a public assets tagging framework. Mr. Speaker, to unlock greater value from these assets without placing additional pressure on public finances, the National Treasury is developing an asset optimization framework and a leasing framework to attract private capital and expertise while supporting infrastructure development and improved service delivery. Now let me speak to digital e-signatures in government. Mr. Speaker, in line with the digital transformation agenda, the government has also embarked on reforms to modernize and harmonize the legal and regulatory framework governing secure digital identities, electronic signatures, electronic seals, and time stamping services. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, to make this a reality, I will in the next financial year submit to this House necessary amendments to the Public Finance Management Act and Kenya Information and Communications Act, as well as the attendant regulations. This will make use of electronic signatures, electronic seals, and time stamping services a reality in government, thereby creating efficiency in service delivery. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to something that has been troubling, the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this House in my statement last year, the pending bills verification committee was established in November 2023 to review and validate outstanding claims and provide a credible basis for settlement. The committee has since concluded its work and analyzed a total of 91,911 pending bill claims valued at over 637 billion shillings. Following this verification exercise, 29,885 claims amounting to 235.6 billion have been recommended for settlement. Of this amount, Kenya shillings 80.3 billion has already been settled through securitization in the road sector, leaving a verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion Kenya shillings for other sectors. Mr. Speaker, to settle the verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion Kenya shillings, the National Treasury has proposed a balanced and sustainable settlement strategy, which includes a combination of direct budgetary allocations and securitization. The proposal is to settle the verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion over 2 years, starting with the financial year 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 2026-27, the National Treasury is proposing a budgetary provision of 68 billion to settle the verified pending bills to suppliers and contractors owed by the government for amounts of up to 100 million shillings. This provision will also partly settle suppliers or contractors whose pending bills exceed 100 million shillings, ensuring that no supplier is excluded. With the settlement of this 68 billion worth of claims, the government will have settled 99% of the verified outstanding pending bills, representing 63% of the total value, a tremendous progress. Now, in terms of numbers, this will be 99 of the bills. But the remaining 88 billion worth of claims will be addressed through other budgetary provisions and instruments. Mr. Speaker, the deliberate policy of settling pending bills of up to 100 million Kenya shillings, while individually smaller in value, accounts for the majority of suppliers and have the highest multiplier effect on economic activity. This is to ensure that the micro, small and medium enterprises are not starved of the essential working capital, which is critical to the sustainability of their businesses. Financial sector reforms. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's financial sector remains strong and continues to support households, businesses, savings and investment across the country. Mr. Speaker, today the banking sector remains strong, very stable and profitable, supported by adequate capital and liquidity buffers. In the year to March 2026, total banking sector assets grew by 13.8% from 7.7 trillion to 8.7 trillion, and profitability increased by 13.6% from 73 billion Kenya shillings to 83.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the banking sector's resilience, deepen competition, and improve access to credit for households and businesses, the government is implementing the following reforms. 1. Progressive increase in minimum core capital requirements for commercial banks from 1 billion to 10 billion by December 2029. 2. Lifted the moratorium on licensing of new commercial banks effective 1st July 2025. 3. Implementation of the revised risk-based credit pricing model anchored on the Kenya shilling overnight interbank average to enhance transparency and fairness in loan pricing and strengthen monetary policy transmission. And number 4, implementation of the banking penalties regulations 2025 to strengthen enforcement, governance, accountability and compliance in the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen banking sector's resilience and stability, the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2024 requires commercial banks to progressively raise the minimum core capital from 1 billion to 10 billion Kenya shillings by 2029 through targeted milestones. Mr. Speaker, while the government firmly upholds the strategic necessity of raising the minimum core capital, it is prudent that this transition be managed in a manner that is least disruptive to credit access and financial services delivery, particularly to the micro, small and medium enterprise segment and other niche markets currently served by the banking industry. Mr. Speaker, to allow flexibility in achieving this objective and following wide consultation, especially with Kenya Bankers Association, I will be proposing amendments to the timeline specified in the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2024 to allow commercial banks raise the minimum core capital to 10 billion by 31st December 2032 without their new annual milestones. This will provide the flexibility necessary for institutions to pursue measured, commercially sound and market-sensitive capital-raising strategies in a manner that preserves shareholder value and sustains investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, to make it easier and cheaper for Kenyans and businesses to send and receive money across the East Africa region, partner states are working to connect their financial system as per the East African Community Payment System Master Plan of 2025 so that transactions are faster, more affordable and more efficient to support trade and regional integration. Mr. Speaker, to safeguard the country against illicit financial flows, the government has over the last 2 years undertaken far-reaching reforms aimed at strengthening our anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism and counter-proliferation financing framework following the country's placement on the Financial Action Task Force Grey List in February 2024. These reforms include the adoption of the Virtual Asset Service Providers legal framework, strengthening beneficial ownership transparency, enhancing risk-based supervision across financial and designated non-financial business and professions sectors, improving interagency collaboration, and increasing investigations, prosecutions, and asset recovery efforts relating to money laundering and terrorism financing offenses. Further, Mr. Speaker, reporting institutions have continued to enhance compliance with AML and CFT obligations, thereby reinforcing the integrity and resilience of our financial system. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has actually made substantial progress in addressing the action items under the first action plan, with only a few outstanding measures remaining as we approach the conclusion of the implementation period. The government remains fully committed to finalizing the remaining reforms and securing Kenya's exit from the grey list at the earliest opportunity. These achievements demonstrate our unwavering resolve to align Kenya with the international best practices, safeguard the country against illicit financial flows, and strengthen investor confidence in our economy. And Mr. Speaker, the government is also supporting innovation in financial services through the implementation of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act of 2025. And in this regard, we have developed regulations to govern virtual asset service providers. The regulations framework ensures that new technologies operate in a safe and regulated environment that protects users, strengthens financial stability, and encourages responsible innovation. Under capital markets, Mr. Speaker, I have the following to say. The government continues to implement measures to deepen and broaden capital markets in order to mobilize savings for productive long-term investment. These efforts have continued to yield results, with the Nairobi Securities Exchange recording exceptional performance in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the capital market supported the recent initial public offering by the Kenya Pipeline Company and its subsequent listing at the Nairobi Securities Exchange in March 2026. Further, the capital market supported recent issuances by various companies to raise capital. These include 44 billion Kenya shillings, Sharia-compliant leasing bond for infrastructure financing. The Safaricom's Kenya shillings 20 billion green bond to support 5G expansion. The East Africa Breweries PLC Kenya shillings 16.8 billion medium-term note program, and the Kenya shillings 3.4 billion by Spearhead Africa Infrastructure Fund to support long-term infrastructure financing across the region. Mr. Speaker, innovation in market access has advanced significantly with the launch of ZD trading application integrated into the M-Pesa platform. And this groundbreaking platform enables Kenyans to conveniently buy and sell securities through their mobile phones, marking a major milestone in financial inclusion and retail investor participation. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is emerging as a key player in the carbon credit space, leveraging its rich natural resources and a strong base in renewable energy to participate in global climate markets. To actualize formal trading of carbon credits, the government is preparing carbon credit regulations, and these regulations will allow the government and private sector players to benefit through trading of carbon credits generated in Kenya and the region. And Mr. Speaker, in my recent public engagements, coffee farmers raised concerns of continued exploitation by middlemen in the marketing and pricing of their coffee. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Kenyans that through the reforms the government is implementing at the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, the exploitative middlemen have been eliminated, ensuring farmers retain a much larger share of the export price of their coffee. Farmers today are able to sell their coffee directly at the exchange, supported by their various brokerage firms, majority of whom are owned by the farmers through their cooperative societies. The Nairobi Coffee Exchange has also enabled price discovery, thereby improving earnings by the coffee farmers. And to further support prompt payment of coffee sold through Nairobi Coffee Exchange, the government introduced the direct settlement system that has reduced payment delays across the coffee value chain. Mr. Speaker, coffee's traceability is today a reality. Through the Nairobi Coffee Exchange trading platform and the direct settlement system, cataloging and invoicing, every coffee lot has a unique identification, milling data, warehouse records, auction sales, and buyer data that can be accessed, allowing traceability of coffee from the farm to the buyer. This has created greater buyer confidence of the origin, quality, and authenticity of Kenyan coffee by eliminating coffee laundering. On pension reforms, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, delayed pension processing has for long been a source of frustration and hardship for retiring public servants. A civil servant who has dedicated their career to public service deserves timely and dignified access to their retirement benefits. Mr. Speaker, to hasten the processing of pension claims, I launched the e-pension management information system on 1st June 2026. Following this launch, we have now discontinued manual submission of pension claims unless expressly authorized by the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, to ensure this reform delivers a lasting impact, ministries, departments, and agencies are now required to initiate pension claims at least 9 months before a public officer's retirement date. This will facilitate resolutions of late or incomplete submission of pension claims ahead of the retirement date for our employees. Further, the National Treasury, in collaboration with the Kenya School of Government, will institutionalize electronic pension management information system training as part of a continuous capacity building program to ensure sustained competency in pension administration across the public sector. Insurance reforms. Mr. Speaker, to expand access to insurance, the Insurance Regulatory Authority licensed 5 micro-insurance companies in financial year 24-25. This has increased access to affordable insurance, with over 11 million lives covered as of 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen climate resilience, the government is promoting agricultural and index-based insurance products. Through the drive, which is de-risking, inclusivity, and value enhancement, livestock insurance project over 2.7 million livestock valued at 29.3 billion have been insured, while payouts exceeding 648 million have supported pastoral communities affected by drought since 2023. Further, the government has initiated the Insurance Act to establish agricultural insurance as a standalone class of insurance business. This reform will strengthen the regulatory framework for agricultural risk management and support food security, financial inclusion, and sustainable agricultural development. And Mr. Speaker, to deepen local insurance capacity and retain insurance premium within the domestic economy, the government will, effective 1st July 2026, require all importers marine cargo insurance cover from insurance license under the Insurance Act prior to customs clearance. Fiscal policy framework. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of financial year 25-26 budget has remained broadly on course despite emerging pressures on revenue performance and expenditure demands. These developments have necessitated measured adjustments while at the same time informing a more deliberate and responsive fiscal policy stance for the financial year 26-27 and the medium term. And Mr. Speaker, on the revenue front, performance has fallen short of target in the financial year 2025-26. This is due to slower than expected tax receipts, largely driven by administrative constraints and a slowdown in economic activities. At the same time, expenditure pressures have intensified. The implementation of pending and newly negotiated collective bargaining agreements has raised the public sector wage bill beyond initial projections, thereby constraining fiscal space. In addition, emergency interventions in response to floods and droughts have required additional resources. As a result of these developments, it became necessary to introduce targeted adjustment through supplementary budget number 1 for financial year 25-26. Mr. Speaker, to enhance tax administration, including upgrading of critical systems and strengthening of compliance efforts, the Kenya Revenue Authority was allocated additional resources in the supplementary budget number 1 for financial year 2025-27, to be exact 17 billion. These interventions are expected to improve efficiency and support a recovery revenue performance. The supplementary budget 1 also reflected additional expenditure of 368.6 billion compared to the original budget to cater for the emerging expenditure pressures. In this regard, the fiscal deficit, including grants, is now projected at 1,199 billion, equivalent to 6.4% of GDP, compared to 901 billion or 4.7% of GDP in the original budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, fiscal policy is not merely about balancing budgets. It is about creating conditions for sustainable growth, protecting the vulnerable and securing prosperity for the future generation. Accordingly, the fiscal policy for 26-27 and the medium term will be anchored on a growth-supportive consolidation path, aligned to the government's priorities under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the 4th medium-term plan. The policy will prioritize enhanced domestic revenue mobilization, strengthen expenditure control, and strategic reprioritization of public spending. This approach aims to reinforce public debt sustainability and safeguard essential public service. Now let me turn to domestic revenue mobilization. Mr. Speaker, every shilling of development begins with every shilling of revenue collected fairly, efficiently, and transparently. To boost revenues, the government will continue to strengthen implementation of the national tax policy and medium-term revenue strategy, aimed at simplifying tax laws, rationalizing tax expenditures, and creating a fair, predictable, and efficient tax systems. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority has intensified reforms to modernize tax administration, enhance compliance, and improve service delivery through technology and innovation. Notable progress has been made in expanding the electronic tax invoice management system, with over 655,000 taxpayers now onboarded, significantly enhancing transaction visibility and strengthening VAT compliance. Integration between iTax and customs systems has improved end-to-end taxpayer visibility, while the rollout of the electronic rental income tax system has simplified. I want to repeat that. While the rollout of the electronic rental income tax system has simplified compliance with the rental sector. So we have already implemented a system that I think some people are still dreaming about out there. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority has also strengthened enforcement through data-driven compliance strategies, artificial intelligence, and non-intrusive cargo scanning technologies, enhancing the detection of illicit trade and reducing revenue leakages. As a result, the active taxpayer base increased by 82,000 to over 6.6 million taxpayers as at March 2026 from 6.5 million as at March 2025, reflecting a growing voluntary compliance and improved taxpayer engagement. And I want to thank Kenyans for this. Mr. Speaker, service delivery and trade facilitation have equally improved through initiatives such as Huduma Popote and enhanced customs systems, which have reduced cargo clearance times and improved operational efficiency. Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 26-27, Kenya Revenue Authority will intensify reforms to strengthen revenue mobilization, modernize tax administration, and improve taxpayer experience through the following measures. Number one, roll out integrated digital tax administration and revenue monitoring systems, including the domestic tax administration system, expanded electronic invoicing, virtual electronic tax registers, enhanced point-of-sale integration, and the e-customs mobile application to improve efficiency, compliance, and real-time visibility of transactions. Number two, implement device identification and registration and strengthen exchange of information frameworks to combat tax evasion, illicit trade, and cross-border revenue leakages. Number three, simplify taxpayer processes through pre-populated returns, streamline digital payment solutions, and expanded digital service delivery platforms to reduce the cost and burden of compliance. And number four, expand taxpayer outreach and support through initiatives such as Ushuru GPT, Omni-Channel Customer Engagement System, Huduma Popote, and Ushuru Mashinani to enhance accessibility and responsiveness. Number five, strengthen enforcement, compliance, and revenue assurance through advanced data analytics, artificial intelligence, and integrated investigation and case management system. And number six, invest in core ICT infrastructure, integrated enterprise platform, and cybersecurity system to safeguard the integrity, resilience, and efficiency of revenue administration. So, Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to scale up non-tax revenues by strengthening the capacity of ministries, departments, and agencies to efficiently generate income from public services while enhancing their operational systems to improve efficiency and overall revenue performance. Now, I want to speak to improving efficiency of the public expenditure. Mr. Speaker, raising revenue is only half the equation. Ensuring that every shilling delivers maximum value is equally important. And in order to improve the efficiency and value for money of public expenditure, the government is implementing targeted reforms to strengthen expenditure controls, enhance transparency, and improve public sector efficiency. These reforms include the full rollout of e-government procurement, completion of key Treasury single account reforms, and transition to accrual-based accounting to strengthen cash management, fiscal oversight, and financial reporting. The government will also deepen public financial management reforms through the entrenchment of zero-based budgeting, digitization and automation of pension and payroll administration, and strengthen human resource management system to enhance efficiency, accountability, and service delivery across the public sector. Further, the government will optimize the management of public assets and liabilities, accelerate state corporation reforms, and targeted privatization, and scale up the use of public-private partnerships to provide private sector or private capital efficiency and support delivery of commercially viable projects. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to expound on some of the expenditure reforms that we are implementing. One, migration to accrual accounting Mr. Speaker, effective public finance management begins with what we own, what we owe, and how public resources are being utilized. To improve cash management, the government is implementing significant financial management reforms in Kenya's history. The transition from cash basis to accrual basis of accounting under the International Public Sector Accounting Standards. Following Cabinet approval of the transition roadmap in March 2024, implementation commenced in financial year 2024-25 through a structured 3-year phased approach led by the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, this reform fundamentally changes how government accounts for public resources. For the first time, Kenya's financial statements will present a complete and accurate picture of the country's financial position, capturing not just cash flows, but all public sector assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenditures. Public debt obligations, infrastructure assets, inventories, receivables, and payables will all be recognized and reported transparently, giving Parliament, citizens, and investors a true account of the nation's financial health. Mr. Speaker, implementation is progressing as scheduled across 3 phases. The first phase addressed financial assets and liabilities. The current phase incorporates inventories and prepayments. The final phase will bring in all remaining assets and liabilities, culminating in full consolidation of public sector entities. That is, consolidation of financial statements. To support this transition, the government is upgrading IFMIS and related systems, strengthening public sector asset management framework, undertaking asset identification and evaluation exercises across ministries, departments and agencies, counties and other public entities, and building capacity among public officers to sustain the reform beyond its implementation period. Mr. Speaker, this reform is not just about accounting standards. It is about accountability. It's about ensuring that those entrusted with public resources can be held to a higher standard of transparency and reinforcing public confidence in the stewardship of national resources. Number 2 is the Treasury single account. Mr. Speaker, as I had informed this House in last year's budget statement, the government has been implementing the Treasury single account framework to strengthen cash management and improve efficiency of public financial operations. Following the successful rollout of the Treasury single account to all ministries, the government has reduced the cost of overdraft financing from Central Bank of Kenya by 61% in this financial year, translating into substantial savings. I want again to pause there. I saw some people talking about reforming this so that there can be saving. I want to repeat that the government has reduced the cost of overdraft financing from Central Bank of Kenya by 61% in this financial year, translating already into substantial savings. So the work that you intend to do is actually already done. Mr. Speaker, the implemented Treasury single account model directly links invoices to specific batches submitted by ministries, departments, among other enhanced features. These Treasury single account reforms have substantially improved the efficiency of government exchequer operations, delivered transparency in exchequer and cash management, and ensured that public funds are released only against verified and approved obligations, thus laying the foundation for managing pending bills, and there is going to be no more cherry-picking of invoices for payments. So, Mr. Speaker, building on this momentum in the financial year 26-27, the government will expand or extend the Treasury single account framework to county governments by completing the automation of county exchequer requisition processes, after which counties will progressively migrate to a Treasury single account architecture mirroring that of the national government. And 2, operationalize in collaboration with the CBK a granular data integration system to deliver real-time visibility of the cash and liquidity positions of state corporations and semi-autonomous government agencies. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these reforms represent significant modernization of our public cash management architecture. They are already delivering measurable savings, deepening fiscal transparency, and strengthening our capacity to deliver value for every shilling of public money. Let me now talk about strengthening the internal audit oversight and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, every shilling entrusted to government must be accounted for and deliver value to the people of Kenya. The recurrence of audit queries and delays in implementing audit recommendations across public institutions continue to expose public resources to fiscal risk and weaken service delivery. And Mr. Speaker, to strengthen accountability, fiscal discipline, and support the government's zero-fault audit initiative, the government will introduce amendments to the Public Finance Management Act and related regulations to strengthen the mandate of the Office of the Internal Auditor General, and enhance oversight across the public sector. I am strengthening the Office of the Internal Audit. The reforms will establish a framework for tracking the implementation of audit recommendations and resolutions issued by Parliament, the Office of the Auditor General, audit committees, and other oversight institutions, with clear accountability mechanisms for non-compliance. The government will also strengthen internal audit functions across public entities, roll out integrated internal audit management system, and enhance the adoption of enterprise risk management to improve the identification and mitigation of fiscal and operational risk. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will strengthen transparency, internal controls, and prudent management of public resources while improving accountability and service delivery across government. Now let me turn to revenue projections for 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal projections reflect a careful balance between ambition and realism, ensuring that we live within our means while investing in our future. Based on the outlined policy measures, total revenue collection, including appropriation in aid, for the financial year 2026-27 is projected to be 3,630.5 billion, which is equivalent to 17.4% of our GDP. Of this, ordinary revenue is projected at 2,985.7 billion, equivalent to 14.3% of the gross domestic product. And ministerial appropriation in aid is projected at 644.8 billion, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP. Grants are projected at 43.6 billion, or 0.2%. Expenditure projections. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in the financial year 2026-27 budget is projected at 4,820.4 billion, equivalent to 23.2% of GDP. And of this, recurrent expenditure will amount 3,568.4 billion, which is equivalent to 17.1% of GDP, and development expenditure, including allocations to domestic and foreign finance projects, contingency fund, and equalization fund, will amount to 750 billion shillings, which is equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Total allocation to county governments is projected at 502 billion shillings, of which 428 billion is equitable share, and 74 billion is additional allocations from the national government's share of revenue, and loans and grants from development partners. So 16.6 billion national government, and loans and grants 57.4 billion. Financing deficit, fiscal deficit and financing. Mr. Speaker, the resultant fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected at 1,146.2 billion, equivalent to 5.5% of GDP. The fiscal deficit will be financed by net external borrowing of 116.2 billion, equivalent to 0.6% of GDP, and net domestic borrowing of 1,030 billion, which is equivalent to 4.9% of GDP. Public debt management. That leads us to discussion on public debt management. Mr. Speaker, debt is a tool for development, but only when managed prudently and sustainably. To preserve debt sustainability and strengthen economic resilience, the government will continue implementing fiscal consolidation measures anchored on enhanced domestic revenue mobilization, strict expenditure controls, and improved efficiency in public spending. Given these reforms, the present value of public debt to GDP is projected to decline steadily towards the approved debt anchor over the medium term. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the strategic objective of strengthening debt portfolio diversification, the National Treasury is actively advancing a range of innovative financing instruments. These initiatives are designed to broaden the investor base, optimize the cost risk profile of public debt and enhance overall resilience in debt management. In this regard, the government is considering thematic and liability management instruments such as debt for food swaps and debt for development swaps. These instruments provide an opportunity to convert external debt obligations into targeted investments that directly support national priorities, including food security, sustainable development, and social infrastructure, while simultaneously easing debt service pressures and reinforcing fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, further to this, the government is also evaluating opportunities to access new and diversified international capital markets. This includes the potential issuance of samurai bonds in the Japanese market, and a lot of progress has been made in this area, and panda bonds in the Chinese domestic market. By tapping into these markets, the government stands to benefit from deep and diversified pools of capital, secure potentially competitive financing terms, and promote currency diversification within the debt portfolio, thereby reducing reliance on traditional funding sources. Mr. Speaker, complementing these efforts and in recognition of the growing global demand for ethical and faith-based financing, the government is considering the introduction of sukuk instruments. These Sharia-compliant securities, which are structured on asset-backed or asset-based principles, will enable the government to access liquidity from Islamic finance markets. This will not only expand the investor base to include investors with Sharia compliance mandates, but also promote financial inclusion and contribute to the deepening of domestic and international capital markets. Collectively, these initiatives underscore a forward-looking and proactive approach to public debt management, one that emphasizes innovation, prudent risk management, and alignment with both domestic development priorities and evolving global financing trends. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen transparency, coordination, and efficiency in the implementation of externally funded projects, the National Treasury has spearheaded the development of the Development Project Management Information System. This innovative digital platform will serve as a centralized repository for real-time tracking of project implementation, monitoring of disbursement, and alignment of outcomes with national development priorities. By enhancing project oversight and accountability, this system represents a significant step towards ensuring that externally mobilized resources are utilized effectively and that every shilling delivers value for money and tangible impact for our citizens. Let me now talk about public-private partnership framework. Mr. Speaker, the scale of Kenya's development ambitions demands that we leverage not only public resources but also the capital, innovation, and expertise of the private sector. Public-private partnerships have therefore become a central pillar of our development financing strategy. Beyond mobilizing additional resources, public-private partnerships enable the government to harness private sector innovation, technical expertise, operational efficiency, and risk-sharing arrangements that enhance project delivery while preserving fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to strengthen the public-private partnerships program as a key instrument for delivering strategic investments under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In this financial year, we have so far mobilized approximately 96 billion private capital investment in PPPs. This being the CRBC/NSSF investment for the Rironi Gilgil, which is A8, and Nairobi Mai-Mahiu Naivasha A8 South, sections of the Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway. Building on this momentum, the government targets to mobilize at least 70 billion through PPP investments in the financial year 26-27 across the energy, transport, water, housing, health, and digital infrastructure sectors. Mr. Speaker, other priority projects besides the Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit project include the Nairobi-Mombasa Expressway and the Mau Summit Eldoret-Malaba Highway, which will strengthen regional connectivity and facilitate trade along the northern corridor. Mr. Speaker, in ports and logistics, the government is leveraging private sector capital and expertise for the development of container terminals, cargo berths, inland container depots, and special economic zones in Mombasa, Lamu, Nairobi, and Naivasha, strengthening Kenya's position as the region's leading trade and logistics hub. Mr. Speaker, in the energy sector, priority investment include the High Grand Falls hydropower project, expected to generate 700 megawatts, and the Karura hydropower project, expected to generate an additional 90 megawatts. Together, these projects will add approximately 790 megawatts of clean and reliable power to support industrialization, digital transformation, and emerging technologies. These investments will be complemented by strategic transmission infrastructure projects to strengthen and expand the national grid. Mr. Speaker, in the water sector, the government is advancing key dam projects, including Radat Dam, Barsalinga Dam, Lowat Dam, and Soin-Koru Dam, which will enhance water security, irrigation, food production, and climate resilience in some of the country's most water-stressed regions. Mr. Speaker, in the ICT sector, the Kenya National Data Center, PPP, and the Konza Data Center project will strengthen Kenya's digital infrastructure, support data sovereignty, and position the country as a leading digital and innovation hub in the East African region. Mr. Speaker, together these projects represent investment valued at over $10 billion and will support economic growth, improve service delivery, create jobs, and strengthen Kenya's productive capacity. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate project origination and preparation, the National Treasury has established a framework for rapid results initiative, bringing together ministries, departments, and agencies to identify, develop, and fast-track investment opportunities in priority beta sectors. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury is also at the tail end of finalizing all the required PPP regulations and guidelines to fully operationalize the PPP Act. This is in addition to the recently issued circular on mandatory disclosure requirements for all privately initiated proposals. These circulars aim to enhance uniformity, transparency, accountability, and build public trust by enabling timely disclosures, integrity, and standard reporting. Mr. Speaker, as we expand the PPP program, we remain committed to increasing the participation of Kenyan enterprises, investors, and financial institutions to promote local ownership, domestic value creation, and reduce foreign exchange risk. In this regard, the National Infrastructure Fund will play a key role in mobilizing long-term domestic capital and supporting local participation in infrastructure financing. Mr. Speaker, our pension funds, insurance companies, SACCOs, and retail investors will increasingly have opportunity to participate in strategic national investments, ensuring that the benefits and returns generated by these projects accrue to Kenyan citizens while supporting long-term economic transformation. And Mr. Speaker, by mobilizing domestic savings and channeling them into productive investments, we are creating a model of growth that is owned, financed, and sustained by Kenyans. Kenya is not just open for business. Kenya is investing in itself. Now let me turn to resource allocations. Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 years, we have laid a firm foundation for inclusive growth. For financial year 2026-2027, the financial year 2026-2027 builds on those gains and advances the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The administration's core economic strategy aligned with the fourth medium-term plan of Vision 2030. Better focuses public resources on unlocking productivity and increasing incomes at the base of the economy through deliberate, value chain-driven allocations. And with limited fiscal space, this budget prioritizes interventions that deliver the greatest impact in job creation, higher household incomes, and broader economic participation. Agricultural transformation and inclusive growth as the first pillar. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains central to better and Kenya's long-term prosperity. It supports more than 2/3 of Kenyan households and generates significant employment multiplier effects, especially among groups historically excluded from modern economic opportunities. Strengthening agriculture is therefore essential food and nutrition security, enhancing resilience, and promoting a shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate agriculture transformation, I propose, and bearing in mind that agriculture is largely devolved, but I propose a targeted allocation of 64 billion across priority programs that boost productivity, value addition, and resilience. Key investments include 18 billion for fertilizer subsidy program, 2 billion for seed subsidy program, 1 billion for coffee seedlings program to lower input costs for smallholders, 4.7 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project to advance processing and market linkages. Further, I propose 5.4 billion for the Food System Resilience Project and 1.6 billion for the Resilience for Food and Nutrition Security Program to enhance adaptive livelihoods, diversify income sources, and reduce vulnerability to climate shocks. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the economic potential of pastoral and livestock systems, I propose 3.3 billion for de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement of pastoral economies program, 1.3 billion for Kenya Livestock Commercialization Program, and 400 million for the Livestock Value Chain Support Project. These allocations will foster greater market access, commercialization, animal health services, and resilience among pastoral communities. Mr. Speaker, the blue economy offers meaningful opportunity for coastal and lakeside communities. To support the growth of the blue economy, I propose 8.2 billion for the blue economy and fisheries subsector, which includes 2.1 billion for aquaculture business development project, 1.8 billion for the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, and 578 million for Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture Training Center. These investments will expand sustainable aquaculture, uplift fisher folks' incomes, and create jobs in value addition and logistics. Mr. Speaker, addressing historical land inequalities remains a priority for this government. To promote equitable access and ensure sustainable land management, I am proposing 9.4 billion for settlement of the landless. Of this amount, 5 billion is for the landless in the coast region. 892 million for the processing and registration of title deeds, and 388 million will go towards digitization of land registries to secure tenure, reduce disputes, and unlock productive land use. Now let me turn to the second pillar, that is transforming the micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. Mr. Speaker, MSMEs are the backbone of our economy. They account for 98% of businesses, provide approximately 14.9 million jobs, and contribute about 40% to our GDP. They span informal home-based enterprises, artisans, mechanics, tailors, carpenters, fabricators, and medium-sized firms. Nurturing this sector is essential for broad-based job creation and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, lack of affordable credit remains a major constraint for MSMEs and households at the bottom of the pyramid. To address this, I propose 550 million for the Center for Entrepreneurship Project to strengthen incubation, skills, and business development services, and 1.1 billion for rural Kenya financial inclusion facility to expand credit access and financial services to underserved communities. Housing and settlement as the third pillar. Mr. Speaker, decent housing underpins social stability and economic productivity. Our affordable housing program not only provides safe and affordable homes to Kenyans, but also generates jobs directly in construction and indirectly across building materials and services sector. To sustain this momentum, I propose 143.7 billion for the housing sector, urban development, and public works subsectors. This package will include 18.6 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, 50.6 billion for construction of affordable housing units, 20.9 billion for social housing units, and 20.2 billion for the institutional housing, and 18.2 billion for critical social and physical infrastructure. Further, support will include 2.7 billion for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, and 535 million targeted to support construction of county headquarters. These investments will improve living conditions, provision of services, and local governance capacity. Mr. Speaker, to protect livelihoods or lives and property through compliance with building codes and standards, I propose 2.4 billion for the regulation and development of the construction industry, thus reinforcing safety, quality, and accountability across the sector. Allow me now to turn to the other pillar, that is universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, universal health coverage, UHC, is central to Better's social contract. Equitable access to quality health services is essential for human capital, productivity, and poverty reduction. Towards this end, I have proposed 177 7.2 billion to the health sector to advance UHC and strengthen essential services. Key allocations include 8.6 billion salaries for UHC staff, 19.1 billion for primary healthcare fund to finance frontline services. Mr. Speaker, to reduce the burden of communicable diseases and advance immunization, I am proposing 18.5 billion for the Global Fund and 6.4 billion for vaccines and immunization program. This investment will protect children and communities and reduce health-related economic shocks. Mr. Speaker, tackling cancer and other chronic illnesses requires focused investment. I propose 3 billion to the emergencies, chronic and critical illness fund, 1 billion for construction of a cancer center at KSh Level 5 hospital, 300 million to strengthen cancer management in Kenyatta National Hospital, and 150 million for the expansion of comprehensive cancer center at Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital. These measures will expand diagnostic and treatment capacity across the region, given that we are leading as a leading hub in terms of health in this region. Mr. Speaker, to improve tertiary healthcare, I propose 45.3 billion for our referral hospitals. Additional targeted investment will include the following: 470 million for the construction of Kenyatta National Hospital Burns and Pediatric Center, 300 million for renovations and replacement of the obsolete equipment at Kenyatta National Hospital, and 2 billion for construction of a new 2,000-bed multi-speciality at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital to expand capacity and improve health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, to ensure reliable supply chains and strengthen human resources, I am proposing 20.9 billion for Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA, 3.1 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, 1.3 billion for the Integrated Reproductive Health Program, 500 million for family planning and reproductive health commodities, and 600 million for equipment at the National Blood Transfusion Services. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we value the services offered by our health workers. To build workforce capacity, I propose 9.3 billion for medical interns, 10.9 billion for the Kenya Medical Training College, and 3.2 billion and 396 million for stipend and medical insurance for community health promoters. Under digital superhighway and creative economy, Mr. Speaker, digital transformation is a strategic enabler for competitiveness in the fourth industrial revolution. Digital connectivity and literacy are essential for education, healthcare, finance, markets, public services, and emerging digital opportunities. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's creative economy, encompassing film, music, fashion, arts, medical, media, digital content, and design, has become a powerful engine for growth and youth empowerment. Investing in creative industries expands cultural exports and drives innovation. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate digital adoption and inclusion, I propose 8.6 billion Kenyan shillings to this sector. And this will include 4.3 billion for Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, 1.3 billion for maintenance and rehabilitation of national optic fiber backbone infrastructure, 528 million for maintenance and rehabilitation of last mile county connectivity, 309 million for government shared services, 382 million for the digital superhighway cybersecurity, 400 million for establishment of digital hubs, and 455 million for ICT infrastructure maintenance. Investing, now let me move to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is the backbone of economic transformation. It provides connectivity, energy, and water resources needed to power productive activities and sustain human settlement. By reducing transaction costs and opening markets, infrastructure investments deliver long-term value. Towards this end, I propose 220.4 billion for development of roads, including 44.3 billion to support construction of roads and bridges, 58 billion for rehabilitation of roads, and 118.1 billion for roads maintenance. This balanced mix supports connectivity, freight, efficiency, and long-term road preservation. Mr. Speaker, to expand railway transport, I propose 38.4 billion for railway projects. Additionally, Kenya shillings 400 million is proposed for the Kenya ferry ramp in Likoni, Mombasa. Additional 1 billion for development of public ferry landing ramps in Lake Victoria, including Mbita and Sena Islands in Suba North and West sub-counties of Homa Bay County, respectively. 150 million for acquisition of public ferry in Lake Victoria, completing the purchase of public ferry for use in Lake Victoria. And 582 million for Nairobi Bus Rapid Transport Project, which is a critical public transport investment that will reduce congestion and enhance mobility. Mr. Speaker, reliable, affordable energy is vital for industry and households. I propose 30.9 billion to the energy subsector, including 7.5 billion for the national grid system, 20.2 billion for rural electrification, and 3.2 billion for alternative energy technologies. These allocations expand access, lower costs, and promote sustainable growth. But I wish to add that a lot of energy projects will be financed through National Infrastructure Fund because they are commercially viable. And I want to turn to education. Education. Yes, I'm turning now to education. Improving education outcomes. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's future depends on developing strong human capital. And to this end, we will continue to strengthen quality learning, training and research, promote equity and inclusivity, scale up investment in education, fortify the system against emerging technological and labor market shifts, as well as fortify education to industry linkages, thus ensuring skills match demand. Mr. Speaker, I propose 784.5 billion for the education sector. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about defunding education. But in 2026-27, we are proposing 784.5 billion shillings, which is 26.4% of the ministerial budgets. Compare that to 2021-2022 budget before this administration came into office. The budget for education was 526 billion shillings. That has increased now by 49%. And it was 24.5% of the ministerial budget. Now it is 26.5% of the ministerial budget. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is not correct that this government, this administration is defunding education. In fact, we are funding it more. So this 784.5 billion includes Kenya shillings 424 billion to Teacher Service Commission for payment of our teachers. And that has moved from 290 billion in 2022 to now 421 billion shillings. Basic education is now 136. I'm proposing 136.6 billion. Compare that to 107 billion in 2022. 163.9 billion for higher education, which was 105 billion in 2022. 1.3 billion for science, innovation and research, and 58.5 billion for technical, vocational education and training. This comprehensive allocation safeguards service delivery and expands opportunities across the learning continent. Mr. Speaker, within this funding to the education sector, I propose 7 billion for free primary education, 54.6 billion for free day secondary education, and 30.7 billion for junior secondary school capitation. Those two lines, the free day secondary education 54.6 plus junior secondary education of 30.7 adds to a total of 85.3 billion. What was it in 2022? In 2022, it was 62.4 billion shillings. I also propose 9.9 billion for administering national exams, and that is in addition to what we have just provided before the end of this year to pay the arrears of 1.5 billion to teachers. So teachers who marked exams, they will be paid before the end of this financial year, 1.5 billion. 3 billion for school feeding program. Again, this school feeding program in 2022 had 2.2 billion. Now it is 3 billion. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing 4.9 billion to be provided for conversion of 20,000 intern teachers into permanent and pensionable from January 2027. Further, the newly recruited 24,000 intern teachers will be converted into permanent and pensionable terms in July 2027. In this respect, I am proposing an allocation of 8.2 billion for intern teachers to address staffing gaps and improving learning outcomes. Mr. Speaker, this government, by the time we reach next year, we will have employed 116,000. If you put it in terms of averages, over 20,000 teachers per year. There is no any other government that has ever employed more than 10,000 teachers per year. This government is employing on average 20,000 teachers per year. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning environment and skills training, I am proposing 4.1 billion for primary and secondary school infrastructure and 2.1 billion for construction and equipping of TVET centers, 7.1 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity and Learning Program, and 4.7 billion for Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, further investments in this sector include the following: 56.3 billion for Higher Education Loans Board for provisional loans to university and TVET students. And how much was it in 2022? 15.39. It has moved from 15.39 to 56.3 billion in this financial year. There is additional 30.9 billion for university scholarships. There is also 9.2 billion dedicated specifically for TVET scholarships and 6.7 billion for CBA arrears for universities and 2021-2022 CBA. And another 5.9 billion for ongoing projects in universities across the country, measures that expand access and strengthen human capital for a competitive economy. Mr. Speaker, let me talk now or speak to supporting manufacturing for job creation. Mr. Speaker, manufacturing is a linchpin for structural transformation. We will therefore continue to strengthen local value chains, deepen backward and forward linkages, and enhance competitiveness in domestic and export markets. Mr. Speaker, to continue promoting local industries, I propose 16.7 billion to support manufacturing initiatives across implementing agencies. This includes 2.6 billion for equipping county integrated agro-industrial parks, the ones that have been completed. 5.4 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery projects. 602 million for development of a three-river textile hub. 300 million for establishment of flagship export processing zone SAP, and 604 million for the development of special economic zone textile park in Naivasha, and 2.4 billion for Kenya jobs and economic transformation. These measures will deepen industrial clustering and create high-quality jobs. Mr. Speaker, I further propose 500 million for Coffee Cherry Revolving Fund, 2 billion for coffee debt waivers, and 2.7 billion for sugar sector reforms in order to stabilize key agricultural industrial value chains and protect livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, to prepare our youth for industry needs, I propose Kenya shillings 500 million for construction of industrial research laboratories that will foster innovation, internship, and industry academia collaboration. Now, improving security, which is of concern to all of us. Mr. Speaker, a safe and stable environment is indispensable for investment, trade, and economic growth. I therefore propose 252.1 billion for defense, 144.7 billion for the National Police Service, 64 billion for the National Intelligence Service, 63.9 billion for internal security and the national administration, and 42.6 billion for prison services. And these allocations strengthen national security and uphold the rule of law. Specific security interventions or investments include 13 billion to cater for leasing of police motor vehicles, 7 billion for police modernization program, 1 billion for construction and modernization of national forensic facilities. I have also proposed 3.9 billion for stipend to village elders for the first time, something that has been talked about for years, to enhance local administrative capacities, to appreciate. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. I have also proposed 3.9 billion for stipend to village elders to enhance local administrative capacities and to appreciate and recognize the role played by village elders in helping address security and other societal challenges. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to turn to protecting the vulnerable groups in our society. Mr. Speaker, social safety nets remain central to BETA's objective of poverty reduction and inclusive growth. Strengthened safety nets protect livelihoods, create pathways out of poverty, and enable economically excluded households to participate in productive activities. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this regard, I propose 41.8 billion to protect the vulnerable Kenyans, including 24.6 billion for cash transfers to the elderly persons, 8.9 billion for cash transfers to orphans and vulnerable children, and 1.5 billion for cash transfers to persons living with severe disabilities. These measures provide immediate relief and sustain basic consumption. And Mr. Speaker, the allocation also includes 4.3 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, 550 million for the National Fund for the Disabled of Kenya, 1.1 billion for the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, and 200 million to support autism and albinism programs in order to strengthen social protection and community support systems. Under equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, anchored on the Kenya Young People's Agenda, we are funding key government interventions that will equip young youth with entrepreneurial and life skills, promote local and international employment, and unlock opportunities for youth-owned MSMEs. Mr. Speaker, the government will also fund initiatives that advance gender equality by promoting meaningful inclusion of women in decision-making, enhancing their economic empowerment, and in intensifying efforts to eliminate gender-based violence and harmful practices such as female genital mutilation. Mr. Speaker, to empower youth, women and constituencies across the country, I propose 110.2 billion for targeted initiatives. This includes 12.5 billion for the National Youth Service, 4.9 billion to National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, that is NYOTA project, 1.6 billion for Youth Employment Support Program, and 1 billion for film development services. These investments will spur skills development, civic engagement, and growth in creative industry. Mr. Speaker, to support women and girls, I propose 402 million for the Women Enterprise Fund and 4.9 billion for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund to enhance their inclusion, dignity, and economic participation. Mr. Speaker, to promote regional equity and strengthen local development, I propose 61.8 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund. 10.3 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in marginalized areas, and 10.5 billion for the Kenya Devolution Support Program number 2. In stimulating tourism growth, sports, culture, recreation, and arts. Mr. Speaker, sports and arts are vital for national identity, youth empowerment, and economic diversification. We will therefore promote sports at all levels, enforce international anti-doping standards, and commercial and indigenous knowledge to create livelihood opportunities. To harness national talent and promote Kenya as a regional cultural hub, I propose 45.6 billion for sports, culture, recreation, and tourism, including 25.2 billion for sports, arts and social development fund, 14.3 billion for the tourism fund, and these allocations will stimulate jobs, community development, and foreign exchange earnings. Under environment protection or environmental protection, water and natural resources, Mr. Speaker, environmental conservation, climate resilience, forest reforestation, biodiversity protection, and land restoration are central to sustainable development. Access to clean water, improved sanitation, and expanded irrigation are equally crucial for health, productivity, and agricultural growth. Towards this end, I propose an allocation of 124.8 billion for the cluster. And Mr. Speaker, to safeguard ecosystem and tackle climate risk, I propose 13.4 billion for forest resources conservation and management, 1.7 billion for forest research and development. I also propose 3.2 billion for tree growing campaign. Mr. Speaker, I further propose 4.7 billion for environment management and protection, 8.9 billion for the Kenya financing locally led climate action project, FLOCA, and 1.8 billion for meteorological service. Mr. Speaker, in order to support solid waste management in Nairobi, I propose 2.5 billion and 1 billion for the removal of asbestos as well. Additional targeted allocations in this sector include 13 billion for wildlife security, conservation and management, 1.2 for wildlife research and development, 1.1 billion for human-wildlife conflict compensation, 800 million for wildlife insurance. And these investments protect natural capital that underpins tourism and rural livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, to expand water infrastructure and ensure water security, I propose 51.5 billion for water and sewerage infrastructure development, 6.3 billion for water resource management, 2.5 billion for water storage and flood control. Mr. Speaker, to promote irrigation development in the country and reduce reliance on rain-fed agriculture, I propose 1.1 billion for irrigation and drainage development, 1.8 billion for large-scale commercial irrigation development, 3.3 billion for community-managed irrigation development, 3 billion for public irrigation schemes, 1.6 billion for revitalization of irrigation in asal areas, and these allocations will improve access, productivity, and resilience in agriculture and settlement. Now, improving governance and sustaining the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, strong institutions and adherence to the rule of law are prerequisites for sustainable development. Effective governance strengthens investor confidence and ensures efficient delivery of public services. To strengthen accountability and the rule of law, I propose 5.1 billion for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 7 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, 6 billion to the State Law Office, 9.8 billion for the Office of the Auditor General, and these allocations will intensify anti-corruption efforts and reinforce public sector integrity. Mr. Speaker, to enhance parliamentary oversight and legislative functions, I propose 50.9 billion for Parliament. Further, to support administration of justice, I propose 30.4 billion for the judiciary. These allocations are essential to uphold democracy, transparency, and citizen trust in public institutions. Now, allocations to county governments. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed in supporting devolution through intergovernmental fiscal transfers in line with Article 202 of the Constitution. I therefore propose to allocate 428 billion in equitable share, which shall be transferred to the respective county governments as per the first basis formula during the financial year 26-27. The 428 billion represents 21% of the most recently audited revenues for the financial year 22-23, way higher than the minimum of 15% prescribed in Article 203, 2 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, including the additional allocation from the national government share of revenue of 16.6 billion to the proposed shareable of 428 billion, implies that the county governments will receive a total of Kenya shillings 444.6 billion, just a few billions, less than about 5 billion less than what is in the 10-point agenda. Further to this allocation, I have proposed an additional allocation of 57.4 billion from loans and grants from development partners. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury has developed the draft Public Finance Management Bill 2025, which proposes to amend Sections 42 and 191 of the Public Finance Management Act, KSh 4.8. These amendments aim to provide for submission of two separate bills, one on the county government's additional allocations, national government share of revenue bill, and the other on proceeds from loans and grants from development partners bill. This will mitigate delays in the approval and disbursement of county government's additional allocations. Now let me speak or talk about equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, to support implementation of projects in the marginalized areas, 10.3 billion has been proposed as an allocation to the equalization fund in the financial year 26-27. Mr. Speaker, now I turn to county government spending bills. Mr. Speaker, the growing stock of pending bills in county government poses a fiscal risk. As of 30th June 2025, county governments reported outstanding pending bills of 183 billion. And Mr. Speaker, during its 27th ordinary session, the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, IBEC, approved and adopted the county government spending bills action plan submitted by the Controller Budget. The Council directed all county governments to customize and implement their respective pending bills action plans to progressively reduce the stock of pending bills. I urge county governments to ensure full implementation of the agreed action plans. Now let me turn to taxation measures. Having talked about expenditure, the money being allocated here and there, now it is the time to see where money is coming from. Taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, following the tragic events of 25th June of 2024, which I hope will never be repeated again in this country, a day that remains etched in our hearts, government was reminded of the need to always listen to the voices of our citizens. As I mentioned at the beginning of this statement, I championed public engagements with Kenyans of all walks of life while putting together this budget and the supporting policy measures. Mr. Speaker, over the last 1 month, focus has been more on the Finance Bill 2026. And like I mentioned, I engaged Kenyans widely in town hall meetings, various media stations, Bunge la Mwananchi at Jivanji Gardens here in Nairobi, Ongare Rongai in Kajiado, comrades at the University of Nairobi, Citizen Digital Express, just to mention but a few. I wish to thank all Kenyans who took time to attend these forums and engage with me. My assurance is that their voices have been reflected in the proposals that I'm presenting today. Mr. Speaker, in preparing these proposals, I have been guided by the overriding principle of placing the well-being of the common Mwananchi first. In this regard, I have deliberately chosen not to introduce new taxes or increase tax rates that would further overburden the hardworking Kenyans and their families. Instead, the measures are focused on reforms that improve efficiency in tax collection, create a fairness in the tax system, and broaden the revenue base without burdening the Mwananchi. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share a striking reality. Today, only 3.1 million working Kenyans contribute to pay as you earn. Yet, millions of other Kenyans that make money in our economy do not contribute to the taxes we collect. Many of these people have been filing nil returns year after year. The burden of developing this country has therefore been on a few of us. And Mr. Speaker, that this must change. We shall continue to broaden our tax base, a process that will help us lower tax rates to ease burden on the few that are tax compliant. Mr. Speaker, to support financing of the 2026-27 budget, I will today present highlights of two sets of proposals. The first set of proposals relates to custom measures agreed upon by the East African Community Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries responsible for finance and economic affairs during this year's pre-budget consultations held in Arusha, Tanzania on 15th May 2026, and which we will conclude this coming weekend. The measures agreed upon target to support local manufacturing, promote value addition, strengthen industrial competitiveness, enhance food security, protect jobs, and align the regional tariff structure with Kenya's economic development projects. The second set of proposals are contained in the Finance Bill of 2026. These measures are guided by three key principles. First, efficiency, to ensure tax collection is done with minimal leakages and ease compliance. Second, fairness, to ensure that the tax burden is shared equitably among all. And third, simplicity, to ensure that compliance with tax laws is straightforward, transparent, and predictable for all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the measures I present today, majority of which are targeted to simplify tax compliance and strengthen tax administration, are expected to yield an additional Kenya shillings 98.9 billion in terms of revenues. So let me turn to custom measures. Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to this House for the approval granted to the custom measures on 8th of May 2026, which are subsequently presented during the pre-budget consultations held in Arusha, Tanzania on 15th May of 2026. I wish to inform this House that all those measures were subsequently adopted by the East African Community Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance and economic affairs. These measures will take effect from 1st July 2026. I will now highlight some of them. Mr. Speaker, high production costs continue to constrain growth and competitiveness of local industries, particularly where manufacturers rely on imported inputs that are not available locally. To lower the cost of production for our local industries and make locally produced goods affordable, Kenya secured an approval at the region to continue applying a 0% duty remission on selected inputs used in manufacture of pharmaceutical products, roofing materials, automotive parts for vehicles and motorcycles, and cold rooms for preservation, leather processing, and the assembly of smart mobile phones. Laptops and tablets. Kenya also secured approval to continue applying a duty remission rate of only 10% on selected inputs used in furniture and door manufacturing, as well as completely knocked down kits for assembly of motorcycles. Through these measures, jobs created by the industries in these categories remain protected to support livelihood of our people. Mr. Speaker, food security is one of the pillars under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and therefore remains a national priority. To support affordability of food and animal feeds by Kenyans, Kenya was allowed to continue importing wheat at a duty remission rate of 10% instead of the common external tariff rate of 35%. Continue importing imports for manufacture of animal feeds. I want to repeat. Continue importing inputs for manufacture of animal feeds duty-free under the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme and apply a 0% import duty on dates consumed by our Muslim brothers and sisters during the period of Ramadan in 2027. Kenya also secured approval to continue applying an import duty of 35% or $200 per metric ton, whichever is higher, on imported rice instead of the common external tariff rate of 75% or $345 per metric ton. Mr. Speaker, to promote value addition of products locally grown by our farmers, Kenya was allowed a stay of application of East African Community common external tariff rates and apply a duty rate of 35% or equivalent specific duty rates on selected processed food products, including preserved vegetables, peas, sweet corn, tomato products, sauces, jams, edible oils, malt extract, and other prepared food products. This will cushion the local industries from imported products and make Kenyan products more competitive in the domestic market. Protect these agro-based industries, thus safeguarding income of our farmers and the local jobs created in the agro-processing value chain. Mr. Speaker, to protect local manufacturers in the textile, apparel, leather, and footwear sectors, and the many jobs in these industries, Kenya was granted an extension of a stay of application of EAC common standard tariff and apply higher duty rates ranging between 25% and 35% on imported textiles, apparel, blankets, bed linen, carpets, tarpaulins, leather products, and worn clothing, while maintaining 0% duty remission on selected inputs for leather processing. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen digital connectivity and part of the digital superhighway pillar of BETTER, the local assembly of smart devices remains a key priority. Expanding access to affordable smart telecommunication devices will enable more Kenyans participate in the digital economy and benefit from emerging opportunities in business and innovation. With this in mind, Kenya requested and was granted a 0% duty remission on inputs used in the assembly of smartphones, laptops, and tablets. Additionally, optical fiber, cables, and recorded software products will be imported at a higher tariff rate of 10% instead of the ESC common external tariff rate of 0%. Mr. Speaker, to lower the cost of construction materials for the delivery of affordable housing as part of BETTER priorities, Kenya was allowed to continue applying 0% duty remission on selected inputs for the manufacture of roofing materials and related industrial products. Further, to protect local industries that manufacture steel products, aluminum products, pipes, electrical equipment, ceramic tiles, and other construction materials, Kenya was also allowed to continue applying stays of application at duty rates ranging from 25% to 35%, together with equivalent specific duty rates where applicable, to discourage under declaration of import values. Mr. Speaker, given the limited fiscal space, Kenya continues to explore alternative financing models, particularly the public-private partnership arrangements in developing infrastructure projects. With this in mind, Kenya was granted a stay of application of the common tariff and apply a 0% import duty on goods, materials, and equipment imported for use in the PPP projects. Mr. Speaker, local assembly of motor vehicles and the manufacturing of automotive parts continue to create jobs for Kenyans. In this respect, Kenya applied to protect these industries and associated value chain. Kenya was granted a 0% duty remission on selected inputs used in the manufacture of automotive parts. Mr. Speaker, to support local manufacturing of paper and paper products, Kenya was allowed to continue applying stays of application at a rate of 35% on craft paper and paperboard, printed polybags, sacks and bags, and related packaging materials instead of the common tariff rates of 25%. Mr. Speaker, to protect local manufacturers of household and industrial products and the jobs therein, Kenya will continue to the stays of application under the common tariff rates and apply rates ranging from 25 to 35%, together with equivalent specific duty rates where applicable on products including LPG stoves, cookware, aluminium products, steel products, electrical equipment, and related manufactured goods. Now let me turn to the highlights of proposals in the Finance Bill. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the proposals in the Finance Bill 2026 that target to amend various domestic tax laws to improve revenue collection, ease tax compliance, and create fairness within the tax system. Under income tax, Mr. Speaker, currently certain corporate restructurings, such as mergers, amalgamations, or internal reorganizations are exempt from capital gains tax. To encourage the establishment and growth of real estate investment trusts, the bill is proposing to extend the exemption to qualifying property transfers into approved real estate investment trusts to avoid selective treatment or application. Mr. Speaker, to promote fairness, improve consistency within the tax system, and support investment in the petroleum sector, the bill is proposing to reduce the corporate tax rate applicable to non-resident petroleum contractors to 30% from 37.5%. This will harmonize with the rate that is applicable to other non-resident companies. The bill further clarifies that repatriated income earned by non-resident petroleum contractors will be subject to tax at the rate of 15%, consistent with the treatment applicable to other non-resident persons operating in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the current framework for taxation of trusts is complex and may create uncertainty in the taxation of trust incomes and distribution. To improve clarity and align the framework with the international best practices, the bill is proposing to introduce a single point taxation system at the trustee level and removes the risk of double taxation for beneficiaries, thereby improving compliance and reducing opportunities for tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, the bill does not propose to increase monthly income tax. I wish to state that. On the contrary, the bill is proposing a simplified tax framework for non-resident persons who earn monthly rental income in Kenya but do not pay tax on that income. In this case, therefore, non-resident landlords will be required to register and account for tax directly, especially where the property is not managed through a property agent, while preserving the existing withholding tax framework where non-residents are currently complying with their tax obligation. Mr. Speaker, this proposal will not result in higher rent or additional burden on existing tenants that reside in properties owned by non-residents. Mr. Speaker, currently any persons making payments to non-resident ship owners and charterers are required to withhold and remit tax on shipping income. This has affected compliance, particularly where persons producing shipping services are not aware of the withholding obligations. To simplify the administration of the tax and provide greater certainty in its collection, the bill is proposing to place the responsibility for payment of the tax on resident shipping agents and provide a clear timeline for remittance being within 5 days after receipt of payment or before the ship leaves the port of landing, whichever is earlier. Mr. Speaker, currently the deadline for filing tax returns is 30th June of every year for all categories of income, which leaves no room for verification and validation of filed returns before the commencement of another financial year. To provide sufficient time for verification and validation of returns, I propose revisions to the timelines for filing individual income tax returns. Under the proposal, taxpayers with nil returns will be required to file within 1 month after the end of the year of income, because they have nil returns anyway. While taxpayers whose income is fully taxed at source, including persons earning employment income only, will file within 4 months after the end of the year of income. All other taxpayers are required to file their return by 30th of June every year. All businesses will still continue to file their returns by 30th of June every year. So it is not true that we are reducing for everyone, making filing returns complicated. Mr. Speaker, currently gains arising from offshore transfers where the value of the transferred shares is derived from assets located in Kenya are not taxed. To ensure that gains derived from Kenya assets remain taxable in Kenya, irrespective of how the transaction is structured, the bill therefore proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to ensure that all gains from transfer of assets located in Kenya get same tax treatment irrespective of the location of the beneficial owners. Mr. Speaker, when companies make profits, those profits should find their way back to shareholders within a reasonable time. Currently, some companies have been holding back their profits indefinitely, simply to defer paying dividend tax. This is a loophole that needs to be addressed. In order to provide greater certainty in the application of the deemed dividend provision, which is already in law, and discourage indefinite retention of profits solely for purpose of deferring dividend taxation, the bill is proposing to introduce a minimum deemed dividend distribution threshold of 60% of undistributed income. Mr. Speaker, rapid advances in technology have transformed the way businesses make payments, distribute software, and provide services across borders. However, the current Income Tax Act provisions do not clearly address the tax treatment of certain payments arising from software distribution arrangements, payment card schemes, payment processing systems, and related digital platforms. This has created uncertainty and disputes regarding the taxation of interchange fees, merchant service fees, and other payments made for access to this system. The bill therefore proposes amendments to clarify the definition of management of professional fees and royalties in order to provide a clear legal framework for taxation of such payments and reduce opportunities for revenue leakage. Mr. Speaker, gambling activities have grown significantly in recent years, particularly through digital platforms. While these are legitimate activities, winnings from gambling are income, and like any other income, they should be taxed. The bill therefore proposes to introduce withholding tax on winnings lotteries and prize competitions. Mr. Speaker, the scrap metal trade is a significant economic activity that supports the livelihood of many Kenyans. To improve traceability of transactions and strengthen compliance for scrap metal trade, the bill proposes to introduce a withholding tax on incomes earned from the sale of scrap metal at a low rate of 1.5% of the gross amount paid. Mr. Speaker, currently payments made by the national carrier to non-resident service providers are exempt from payment of withholding income tax, while similar payments when made to residents are taxed. To promote fairness and ensure consistent tax treatment between resident and non-resident service providers, the bill proposes to remove the exemption from withholding tax on payments made by the national carrier to non-resident service providers. Value-added tax, VAT. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the proposed amendment to the value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, dialysis remains a life-sustaining treatment for many Kenyans living with kidney disease. Yet the cost of essential renal treatment equipment continues to place pressure on households and healthcare providers. The bill therefore proposes to exempt dialyzers, which is a critical life-saving component for patients experiencing kidney failure, from VAT to reduce their costs and make renal treatment affordable. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the important role that trade in used clothing and footwear, commonly known as mitumba, continues to play in supporting livelihood and affordable access to clothing across the country. To simplify compliance, the bill proposes to charge VAT at the point of importation, while subsequent domestic sales of worn clothing and worn footwear will be exempt from VAT. This means that mitumba traders selling to everyday Kenyans will not be burdened with VAT obligations. Contrary to what is being said out there, we are making mitumba more and more cheap because there will be no multiple VATs. You only pay once at the point of entry. Mr. Speaker, currently passengers arriving at the ports of entry in Kenya are allowed VAT exemption on value of goods not exceeding only US $300. This threshold has remained unchanged and has not kept pace with the current realities. The bill therefore is proposing to increase the VAT exempt threshold on value goods for passengers arriving at the ports of entry from US $300 to US $2,000. Mr. Speaker, the scrap metal sector plays an important role in supporting local manufacturing and recycling activities, but presents significant challenges in administration of input VAT. To simplify VAT administration within the sector, while complementing the withholding income tax framework proposed under the Income Tax Act, the bill therefore proposes to exempt scrap metal from payment of VAT. Mr. Speaker, public-private partnership continues to play an important role in the delivery of strategic infrastructure projects across the country. To reduce the cost of implementation of the projects, the bill proposes a VAT exemption for goods and services imported or procured locally for use solely in the approved public-private partnership infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, the rapid growth of digital payment platforms has created uncertainty regarding the VAT treatment of certain payment facilitation and processing services. While these services support financial transactions, they are distinct from the underlying financial services. The bill therefore seeks to clarify that core financial services, including money transfer services such as M-Pesa, will remain exempt from VAT, while platforms that facilitate services such as merchant acquiring, payment gateway, aggregation, and settlement services will not qualify for exemption. Mr. Speaker, to promote consistency in the treatment of input VAT and support proper administration of the VAT framework, the bill is proposing to require adjustment of input VAT previously claimed where goods that were intended for taxable supplies subsequently become exempt while still in stock. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's tax expenditure was estimated at 286 billion, or 1.8% of GDP in 2024, a decline from 368 billion, or 2.4% of GDP in 2023. But Mr. Speaker, to further reduce tax expenditures, I propose to rationalize some of the existing incentives, such as to remove VAT exemption on certain goods and services currently exempt, including denatured ethanol, direction finding compass, affordable housing construction inputs, tourism facility construction inputs, and aircrafts of Chapter 88, excluding parts and large aircrafts of over 2,000 kilograms. These are what we call choppers, helicopters. We are removing them from VAT exempt. But aircraft parts will still enjoy VAT exemption. To exclude from VAT exemption spare parts applicable to official aid-funded projects to reduce opportunities for misuse of the exemption. So we exempted the vehicles, but not the parts. Transfer selected supplies from zero-rated status to VAT-exempt status in line with the national tax policy objective of limiting zero rating primarily to export. To exempt mobile phones from VAT as part of the simplified taxation framework for mobile phones outlined under the proposal under Excise Duty Act. So when we talk of excise duty on phones, moving from 10% to 25%, they talk about that, but they fail to say that we are removing VAT on mobile phones from 16% to nothing. So the above measures are expected to further lower tax expenditures as a share of GDP, hence revenue collection. Excise Duty Act. Mr. Speaker, we now turn to the proposed amendment to the Excise Duty Act. Mr. Speaker, currently, more Kenyans are drinking bottled water in both urban and rural areas. The bill is proposing to remove excise duty of 6 shillings and 41 cents per liter of bottled water. We are removing excise duty on bottled water. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the vendors of bottled water will pass this benefit to the ordinary citizen by lowering the price of bottled water because it has ceased to be a luxury. Mr. Speaker, mobile phones have become essential tools for enhancing communication, access to information, and delivery of services. They support among others, education, businesses, financial services, e-commerce, healthcare, and social interaction, while also promoting digital inclusion, productivity, and social economic development. Mr. Speaker, to further encourage use of mobile phones in the country, the bill is proposing to simplify taxation of mobile phones by replacing the existing multiple taxes and levies with a single excise duty charged at the rate of 25% at the point of activation on any telecommunications network. This measure will lower the prices of mobile phones in the country. I heard another leader saying 25%, but I'm asking, why is he complaining about 25%? Does he want us to remain at 55.5%? Because that is the rate as at today. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of health risk associated with excessive sugar consumption, the bill proposes to increase excise duty on sugar-sweetened beverages from 14 shillings per litre to 20 shillings per litre. Mr. Speaker, in support of public health, the bill also proposes to adjust excise duty rates on other manufactured tobacco and tobacco substitutes, tobacco extracts, and essences from 11,382 shillings per kilogram to 12,550 per kilogram. While the excise duty rates applicable to cigars, churros, cigarillos, I don't consume this, so I have difficulty in reading, containing tobacco or tobacco substitutes will be adjusted from 16,260 shillings per kilogram to 18,000 shillings per kilogram. I don't know whether Honorable Mboko knows about this more than I do. Mr. Speaker, betting on horse trading is currently exempt from excise duty. In order to create fairness in the taxation of betting and gaming activities, the bill is proposing to remove this exemption. Further, to expand the scope of taxation, the bill proposes to amend the definition of gaming wallets to include land-based betting and gaming activities. Mr. Speaker, to promote fairness and consistency in the taxation of similar products, the bill is proposing to harmonize excise duty treatment within the alcoholic beverages sector by removing the preferential excise duty rate of Kenya shillings 10 per centiliter of pure alcohol for alcoholic beverages manufactured by small independent brewers. Mr. Speaker, in the Finance Act of 2025, excise duty rate for undenatured extra neutral alcohol supplied to licensed manufacturers of spirituous beverages was set at 500 shillings per litre. To support manufacturers in this sector, the bill proposes to reduce the applicable excise duty rate to 80 shillings per litre. And in addition, the bill proposes amendment to clarify that this rate is applicable to both locally purchased and imported undenatured extra neutral alcohol supplied to licensed manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, to address environmental externalities, the bill proposes to introduce excise duty on coal at the rate of 5% of the excisable value. The bill also proposes to extend excise duty on plastic articles for locally manufactured products in order to promote consistency in tax treatment. And Mr. Speaker, the bill further proposes to establish a clear excise duty taxation framework for vintage and collector vehicles. This proposal relates to vehicles whose year of first registration is at least 30 years before the date of purchase and whose value is at least 10 million shillings. Tax procedures. Mr. Speaker, I have about 30 more pages.
Nobody's complaining.
Looking at the time. Now, on Tax Procedures Act, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Tax Procedures Act seek to strengthen tax administration, improve compliance, support digitization, and make it easier for taxpayers to meet their obligations. Mr. Speaker, currently, foreign investors are required to obtain KRA PIN before opening Central Depository and Settlement Corporation, that is CDSC, accounts to participate in trading in the Nairobi Securities Exchange. In order to improve the attractiveness of Kenya's capital market to foreign portfolio investors, the bill proposes to exempt foreign investors from the requirement to obtain KRA PIN solely for purposes of opening Central Depository and Settlement Corporation accounts. Mr. Speaker, income earned by non-resident investors from investment in the Nairobi Securities Exchange is subject to withholding tax as a final tax, and they are not required to file annual income tax returns. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful that this House approved the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill of 2025 that was subsequently enacted in 2025. Mr. Speaker, currently there is no reporting framework for virtual asset transactions. In order to address this gap, the bill proposes to introduce a virtual asset reporting framework for virtual asset service providers so as to improve visibility of virtual asset transactions and align Kenya's reporting framework with the international best practices. Mr. Speaker, to simplify compliance, reduce filing errors, and improve efficiency in tax administration, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for pre-populated tax returns using information already available to the Kenya Revenue Authority. And under this amendment, taxpayers still retain the right to review, confirm, or amend the information before submitting their returns. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the integrity of the tax system and prevent tax arrangements designed primarily to obtain a tax benefit while preserving fairness for compliant taxpayers, the bill is proposing introduction of a general anti-avoidance rule applicable across tax laws. Mr. Speaker, the Tax Procedures Amendments Act of 2024 provided for a tax amnesty on penalties, interest, and fines for taxpayers on tax liabilities accrued up to 31st December 2023. This facilitated taxpayers to clear principal tax liabilities to government. In order to encourage settlement of existing tax liabilities by more taxpayers, this bill is proposing a 6-month amnesty beginning 1st July 2026 for tax liabilities accrued up to 31st December 2025. Under this amnesty, taxpayers who settle the principal tax due within the amnesty period will qualify for waiver of the related penalties, interest, and fines. Mr. Speaker, to support faster resolution of system-related issues and improve taxpayer confidence in digital tax administration, the bill proposes to allow for waiver of penalties and interest by the Commissioner up to a specified threshold of 2 million arising from electronic tax system errors. Mr. Speaker, to improve continuity of tax records and simplify compliance for reinstated entities, the bill proposes to provide for automatic reinstatement of a personal identification number where the registered company or other entity is restored to the official register. Mr. Speaker, to improve efficiency in tax administration, the bill is proposing to allow tax assessments to be issued based on information lawfully available to the Commission. Mr. Speaker, to further align enforcement of tax compliance, the bill is proposing to amend the Tax Procedures Act to clarify that enforcement of tax collection when a tax appeals tribunal or a court judgment on a tax dispute is in favor of the Commissioner shall only be suspended where a stay order has been granted. Mr. Speaker, to lower compliance costs and simplify customs clearance procedures, the bill is proposing to remove the requirement for importers to present certificates of origin where such certificates are not necessary for purposes of claiming preferential tariff treatment. Now let me turn to Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, the bill proposes to rationalize the application of import declaration fee and railway development levy exemption on aircraft by limiting the exemption to aircraft parts and large aircraft used for commercial air transport. This measure is intended to better target the exemption while supporting Kenya's position as a regional hub for aircraft maintenance and aviation services. Mr. Speaker, the bill is also proposing amendments to clarify the application of customs procedures to all fees and levies imposed under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. These measures are intended to improve administration and support prudent fiscal management. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of real estate investment trust market and development of Kenya's capital markets, the bill proposes to exempt from stamp duty transfers of beneficial interest in property into approved real estate investment trust. This measure complements the proposed amendments under the Income Tax Act on exemption of real estate investment trust from capital gains tax. Mr. Speaker, in line with the proposed simplified framework under the Excess Duty Act on mobile phones, the bill is proposing to exempt imported mobile phones from imported declaration fee and railway development levy, another benefit that is not being talked about by naysayers of the bill. Mr. Speaker, to increase resources available for road maintenance while ensuring that existing annuity obligations continue to be met, the bill proposes amendments to the Road Maintenance Levy Act to reduce the allocation to road annuity fund from 3 shillings per litre to 1.5 shillings per litre of fuel. And this reduction of 1 shilling and 50 cents per litre of fuel will be allocated to road maintenance levy funds. Mr. Speaker, let me now conclude. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to underscore that we have navigated a period of extraordinary challenge, yet the economy has held firm. Kenyans have demonstrated remarkable resilience and patience, and this government has remained steadfast in its commitment to deliver on the promises of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda at the most difficult period in the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, this budget was carefully crafted against a backdrop of limited fiscal space and competing priorities. It reflects prudent choices and disciplined fiscal management while directing resources towards programs and interventions that will have the greatest impact on the lives of ordinary Kenyans while staying firmly on course with our fiscal consolidation plan. Mr. Speaker, the reforms I have outlined today are designed to cushion our citizens, strengthen economic resilience, and lay the foundations for sustainable growth and transformation. They will stimulate job creation, ease the cost of living, and accelerate economic transformation of our people, that our people deserve. Mr. Speaker, this budget is deliberate, decisive, and targeted. It channels scarce resources to where they catalyze the greatest economic and social returns. To smallholder farmers and pastoralists, to MSMEs and youth, to health and education, to infrastructure that connects markets, and to institutions that uphold the rule of law. Every allocation is chosen to multiply employment, protect the vulnerable, advance equity, and unlock private investment. By prioritizing inclusive bottom-up growth, we will not only sustain recovery, but accelerate shared prosperity across Kenya. This, therefore, This is therefore a budget for Mwananchi. This is a budget for the people. I call upon honorable members and all Kenyans to stand behind its implementation as we work together with purpose and resolve towards our shared prosperity. Together, we can translate these investments into jobs, higher incomes, and a better future for every Kenyan. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and His Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, for their unwavering support, leadership, and counsel as we prepared this budget. I am forever grateful to His Excellency the President for the support he has given me and my ministry. I am also greatly indebted to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, all the Principal Secretaries, accounting officers, and all personnel across government ministries, departments and agencies who have diligently contributed to the development of financial year 26-27 budget. Allow me to thank you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, and your counterpart in the Senate, the majority and minority leaders, and the entire House leadership, including the respective clerks, for supporting the approval process of the financial year 26-27 budget. My sincere thanks to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Finance and National Planning Committee and all other departmental committees of this House, as well as the staff of the Parliamentary Budget Office, for their constructive inputs and leadership during the approval process of this budget. I appreciate in a special way Dr. Chris Kipto, the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury, and the staff of the National Treasury who have worked tirelessly, hard, long hours to ensure that this budget and the supporting documents are prepared and supported and submitted within the legal timelines. I also wish to appreciate my two other Principal Secretaries at the National Treasury, namely Dr. Boniface Barasa Makoha, the Principal Secretary for State Department for Economic Planning, and Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, the Principal Secretary for State Department of Public Investment and Assets Management, and their respective staff for the support during the preparation and finalization of the budget for financial year 26-27. My sincere appreciation also goes to the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, as well as the management and staff of both institutions, and all MDAs for their valuable contributions to the budget process. My gratitude to our multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. I also thank the private sector for their participation and contribution in the budget process. I wish to appreciate the members of the Fourth Estate and all non-state actors for the active engagement and participation in the financial year 2026-27 budget process. Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget to mention this. My sincere thanks also goes particularly to my dear wife, Madam Rhoda Mbadi, and my children who have remained my pillar. In the course of the year, calls of duty would be challenging, but when I got home, I felt relaxed among them. I will forever be grateful for their support, inspiration, and prayers as I executed my duties at the National Treasury. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank Kenyans from all walks of life who gave their suggestions and proposals throughout the budget-making process. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you will recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimates and the Finance Bill 2026, together with accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management Act, KSh 4.8. Today, I further submit the following documents to this August House and request that you graciously receive them. Number 1, budget statement for financial year 26-27. Number 2, the 2026 budget policy statement. Number 3, estimates of revenue, grants and loans for the financial year 26-27. Number 4, financial statement for the financial year 26-27 budget. Number 5, medium-term debt management strategy 2026. Number 6, budget highlights, the Mwananchi Guide for the financial year 2026-27 budget. And I believe we have put here also the Kiswahili version. Number 7, statistical annex to the budget statement for the financial year 26-27. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
You may take your seat, Minister. Order. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget highlights for the national government for the financial year 2026-27 and the medium term and the revenue-raising measures. In this regard, honorable members, I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of Sections 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary has submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2026-2027 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2026, which is under consideration by the House. Honourable members, it is now my pleasure to invite all honourable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, other Cabinet Secretaries, representatives of the Judiciary, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliament courtyard hereafter. Honourable members, the time now being 6:13, the House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 16th June 2026 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
You have been watching the pronouncement of the budget highlights by the Treasury Cabinet Secretary, Honorable John Mbadi. The broadcast has been brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation.
Na mtazamaji, ni Waziri wa Fedha John Mbadi ambaye amewasilisha bajeti rasmi ya mwaka 2026-2027 katika majengo ya bunge kwa takriban saa kama tatu hivi na kitu, akiwa anaisoma bajeti ile ya trilioni 4.8. Katika bajeti ile, mtazamaji, ni kwamba kuna pengo la takriban shilingi trilioni 1.12 ambalo Waziri wa Fedha John Mbadi amesema kwamba bila shaka litajazwa kupitia labda mikopo, lakini pia ya ndani na nje ya nchi, lakini pia kupitia kuimarishwa kwa mifumo ya ukusanyaji ushuru ama kodi ya mamlaka ya ukusanyaji wa kodi nchini KRA. Ni baadhi tu yale ambayo ameweza kuwazungumzia. Lakini pia nikizungumzia kuhusiana na bajeti hii, ni kwamba Wizara ya Elimu ambayo imefaidi zaidi katika bajeti hii imetengewa takriban shilingi bilioni 781.4, lakini pia Wizara ya Usalama bilioni 308, lakini pia wizara nyingine kama vile Wizara ya Kilimo bilioni 106, lakini pia ipo Wizara ya Kawi ambayo imetengewa bilioni 36. Ni baadhi tu ya zile sekta ambazo zimetengewa ama zimeweza kutajwa katika mgao huu wa fedha, ambapo Waziri wa Fedha John Mbadi amezungumzia katika bajeti hii ya mwaka 2026-2027. Kumbuka pia sekta afya imetengewa takriban shilingi bilioni 175.6, wakati sekta ya usalama kama nilivyokuarifu ikitengewa takriban shilingi bilioni 308. Kumbuka ni baadhi tu, kujaribu tu kuangalia yapi ambayo ametajwa na waziri huyu wa fedha. Pia amesema kwamba takriban shilingi bilioni 4 zimetengwa kwa ajili ya kuajiri walimu wale wanagenzi, akisema kwamba ni serikali hii ambayo pia imekuwa ikiwaajiri walimu na sasa inanuia kuajiri walimu 20,000 kila mwaka. Lakini katika mkumbo huu wote mmoja serikali tendaji kwa maana executive imetengewa takriban shilingi bilioni 2.92, nayo bunge la kitaifa takriban shilingi bilioni 50.98, na idara ya mahakama shilingi bilioni 30.38. Ni baadhi tu ya yale mambo ambayo waziri wa fedha John Mbadi ameweza kuzungumzia. Mpango wa Hustler Fund ambao bila shaka umekuwa ukitajwa hapa na pale, kumbuka ameweza kubainisha kwamba takriban shilingi bilioni 87 tayari zimewasilishwa ama zimetumwa, na hivyo basi Wakenya wameweza kunufaika. Na mpango ujenzi wa nyumba za bei nafuu pia ni miongoni mwa ule ambao umeweza kutengewa takriban shilingi bilioni 135.8. Kumbuka hapo baadaye tunamsubiria waziri wa fedha John Mbadi ambaye atakuwa anazungumza na wanahabari. Tutakuletea pia moja kwa moja kuhusiana na taarifa yake baada tu ya kuweza kuwasilisha bajeti ile katika bunge la kitaifa. Pia kuna sekta ya kilimo ambayo nimesema hapo awali kwa umetengewa takriban shilingi bilioni 106, lakini katika sekta hiyo mtazamaji, zipo takriban shilingi bilioni 33. Hizi zimetengwa kwa ajili ya kununua pembejeo, nikimaanisha mbolea, lakini pia ruzuku, yani subsidy kwa bidhaa za kilimo. Kumbuka ni mpango ambao pia serikali imeweza kuangazia kwa kina. Kwa hiyo katika bajeti hii pia kuna ule mpango pia wa utunzaji wa mazingira, kukabili athari za mabadiliko ya hali ya anga ambao umetengewa takriban shilingi bilioni 33.9, ambazo kati ya hizo zinajumuisha takriban shilingi bilioni 7.3 ambazo zimetengewa masuala ya maji, lakini pia bilioni 26.6 ambazo zimetengewa masuala hayo ya mikakati ya kukabili athari za mabadiliko ya hali ya anga. Ni baadhi tu mtazamaji ya kudondoa baadhi yale mambo ambayo waziri wa fedha John Mbadi ameweza kugusia katika wakati wake wa kuwasilisha bajeti hii katika bunge la kitaifa. Katika uwanja wa ndege wa Jomo Kenyatta, uwanja wa kimataifa, hukumbuka baada ya mpango huu wa Adani kuweza kufutiliwa mbali, sasa serikali imependekeza takriban shilingi bilioni 375 kwa kampuni ya ujenzi ya China Communication Construction Limited ambayo itakuwa inaendeleza upanuzi wa uwanja ule na pia kuboresha na kuwa na hadhi ya juu zaidi. Zaidi mtazamaji, haya ni baadhi tu mtazamaji ya mambo ambayo waziri huyu wa fedha John Mbadi ameweza kuwazungumzia katika kuwasilisha kwake kwa bajeti hii. Naamini kwamba pia katika bajeti hii yapo maswali ambayo pia labda Wakenya wamekuwa wakijiuliza kwa wingi kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo serikali hii itaweza itatafuta vipi namna gani pesa hizi takriban shilingi trilioni 1.12 ili kuweza kujaza hili pengo ambalo litakuwa limebaki katika ile bajeti nzima ya trilioni 4.8 na kitu hivi. Kwa hivyo bila shaka ni swala ambalo Mbadi amelizungumzia kwa kina. Kwanza amesema kwamba ipo haja ya kuweza kupanua lile kundi la Wakenya ambao wanalipa ushuru ili kuweza kukusanya kwa wingi ushuru ama kodi kwa wingi ili kuchangia katika kujaza pengo lile. Lakini pia amesema kwamba japokuwa kabla ya kuwasilisha bajeti hii alikuwa na kikao na waandishi wa habari mwendo kama saa 5 saa 4 hivi, amesema kwamba japokuwa tutafikiria pia kukopa katika mashirika ya nje, pia swala hilo pia litategemea, manake kuna baadhi ya mashirika ambayo bila shaka yanakuwa na viwango vya riba vya juu ambavyo pia huwa yanaathiri uchumi wa taifa hili. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, ni baadhi tu ya mambo ambayo waziri wa fedha John Mbadi ameweza kuadondoa, na sasa tuelekee moja kwa moja katika majengo ya bunge ambapo mwenzangu Ali Manzu amekita kambi katika majengo hayo kuweza kutufahamisha kulikoni katika eneo hilo, hasa kuzungumza na baadhi tu ya wabunge na viongozi kadhaa ambao wamehudhuria kikao hicho. Manzu, kwako.
Asante sana Amani, bila shaka tuko nje ya majengo ya bunge hivi sasa, na kama ulivyosema muda mfupi tu uliopita ndio tulikuwa tunamalizia bajeti ambayo imetoka kusomwa hapa. Ni bajeti ambayo tutasema katika kipindi hiki kwamba imekuwa ndefu zaidi baada ya kuwa hapa kuanzia mwendo kama wa saa 9 ama madakika chache tu ifike saa 9, na hadi hivi sasa bajeti imekamilika na baadhi ya wabunge, maseneta na viongozi wengine, hususan hasa wale ambao walihusika katika kutayarisha bajeti hii, na vile mtazamaji, kando na wabunge na hata maseneta pia kuna baadhi ya mawaziri ambao pia tuko nao hapa siku ya leo. Manake kumbuka ni bajeti ambayo inaangazia asasi ama idara mbali za serikali, na baadhi ya mawaziri walikuwa ni sharti waje hapa, na hivi sasa naye mmoja wa mawaziri ambaye tuko naye hivi sasa ni waziri wa usalama wa ndani ambaye niko naye hivi sasa. Mheshimiwa, habari ya leo mheshimiwa?
Salama sana.
Unaendeleaje?
Tunaendelea vizuri.
Naona umefika kwa wakati sana na tayari ulikuwa kuja uangalie namna bajeti ilivyosomwa. Na imani kwamba idara yako ama wizara imepewa karibu takriban bilioni 300 na ikiwa ni ongezeko la bilioni 20 ambazo zilikuwa zimeongezeka kinyume na pale katika bajeti ya nyuma. Labda ni mikakati gani ambayo mlikuwa mmeweka?
Mnajua kwamba mwaka jana tulifanya mikutano ya jukwaa la usalama, tukasikiliza Wakenya kwa nchi nzima, na kulikuwa na sehemu ambazo ilibidi lazima tuongezee tuseme nguvu kidogo. Kwanza unaona kwamba tulikubaliana kwamba ili tuwezeshe community policing, iweze mambo ya usalama ifike kwa community, lazima tupatie support wale wanaitwa village elders. Na unaona hiyo tumepewa sasa 3.9 billion kama vile tulipromise wazee wetu kwa jukwaa la usalama. Tuko sasa tayari kuwapatia hiyo 3.9 billion. Kuna pia fedha za kusaidia kujenga administrative units katika nchi nzima, na pia kuimprove our police infrastructure. Pia mnajua kwamba tuliwaandika wa polisi 10,000. Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba kwa bajeti ya mwaka huu ilikuwa inabidi kwamba salary zao lazima ikuwe hapo, na ile allowances na yote ambayo yanaweza kusaidia kwa mambo ya usalama. Mnajua kwamba pia hii ni mwaka ya uchaguzi, na tutawahitaji maafisa wetu wa polisi kwa sehemu nyingi za Kenya ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweka usalama ambayo ni bora zaidi. Na tuko na mikakati mingine mengi, hata ingawaje mnaona kwamba bajeti ni kubwa kulingana na yale mahitaji na ile kazi ya security. Umesikia tunafanya modernization kuhakikisha kwamba tumenunua modern equipment ya kusaidia kuprotect maofisa wetu wakati tunafanya operations. Pia katika bajeti hiyo tu tunatafuta magari ya kuhakikisha kwamba polisi wetu wamepata magari katika police stations zetu, kwa sababu hiyo ndio the missing link kwa wakati huu sana. Na kuna pia fedha yenye inasaidia kwa ile police leasing equipment yenye imeendelea. Kwa hivyo ni step moja ya improvement kwenda mbele. Pia nadhani kwamba tunaketi chini kuhakikisha kwamba tumeimarisha mambo ya usalama haswa katika jiji la Nairobi, na jipanga kuhakikisha kutoka mwezi wa Julai tumeweza kupata kutimiza ile tunaitwa Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit. Na ulijua kwamba tumefanya hivi majuzi benchmarking tours kwa NYPD na New York Police Department, London Metropolitan Police, PS wetu wa Interior saizi ana benchmark na Italy, na IG yako pale New York. Tunataka tuhakikishe kwamba wa urban areas inaweza kuongozwa kwa njia inayofaa, na kwa hivyo 6 towns kwa Kenya itakuwa na new cameras ya security cameras, ikiwa pamoja na improvement of camera installation in Nairobi.
Kabla ya kuzungumzia zaidi swala la Metropolitan Police, nafikiri pia tuangazie swala la usalama, hususan maeneo ambayo ni wafugaji. Labda mumeimarisha vipi ama mtaimarisha vipi usalama huu wakati ambapo unakuta kama kumekuwa na visa vya wizi wa mifugo, hata watu wengine kuuawa?
Kwa kweli kwa mwaka huu moja iliyopita tume-reduce mambo ya banditry na mambo ya wizi wa mifuko karibu tufikie by more than 50%. Ukijua kwamba Kerio Valley, Baringo, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana kulikuwa na vita wakati wote ama mara nyingi. Saizi tumekusanya kadri ya bunduki 2,000 kutoka sehemu hizo, kazi ambayo haikuwa inawezekana kwa miaka mingi sana. Hiyo ni one of the biggest celebrations yenye tuko nayo kwa mambo ya usalama. Tumebaki kwa sehemu chache, Samburu, Isiolo, sehemu ya Meru, na ndio unaona kwamba kwa bajeti hii ijayo kuna maafisa tumewatrain, specialized officers tumewatrain, hao watatusaidia pia kuhakikisha kwamba ile kona ambayo tuko bado na changamoto tutaweza kukaza.
Kumaanisha kwamba kwenye bajeti ambayo imesomwa hii leo, fedha ambazo mmepewa takriban zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 300, labda kuimarisha hivi vikosi vitakuwepo katika pia zile miji 6 ambayo umetaja?
Yes, miji hizo 6 tutaweza Metropolitan Police itakuwa Nairobi, lakini katika miji zingine 5 ikiwa pamoja na Nyeri, Nyeri, Nakuru, Kisumu, Mombasa, Eldoret. Hizo miji zitakuwa na pia cameras ambazo zitasaidia kuimarisha mambo ya usalama. Na hapa Nairobi tutakapoleta hizo cameras na ile command center yenye itakuwa hapa, utaona kwamba tutapambana na ile small gangs kwa towns na mambo ya theft na mambo ya kuibia watu kupitia motorcycles. Sasa tutakuwa na better monitoring abilities ya kupambana na hiyo.
Kwa ufupi tu, kwa maoni yako na kwa manufaa ya mtazamaji, labda bajeti yenyewe unaionaje?
Ninaona kwamba kweli nashukuru na kupongeza ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Mbadi kwa sababu amepambana kuhakikisha kwamba bajeti inaweza kusaidia mwananchi kupitia ile bottom up economic transformation agenda bila pia kuwekea burden wa Kenya. Ingawa mahitaji yetu ni mengi, ni bajeti ambayo inakuzia sana kuhakikisha kwamba mwananchi hajaweza kupewa mzigo zaidi, lakini inaangazia zaidi kuwafikia wale wako katika chini, wainuliwe mambo ya cash transfer, mambo ya agriculture economy, mambo inahusikana na dams, mambo yenye itasaidia kuhakikisha kwamba uchumi wetu umekuja juu.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Kipchumba. Huyo ni waziri katika Wizara ya Usalama wa Ndani. Nao wabunge wengine ambao pia wako hapa hivi sasa labda kutupa maoni yao. Habari ya leo Mheshimiwa.
Asante.
Ni bajeti ambayo bila shaka kwa mara ya pili imesomwa na John Mbadi, labda unaichukulia kwa uzito gani?
Ya muhimu ni kuangazia yale mambo ambayo waziri ameangazia, ambapo ni inaelekea jamii kwa ujumla, sio jamii wale walio chini. Katika ile speech yake ambayo alisoma ni kwamba bajeti ya mwaka huu inaangazia equity katika ile provision of article 10 of the constitution, ukiangazia zile miradi ambazo zinaelekea sehemu pakame ambapo yalikuwa yameachiliwa zamani, mabarabara za kule pembeni, maneno ya uchumi samawati kama mto wetu ama lake yetu, bahari inaitwa ziwa la Turkana kwa mara ya kwanza. Hiyo ni uvuvi ambao utaelekea sehemu ile. Ya muhimu ambao imependeza wa Kenya ni kuona wale wazee wetu wa mtaa ambao wamekuwa wakifanya kazi kwa miaka nenda miaka rudi, wakisaidia serikali kuweka amani baina ya wananchi, kutatua zile mambo madogo madogo ambayo asipoangaziwa pale chini inaleta utengano baina ya wananchi. Kwa mara ya kwanza hii bajeti ya leo imependekeza kuwaridai kwa ile kazi ambayo wanafanya.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa. Naarifiwa twende upande wa pili kule, tayari press conference imeanza kutoka kwa Waziri Mbadi, labda tutasikia kule alafu tuje tuendelee baadaye.
The members of the fourth estate, the media, to engage Kenyans constructively and objectively and with clear information. This is the time now for the members of the fourth estate to hold every leader accountable in whatever they say, especially regarding the budget estimate and finance bill. For example, when people make sweeping statements like they are defunding education, now I expect members of the fourth estate to come up with these figures and ask, defunding it from where to where? Where is the evidence? I have mentioned here, and I want to repeat it, education particularly. In 2021-22 budget, the total provision was 526 billion. That was 24.5% of the ministerial budget. This financial year, the budget that I've just read, the total allocation to the Ministry of Education is 784.5 billion shilling, which is 26.4% of the ministerial budget. So where is the defunding? Even if you go to granular, to the budget lines, and I mentioned money allocated to TSC, and it is not for nothing, moving from 290 to 421 billion in 4 years, it is not for no reason. It's because we have employed more teachers than any other administration. Secondly, look at the capitation money, which has been talked about a lot, moving from 626 billion in 2022 to today, 2026, 4 years later, 86 billion shillings. You go to Higher Education Loans Board, 15 billion, now 56 billion. And I can go on and on. But I am now leaving it to Kenyans to hold the leaders who just make sweeping statements and who sometimes pick my figures
remove a few data from my figures, take my finance bill, and claim to be providing alternative budget. If you want to provide alternative budget, have your people to do simulation. You will not manage the country if you, God forbid, become president with my data, because I will not be there to supply the data for you. So it is upon you now, members of the Fourth Estate, hold leaders to account. That's what I wanted to say. I don't want to say anything more, because the rest I have said on the floor of the House. And I want to thank National Assembly for providing that opportunity on behalf of the people of Kenya. Yes. Maybe you move closer. I know where you are heading. You are talking about pay as you earn. Yes, even if it is not in the finance bill, it is not off the table. We are going to make sure that the promise by the President and the CS National Treasury will be implemented. So we wait for this.
You should tell TOR you presented those papers in April.
TOR.
The President pronounced himself 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and you see, I've explained this, that there was some data and analysis that we were doing. We have now agreed, and the President has pronounced himself unequivocally that is going to be implemented. You know, TOR, please don't take me that route. That will be implemented. We have given a commitment. This government is not going to lie to Kenya. We have given that commitment. Wait for the commitment. It is us who said it. No one pushed the government to say it. It is us. President, myself, we sat, we agreed, and we have communicated. It will be done. And by the way, I was forgetting something. Someone claimed that they will implement Treasury single account, Treasury single Treasury account, and cut costs. We have already implemented, and I have just read there that we have saved over 61% of overdraft cost. So what is this that they want to implement? I think you're jumping the gun. That is something that is still in the thought process. If I start telling you, I'm telling you based on what? This is a thought process that has been started, and it may be actualized, it may not be actualized. We are thinking through how best to implement housing program. And that is a proposal that is on the table. Yeah, any other? So, mwambie hao wengine, in fact in my language they say, preparing budget ya kalongolongo. Waachane na hizo budget za kalongolongo. Let them critique our budget and tell us where it is not making sense. Thank you very much.
Kalongolongo. Good.
Thank you. Good. Chairman, I will start with you, please. Naomba unijibu kitu kimoja, yes.
Ni waziri wa fedha John Mbadi akijibu maswali mbalimbali kutoka kwa wanahabari kuhusiana na bajeti ambayo amewasilisha, akisema kwamba akizungumza pia kuhusiana na bajeti ile ambayo iliwasilishwa na mrengo upinzani, akisema kwamba baadhi ya yale mambo ambayo alikuwa akiyazungumzia tayari yalikuwa yamependekezwa katika bajeti hiyo. Kwa sasa tuelekee moja kwa moja kwa mwanahabari wetu Ali Manzo ambaye yupo katika majengo ya bunge kuendeleza mahojiano haya. Kwako Manzo.
Asante sana Samamani. Bila shaka baada ya kusikia taarifa hiyo kutoka kwa waziri mwenyewe, ambaye kama ada huwa baada ya kupeana bajeti huwa anakuja anazungumza na wanahabari na vile vile anaulizwa maswali. Hivi sasa basi naungana na katibu katika wizara ya vijana Afrikini Jacobs. Karibu sana mheshimiwa, labda habari ya leo?
Nashukuru sana bwana Mwanza.
Asante sana kwa kuwa nasi hapa. Labda kwa manufaa ya mtazamaji, labda vijana wamefaidika na nini?
Nafikiri kwanza kabisa nichukue fursa hii adimu nimshukuru sana waziri kwa sababu ya umakinifu na utaratibu ambao amekuwa nao katika kuwasilisha makadirio ya bajeti. Na niseme kwanza kabisa, nafikiri kitu cha msingi ambacho kimezungumzika leo ni kutoa taarifa ambayo kwa inaleta uwazi katika mchakato wa bajeti. Kwa sababu mara nyingi, kwa sababu swala hili huwa nzito sana kwa ufahamu wa kila mtu, mara nyingi sana huwa iko na habari potoshi nyingi, hasa ambazo zinaelekeza vijana kwa njia ambazo sizo. Na kila ambacho nimeona hapa, kwanza nimeona kwamba waziri amejikita sana katika ufafanuzi wa hali halisi, mstari baada ya mstari wa bajeti nzima. Kwa hivyo kwanza kabisa mimi nataka nimshukuru sana waziri kwa hatua hiyo. Angalau vijana wa taifa la Kenya, ama kama kulikuwa na mtu yoyote angetizamia kwamba vijana wangepata habari potoshi, na watumie hiyo kwa manufaa yao, kwamba hapa wamepata jawabu sahihi. Pili, kama katibu ambaye inasimamia idara ya vijana na uchumi bunifu, nataka pia vile vile nishukuru kwamba angalau sekta hii imepata mgao mkubwa 112 billion, ambayo of course tunashare na wale sector partners wetu, watu wa agenda. Lakini nimeona hapo kuna pesa ya vijana wa NYS, kuna pesa ya vijana ya empowerment ile ya nyota, karibia bilioni 3 zimetajwa hapa. Hapa pia vile vile kuna pesa ya kusaidia vijana katika uchumi bunifu. Na mimi niseme kwamba sekta hii ya uchumi bunifu tumekuwa tukisukuma muda mrefu sana. Ikiwa katika majengo haya ya bunge kuna kadirio ya bill ya Creative Economy 2026, na naamini kwamba kwa kuwa sasa hivi tumepata mgao, inamaanisha kutuko na tayari wa kuinua sekta hii ya uchumi bunifu zaidi na zaidi.
Kwa kijana ambaye yuko mtaani hivi sasa, labda ameishiwa na matumaini, labda ajue afanye nini, labda ategemee nini?
Nafikiri tukizungumzia vijana, kuwawezesha vijana upande wa kibiashara limezungumzwa. Kuwawezesha vijana katika utafiti wa nyanza za kiuchumi, pia vile vile chini ya ile State Department ya industrialization, pia vile vile umetajwa. Mradi wa KSh ambao unasaidia vijana kupata biashara kujiendeleza, pia vile vile umepata mgao. Kwa hivyo saa hii si wakati wa kijana kuvunjika moyo, ni wakati wa kijana kujitokeza kimasomaso. Pia nikiangalia digital economy, upande ambao vijana wengi wamejiingiza sana kule katika kujiendeleza kiuchumi, umepata mgao mkubwa zaidi ambao naamini utaenda kuweka msingi mzuri wa kuwasaidia vijana kuzidi kujiendeleza maishani. Asante sana.
Mheshimiwa, huyo ni katibu katika wizara ya vijana. Hivi sasa pia naye mheshimiwa mwingine ambaye tuko naye hapa, labda kwa majina, kwa manufaa ya mtazamaji wetu, na bajeti umeionaje leo?
Basi huyu ni Timothy Kipchumba, mjumbe wa Marakwet West. Mimi nimefurahi sana kwa sababu wakati rais alipokuwa na campaign kupitia chama chake cha Kenya Kwanza, alisema ya kwamba agenda yake ilikuwa bottom up. Na leo tumeona ya kwamba pesa imetengwa 3.9 billion shillings ya kuweza kupea village elders stipend. Na our village elders in total, there are more than 150,000. Kama kuna mtu ambaye ako bottom katika nchi hii, ni ule village elder. Na village elders kutoka tupate independence 1963 mpaka sasa hii hawajawahi kuwa recognized by any government, but serikali hii kupitia ile agenda yao ama azimio yao ya bottom up wameweza ku recognize village elders for the first time. So I'm very excited as a member of parliament ya kwamba tumeweza kusaidia village elders. Ya pili, kwa mambo ya education, serikali imeweka budget ya 781 billion towards mambo ya education katika nchi hii. Na imenifurahisha kwa sababu kwa mwaka 3.5 serikali hii imeweza kuandika walimu 1,100 na kwenda mbele. Lakini ukikompare na wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta, the last regime, in 10 years time the teachers employed were 107,000. So within 3.5 years rais ameweza kuandika walimu ama serikali hii walimu 1,100 I believe. Na tuko na backlog ambayo walimu ambao wamehitimu na wajapata kazi, there are 343,000. So I am sure kwamba serikali hii baada ya miaka 10 watakuwa wamemaliza kwa mambo ya walimu. Na kwa mambo ya energy ya stima, I'm very excited kwa sababu tumetenga 16 billion towards last mile connectivity. Kama kuna kitu ambaye inatupea changamoto aswa sisi wanasiasa tukienda pale mashinani tunaulizwa mambo ya stima. Tumepewa 16 billion. Ukigawa against the 290 constituencies, that amounts to 55 million per constituency. So mimi nimefurahishwa na hiyo na kwamba watu wangu watapata stima.
Asante sana team kwa siku ya leo. Mtazamaji, bado tuko hapa na ninaye hapa mbunge kutoka maeneo ya Seme, Dr. James Nyikal. What's your take home from the budget today?
I think this is a good budget because to begin with, the background that he gave, the economic management, the financial management, and then when he focused on the application of the funds, he looked at very critical sectors. Of course, for me, I'll start with health. He looked at very keen areas. He looked at the primary health care fund. That is really key. It's going to help a lot in level 2 and level 3 care. He also put money in KEMSA, and now we think KEMSA should be able to get the drugs there. He put money on human resource. The UHC workers that have been going on strike all the time, the interns. So I think this is done a good thing there. Then there's also social protection, where he's put money on the cash transfers. Those are also very key areas. And then in education, he has put considerable money in education. We have problems in education, and maybe the money is good, but they will have to look at the management. There are so many policies in education that probably those policies clash. But at least now, they have put the money in education. Infrastructure, he has also looked at it. He's put a lot of money, the roads, Rironi, Maimai. That's a very important road for actually Western Kenya. And he's even looked at the ferry services. We have always been aware of the ferry services in Mombasa, but this time he has put the ferry services even in Lake Victoria, where you actually need them. There are a lot of islands there. So overall, even in manufacturing, he actually put some money on manufacturing. And when you come to taxes, like for example in dialysis, the things you use for dialysis is reduce the taxes on those. So I think overall, I think it's a good budget. It's well balanced, but more important to me is the financial and the economic management around it. So with that financing, with that economic management, I think this is a budget that we can look forward.
Do you think there's anything that has been left?
Well, to me, he has covered security. Again, in security, he has actually put the money in security. So I think in the core areas, I think it's done. I really don't see an area which I can say this area has been neglected.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Nyikal. Asante sana. Huo ni Mheshimiwa James Nyikal. Hivi sasa naye mbunge Kimani pia kutoka maeneo ya kaunti ya Nakuru kule. Habari ya leo Mheshimiwa?
Salama kabisa, habari ya KTN.
Sio mbaya, tunashukuru. Labda kwa manufaa ya mtazamaji, ni kitu gani unadhani labda hakikuangaziwa vyema katika bajeti ya leo kwa mwananchi?
Kwanza kabisa yale masuala ambayo waziri ameweza kuyazungumzia ni ile tunaita budget highlights. Lakini wiki ijayo baada ya kuconsider ile revenue projections, tutakuwa na kipindi kingine cha kufanya committee of supply. Na kwa hivyo kama kuna jambo lolote ambalo linaweza kuwa halijaangaziwa, kunayo nafasi ya kuiangazia katika bajeti. Kwa sababu ni vizuri sana Wakenya waelewe kwamba waziri ametoa speech yake ya budget, sio kusema ya kwamba process imeisha. Ile process ambayo itafanyika ni wiki ijayo katika committee of supply, ndivyo sasa tutaweka we put pen and paper, we put every allocation now to the vote. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa sijaona jambo lolote ambalo pengine halijaangaziwa katika bajeti, lakini kama kuna swala ambalo litaibuka ambalo lina manufaa zaidi ambalo linafaa kuangaziwa, bado kuna nafasi ya kufanya hivyo wiki ijayo wakati tutakuwa tunafanya committee of supply.
Ni bajeti ambayo itagharimu wa Kenya bilioni 4.8, trilioni 4.8 mtazamaji. Na kufikia sasa mheshimiwa, ni kwamba bado kuna upungufu wa trilioni kama 1.1. Hizi fedha labda upande wenu mtasaidia vipi kuhakikisha kwamba hiki kima kinapatikana?
Kwanza utapata katika ripoti ama mapendekezo ambayo yako katika finance bill ni mambo tunafanya ya tax based expansion, kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja ambaye anafaa kulipa kodi analipa the right share, not a shilling more, not a shilling less. Na hivyo tunaleta mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba hizo loopholes ambazo taxes zilikuwa zinapotea, na hasa big corporations ambao walikuwa na claim fictitious inputs na mambo mengine, basi zimeondolewa ili kwamba tax base iko expanded na tukue kikapu ambazo tunaweza kugenerate local layers kuongezeka. Lakini pia niweze kueleza, ingawa ukisoma the deficit ni 1.1 trillion shillings in nominal terms, ukicompare hii budget na budget ya mwaka jana, hiyo deficit ni hii sasa ya saizi ni 5.3% of GDP. Ya mwaka jana ilikuwa 6.4% of GDP. Kwa hivyo in terms of kama deficit hii ni mbaya, in fact this deficit is way better, is way lower, kwa sababu as a percentage of GDP iko chini, kwa sababu GDP yetu imefanya nini? Imefanya kwa expand. So don't just look at the 1.1 trillion shillings in nominal terms, look at it as a percentage of GDP. Na kueleza kwa pengine lugha rahisi kidogo, ni kama unaweza kuwa umechukua loan kutoka kwa payslip yako, lakini kama umeongezewa mshahara, hata ukichukua loan kubwa zaidi, sio kusema basi hiyo loan ni mbaya kwa sababu umeweza kuongezewa mshahara. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kama ndio tunasema expansion ya GDP. Kwa hivyo hiyo that deficit isikuwe itasumbua mtu Kenya yote ama inaonekana kama ni mbaya. It's actually a good thing, it's better prudent financial management than even when we had last financial year.
Mwisho kabisa mheshimiwa, kuhusiana na mswada ule wa fedha 2026 ambao pia wewe ni mmoja watu ambao mnauangalia sana, kuna swala la ada ala kodi zile za simu na vitu kama hivyo. Tuelezee hapa hasa inamaanisha nini, na iwapo huu mzigo utamwendea mwananchi mwenyewe wa kawaida ama mwenye kutengeneza ile simu ama kuuza?
Kwanza kabisa tuweze kuelewa kwamba ada ambazo ziko kwa simu kwa sasa ni 55.5%. Kwa sababu kuna VAT ya 16%, kuna excess duty ya 15%, hiyo inakuja, alafu kuna IDF ya 2.5 na kuna RDL. Kwa hivyo yote inakuja 55.5%. Lakini mapendekezo ambayo yako sasa katika mswada wa fedha yanapunguza hizo kutoka 55.5% hadi 50% kwa zile ambazo ziko imported na hadi 25% kwa zile ambazo ziko locally manufactured. Kwa hivyo mswada huu kama vile ulivyo is actually better katika cost ya simu. Lakini jambo ambalo nimeweza kuibuka kutoka kwa public participation ni pale inasemekana point of activation. Kwa hivyo saa hizi tuko katika retreat, tunaendelea kuandika report yetu, na Tuesday next week utaona report yetu ikiangazia basi ni vipi tutabalance haya maneno yetu kuhakikisha kwamba bei za simu zimeendelea kuwa za bei nafuu na haiongezi na kulipa ushuru wake, haiongezi mzigo in terms of administration kwa watumiaji wa simu.
Asante sana mheshimiwa Kimani huyo kutoka eneo la Molo, ambaye pia anahusika zaidi na masuala ya ule mswada wa fedha. Hivi sasa ninaye mmoja wa bunge kutoka maeneo ya Likoni kule. Mishimboko, asalamu alaykum.
Wa alaykum salam.
Labda kwa manufaa ya mtazamaji anayekupata pale maeneo ya Likoni, bajeti ya leo unaichukulia kwa uzito gani?
Kwanza mimi niwaambie watu wa Likoni, tumekuwa na matatizo sana ya kile kivuko cha kule Mtongwe, na ilikuwa ni kwa sababu ya ramp, na tumemsikia waziri akisema kwamba wameweka fedha ili kuweza kumaliza ile ramp. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha kivuko kile cha Mtongwe kitaweza kufanya kazi. Pande ile nyingine kilikuwa imemalizika ramp, lakini pande ya Mombasa ilikuwa bado haijamalizika. Na jambo jingine ni zile pesa za kusettle wale squatters. Na nikiangalia pale sehemu ya Likoni, kuna watu ambao wamekaa katika mashamba kama yale mashamba ya pale Mwananguvuze, mashamba Mwatalafu, mashamba ya Vitangaraweni, mashamba ya kule Senti 10, ambapo wakati rais alipokuwa ziara ya kule pwani aliweza kupatana na wale mabwanyenye ama wale ambao wanasema yale mashamba ni yao. Kwa hivyo kama kumewekwa zile pesa na zikaambiwa katika zile pesa kuna zile ambazo zitafidia kuweza kusettle wale wakazi wa pwani ambao ni maskota kwa wakati huu. Kwa hivyo ni jambo litawasaidia. Jambo jingine ni swala la elimu. tukijua tuna mfumo wa CBC ambao mfumo huu unahitaji miundo misingi haswa kupata madarasa zaidi, kupata walimu zaidi na ile tunaita capitation ya kila mwanafunzi, ili mwanafunzi awe hataweza kurejeshwa nyumbani, ataweza kupata elimu kamili. Jengine ni kilimo samawati. Sisi tunatoka kule pwani, hata Likoni kuna bahari, kuna wavuvi na kuna wale kina mama wanauza samaki. Kwa hivyo kumewekwa pesa ya kutosha ili tuweze kuwa na zile landing site ya kuweza kusaidia wavuvi, kutakuwa na storage facility, kutakuwa na mambo kama hayo. Tutasaidia wavuvi wapate maboti makubwa waweze kuvua na waweze kuboresha kilimo chao cha samaki.
Asante.
Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo litatusaidia sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mishi Mbogo. Mtazamaji, kufikia hapa la ziada tunakamilisha hapa, lakini kama ilivyoelezewa kwamba baada ya kusoma kwa bajeti hii sasa kuanzia wiki ijayo wabunge watapewa fursa kuanza kujadili baadhi ya vipengee muhimu sana, huku pia upande wa baadhi ya miswada ambayo itakayokuwa ama imependekezwa pia itakuwa ni yenye kupewa kipaumbele, kuangaziwa kwa undani zaidi, kuona ni kipi ambacho kitachomfaa mwananchi kabla ya kuja chini zaidi na kuzungumza na mwananchi ili kumshirikisha katika kutoa maoni yake. Nadhani kutoka hapa tuna la ziada, inaelekea saa 1 kamili saa za Afrika Mashariki. Kwa niaba ya wenzangu ambao wamefanikisha matangazo haya kuanzia mwendo asubuhi tukiwa na wewe studio hadi hapa, mtazamaji, hatuna la ziada na kurejesha studio na Samamani. Nadhani taarifa mmetuandalia vilivyo. Mimi ni Ali Manzu, asante kwa kutazama.
This is KTN.
Hiyo maneno ya vetting iondolewe, ndio vijana wote wa Kenya wapate vitambulisho.
These things ziko na serious security implications. Sio kitu ya kufanya kiolola namna hii.
Wewe Mkenya, mimi ni 15,000 and buy ID.
We can't account for the people we have issued IDs in the past few years, and you can take that to the bank. It honestly scares me.
What we are doing with this, in the name of wanting to win a second term of a presidential election, is exposing ourselves to danger, which we don't know when we will ever resolve ourselves out of.
Every now and then, fake news might pull a few strings, but when it comes to reporting the facts, there's only one tune we dance to, our own. For more than 100 years, The Standard has delivered insightful fact-based journalism, and you can't fake that.
In a world drowning in half-truths, in whispers that masquerade as facts, how do you find the real story? You cut through the noise, you demand clarity. For decades, The Standard and The Standard e-paper have been Kenya's unwavering heartbeat. It is judged every word, every angle, bold enough to challenge and reveal factual above all else. But the truth isn't static. It evolves in every moment, and so do we. Presenting The Standard all-in-one app, your direct portal to real-time news, curated entertainment, and premium content. From the unfiltered truth of breaking stories to the depth of our exclusive investigations. From powerful podcasts that challenge perspectives to the complete e-paper experience in your hands. This isn't just an app. It's your daily dose of pride in Kenyan journalism. It is the trust you deserve. Don't just hear news. Understand it. Live it. Download the Standard all-in-one app today. Be part of something bigger. The Standard. For generations, Kenya's unwavering voice. Judged, bold, factual.
MoFix Moments. Moments of pure love wrapped in comfort, because every smile deserves the best protection. From tiny toes to cozy cuddles, snuggles, and giggles made extra soft. Renewed Molfix is now even more absorbent with double-layered upper surface. Only 20 Kenya shillings, single-piece Molfix at your duka.
From 11th June to 19th July, everything can wait. The FIFA World Cup 2026. Get DSTV access for as little as 1,450 Kenya shillings today.
This is KTN.
Na mtazamaji, ni saa 1 usiku saa za Afrika Mashariki, nikitumai kwamba siku yako imekwendea vyema mahali popote ulipo, ikiwa ni siku muhimu zaidi hapa nchini Kenya baada ya bajeti ya takriban shilingi trilioni 4.8 kuweza kuwasilishwa katika majengo ya bunge na waziri wa fedha John Mbadi. Hujambo na karibu kwenye taarifa zetu za KTN leo. Tuko tumekuandalia taarifa mbalimbali kote nchini. Naitwa Sama Maani, mwenzangu kwa lugha ishara ni Wilson Mushora. Karibu. Naam, sera ya kifedha ya Kenya kwa mwaka 2026-2027 sasa imewekwa wazi baada ya waziri wa fedha John Mbadi kuwasilisha bajeti ya shilingi trilioni 4.8 bungeni. Mpango huo wa matumizi unaashiria serikali inayojaribu kusawazisha kati ya kudhibiti deni linaloongezeka, kuepuka ongezeko jipya la kodi na kuendeleza sekta muhimu za uchumi nchini. Nyakundi Kelvin ana taarifa zaidi.
Sera ya kifedha ya Kenya kwa mwaka wa 2026-2027 imewasilishwa rasmi, ambapo waziri wa hazina John Mbadi ameweka mezani bajeti ya shilingi trilioni 4.8 bungeni. Mpango huo wa matumizi unalenga kuimarisha uchumi, kudhibiti deni la umma na kuendeleza huduma muhimu za serikali.
Kenya's infrastructure financing deficit stands at approximately $5 billion every year. That's about 650 billion Kenya shillings. Our development budget, while growing, cannot close that gap alone. The era of financing every road, every power line, and every dam through government borrowing and taxation is over.
Vipaumbele vikuu ni pamoja na elimu, afya, miundombinu, mpango wa nyumba nafuu pamoja na hifadhi ya jamii chini ya ajenda ya maendeleo ya serikali. Wizara ya Fedha inasema bajeti hii imejikita katika sera ya uimarishaji wa matumizi ya fedha za umma kwa lengo la kuongeza ufanisi na kuhakikisha deni linaendelea kuwa endelevu. Kuhusu mapato, serikali inalenga kuongeza ufuatiliaji wa ulipaji kodi na kupanua idadi ya walipa kodi badala ya kuongeza kodi nyingine kubwa.
Kenyans want an economy that works for them. An economy where the cost of living is manageable, where opportunities for employment and businesses are expanding, and where the benefits of economic growth are shared widely across society. Mr. Speaker, wananchi want to see a government that listens to their concerns and responds with policies that promote opportunity, fairness and prosperity.
Huduma ya deni la taifa bado ni sehemu kubwa ya matumizi ya serikali pamoja na matumizi ya kawaida na ya maendeleo. Mapendekezo hayo sasa yanaelekea bungeni kwa hatua ya uchambuzi wa kamati na mchakato wa mswada wa fedha kabla ya kupitishwa rasmi. Nyakundi Kelvin, KTN.
Naam, wakati serikali ikiwasilisha bajeti ya mwaka wa fedha 2026-2027, mwananchi wa kawaida amekuwa akijitahidi kusawazisha matumaini yake yalingane na bajeti ndogo ya kila siku, kila wiki au hata kila mwaka kwa muda wa zaidi ya mwaka mzima. Huku gharama maisha ikiendelea kupanda, familia nyingi zina matumaini kwamba bajeti ya mwaka huu itakuwa na hatua zitakazofanya maisha yawe rahisi zaidi. Mwanahabari wetu Daniel Kariuki ametangamana na mwananchi ili apate tu taswira kamili ya jinsi mwananchi wa kawaida anakabiliwa na changamoto za kusimamia bajeti yake ya kila siku.
Mamilioni ya Wakenya huamka kila siku na kuelekea kazini wakiwa na matumaini kwamba mwishoni mwa siku wataweza kulisha familia zao na kumudu maisha yenye utulivu na staha. Kwa kupanda kwa mfumuko wa bei, Wakenya wa kawaida wakiwemo wale wanaopokea mshahara wa kiwango cha chini wanalazimika kufanya hesabu ngumu ya matumizi ili kukidhi mahitaji yao katikati mwa kuongezeka kwa bei za bidhaa muhimu. Tulikutana na Jacqueline Mboya, muuzaji wa mayai ambaye huamka saa 12 asubuhi na kuanza rasmi shughuli zake za kila siku.
Sinyanya nanunua 100 na ni kidogo kabisa iwezi tosha. Na kitunguu, pilipili na hizi tomato zote ziko hapo.
Hata hivyo, kutokana na kupanda kwa bei za bidhaa mbalimbali, Jacqueline anajitahidi kuhakikisha biashara yake inasalia imara.
Nikiuza hii mayai mbao niko chini. Kwa vile hii kreti inauzwa na 4.8. Ni kung'ang'ana tu nipate 10 nilee watoto. Ndio nataka zipunguzwe speed.
Na si Jacqueline tu. Tunakutana na Washira anayefanya kazi katika sekta ya jua kali. Kwake makali ya gharama ya juu ya maisha yanambana koo.
Sasa hivi hata vile mmepita hapa, hata tukitazama mfuko wangu iko empty, iko na kifunguu cha nyumba, hamna hela ndani. Unaamka asubuhi unaenda ati ni 300. 300 kwanza fare ni 200. Haya umebaki na 100, utafikaje kwa nyumba?
Wanaopokea kipato cha chini wamekuwa na matumaini kwamba bajeti ya mwaka wa kifedha 26-27 iliyowasilishwa na serikali ingewakumbuka na kuwapunguzia mzigo wa ushuru, japo hali si hali.
Vile kila kitu yote iko juu. Ukienda kwa duka kununua vitu, mafuta iko juu kabisa, kila kitu iko juu.
Angalie wananchi wa kawaida wa chini, sisi wenyewe tunaumia.
Tunajaribu kuangalia mbele, tunaangalia nyuma na hatuna tofauti.
Je, bajeti ya waziri wa fedha John Mbadi itaweza kuziba pengo kati ya mipango ya serikali na mahitaji halisi ya kila siku ya mwananchi? Huku serikali ikiwasilisha bajeti yake ya mwaka wa kifedha mwaka 2026-27, Wakenya wanasalia na matumaini kuwa hali itabadilika na angalau gharama ya maisha kuweza kushuka. Daniel Kariuki, KTN, Nairobi.
Na tusalie katika masuala ya bajeti, mtazamaji. Wakati wa Kenya wakiendelea kukabiliana na gharama ya juu ya maisha, ukosefu wa ajira na deni kubwa la umma, serikali kwa mara nyingine tena imeweka sekta usalama miongoni mwa malengo yake makuu ya bajeti ya mwaka huu wa kifedha. Katika bajeti ya mwaka huu wa kifedha 2026-2027, utawala wa Rais William Ruto umetenga zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 500 kwa polisi, jeshi na mashirika mengine ya usalama na kuifanya sekta usalama kuwa miongoni mwa wanufaika wakubwa wa fedha za umma. Lakini huku serikali ikiendelea kuongeza matumizi katika sekta usalama, maswali muhimu kuhusu wajibikaji, uwazi ndani ya vyombo vya usalama na iwapo walipa kodi hatimaye watapata usalama wanapolipia kwa gharama kubwa yataendelea kuibuliwa. Mwanahabari wetu wa masuala ya usalama Francis Otuma ana taarifa zaidi.
Kwa mara nyingine tena sekta ya usalama imejitokeza kuwa miongoni mwa wanufaika wakubwa wa fedha za umma, ikishika nafasi ya pili baada ya elimu kwa kutengewa zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 500. Huduma ya taifa ya polisi inatarajiwa kupokea shilingi bilioni 157, fedha ambazo zitafadhili ofisi ya Inspekta Jenerali wa polisi, huduma ya polisi, polisi wa utawala AP, idara ya upelelezi wa makosa ya jinai DCI, pamoja na vitengo vingine maalum. Mgao huu unakuja wakati ambapo vyombo vya usalama nchini vinakabiliwa na uchunguzi mkali kutokana na ongezeko la matukio ya ukosefu wa usalama katika baadhi ya maeneo nchini. Utata wa kesi ambazo hazijatatuliwa zinazohusisha vifo na majeraha wakati wa maandamano, pamoja na wito unaozidi kuongezeka wa uwajibikaji ndani ya sekta ya usalama. Hata hivyo, haijabainika wazi ni kiasi gani cha fedha kimetengwa mahususi kwa ajili ya mageuzi, mafunzo, uwajibikaji na mifumo ya uangalizi. Wakenya wengi mashinani wanasema kuwa imechukua muda mrefu mno kwa matumizi hayo kutafsiriwa kuwa usalama bora kwa wananchi.
Sisi ni wamama, mimi nitaenda wapi na huyo mtoto kwa hiyo maandamano? Na mimi hata siwezi toka nje kwa sababu utapitia wapi? Mimi nimechoka mimi, wajue venye watakaa na sisi.
Hata hivyo, jambo ambalo huenda likavutia uchunguzi zaidi ni kiwango cha fedha kilichotengwa kwa ajili ya kulinda viongozi wa serikali na majengo ya serikali. Takriban shilingi bilioni 2 zimetengwa kwa ajili ya ulinzi wa viongozi wa ngazi za juu na usalama wa majengo ya serikali, huku wananchi wa kawaida wakilalamika ongezeko la visa vya ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo yao ya makazi.
We are not feeling secure because despite the fact that the allocation is higher than the other sectors, then we are confirming several setbacks currently in this nation, mostly in the security sector. You saw several things happening, a lot of goonism.
Wizara ya Ulinzi itapata sehemu kubwa zaidi ya mgao huo kwa kutengewa shilingi bilioni 250. Huduma ya kitaifa ya ujasusi NIS itapokea shilingi bilioni 58. Idara ya huduma za magereza imetengewa shilingi bilioni 42.7. Nayo idara ya uhamiaji na huduma za uraia, ambayo hivi karibuni imekuwa ikiangaziwa kutokana na madai ya utoaji wa pasipoti za kusafiri kwa wageni kinyume cha sheria, itapokea shilingi bilioni 25.9 kutoka kwa fedha za umma.
Licha ya sekta ya usalama kuwa mmoja ya sekta ambazo zilipata mgao mkubwa zaidi katika bajeti ya mwaka huu, swali kuu ni ikiwa mgao huu utaweza kubadili mustakabali wa usalama humu nchini na kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya. Francis Ontomwa, KTN, katika majengo ya bunge, Nairobi.
Wakati hayo yakijiri, mtazamaji, serikali ikiwasilisha bajeti mpya ya kifedha yanakueleza jinsi mabilioni ya fedha yatakavyotumika katika sekta mbalimbali. Maswali mapya yanaibuka kuhusu utegemezi wa mojawapo ya huduma muhimu zaidi kwa wananchi, huduma za afya. Ripoti za itilafu za muda mrefu katika mifumo mamlaka ya afya ya kijamii ya SHA zimewaacha wagonjwa wengi na wahudumu wa afya wakikumbwa na changamoto za kupata huduma. Hali hii imeibua tena maswali kuhusu udhabiti wa mfumo huu ambao ni nguzo muhimu katika utekelezaji wa huduma za afya kwa wote nchini. Grace Ng'ang'a ana mengi zaidi.
Huku serikali ikitenga mabilioni ya shilingi kwa sekta ya afya katika bajeti mpya, itilafu za mara kwa mara katika mfumo wa SHA zinaendelea kutia doa juhudi za kuhakikisha Wakenya wanapata huduma za afya kwa urahisi na kwa gharama nafuu. Kwa siku kadhaa sasa, wagonjwa na wahudumu wa afya wameripoti changamoto za kupata huduma kutokana na hitilafu katika mfumo wa SHA, jambo linalozua wasiwasi kuhusu udhabiti wake, huku mamilioni ya Wakenya wakitegemea huduma zake.
Nilienda OC, nilikuwa nimepeleka mtoto, nikaambiwa SHA ifanyi. Nilisikia vibaya kozi tuliambiwa na tulikuwa tumelipia tukitarajia kuna kutibiwa, but tukaambiwa system haifanyi, wenye wako na cash waingie kwa line kwanza.
Kwa SHA nilienda nikaambiwa SHA haifanyi chochote, lazima nitoe cash, na ilinibidi nitoe cash, ikanisimamia.
Ingawa huenda hitilafu ya mfumo ikaonekana kama tatizo la kiufundi pekee, wataalamu wanasema athari zake huenda mbali zaidi ya kompyuta na mifumo ya kidijitali.
Has an aspect of time stamping. So if you are admitted today, then you cannot be admitted tomorrow. You get? So if the system is down and you are admitted today, then there is no claim for today.
Wataalamu wa afya wanasema hitilafu za mara kwa mara katika mifumo muhimu ya afya zinaweza kuchelewesha matibabu, kuvuruga mwendelezo wa huduma na kuwaweka wagonjwa pamoja na wahudumu wa afya katika hali ya sintofahamu.
For instance, if you have a ruptured ectopic pregnancy and you need SHA, then the SHA system is down, then they could delay theater, meaning that you bleed more as a result of financial system.
Wasiwasi huo ni mkubwa zaidi kwa wagonjwa wanaougua magonjwa sugu kama saratani, magonjwa ya figo na magonjwa ya moyo, ambapo matibabu yao huhitaji kufanyika kwa wakati maalum na kucheleweshwa kunaweza kuwa na madhara makubwa. Swala hili pia limezua mjadala wa umma.
I want to say that a few months ago
I said SHA will collapse in 6 months. For the last 4 days, it has collapsed. The systems are down.
Kwa mtandao wa X, watumiaji wengi wameelezea kukumbwa na ucheleweshwaji wa huduma, sintofahamu na changamoto mbalimbali katika kupata huduma za afya. Bunge likiendelea kujadili vipaumbele na matumizi ya afya za umma, na huku nchi kitarajia mwaka mwingine wa mageuzi katika sekta ya afya. Wataalamu wanasema ni muhimu pia kuzingatia wajibikaji na uimara wa mifumo inayotoa huduma. Kwa sababu kwa wagonjwa wanaosubiri matibabu, huduma za afya si swala la kiasi cha fedha kilichotengwa kwenye bajeti pekee. Grace Nganga, KTN.
Na mtazamaji, kwa taarifa hiyo taniruhusu nipata angalau tama la maji. Tukirejelea ni taarifa zaidi, usiende mbali.
From 11th June to 19th July, everything can wait. The FIFA World Cup 2026. Get DSTV access for as little as 1,450 Kenya shillings today.
Kote nchini mbele tuendelee, mbele Kenya twende mbele,
Kenya twende mbele. NCBA, go for it.
Renewed Molfix is now even more absorbent with double-layered upper surface. Only 20 Kenya shillings, single-piece Molfix at your duka.
Kwenye Star Times, bei chini, burudani juu. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Say yes to unmissable entertainment. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next higher bouquet for 1 full month. Download the Star Times own app to enjoy unlimited entertainment on the go. Star Times, enjoy digital life.
hiyo maneno ya vetting iondolewe, ndio vijana wote wa Kenya wapate vitambulisho.
These things ziko na serious security implications. So kitu ya kufanya kilola namna hii.
Wewe Mkenya? Mimi ni 15,000 and buy ID.
We can't account for the people we have issued IDs in the past few years, and you can take that to the bank. It honestly scares me.
What we are doing with this, in the name of wanting to win a second term of a presidential election, is exposing ourselves to danger, which we don't know when we will ever resolve ourselves out of.
Naam, karibu tena mtazamaji. Sekta ya afya ni miongoni mwa sekta ambazo zimeshuhudia mgao mkubwa katika bajeti ya mwaka wa kifedha 2026-2027, hatua ambayo wataalamu wanahoji kwamba inaashiria mwamko mpya kwenye juhudi za kuwafikia malengo ya afya bora na nafuu kwa wote nchini, yani UHC. Huku yamkini shilingi bilioni 175.5 ambazo zimetengewa sekta hiyo zikikisiwa kuwa mgao mkuu mno kuweza kutengewa kwa sekta hiyo, wataalamu wanadadisi kwamba ingawa ni hatua ya kupiga upatu, jinsi ambavyo fedha hizo zimegawiwa kwa matumizi ndio kizungumkuti ambacho huenda kikahatarisha malengo ya UHC humu nchini. Gloria Milimu na taarifa zaidi.
Kwa kile kinachoonekana kama hatua ya kuimarisha ufadhili wa sekta ya afya nchini, mgao wa sekta hiyo umeshuhudia nyongeza ya hadi shilingi bilioni 175.5 kutoka mgao wa makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka jana ya bilioni 138.1. Ongezeko hilo la shilingi bilioni 37.5 kwa mujibu wa wataalamu unaashiria hatua thabiti za kuhakikisha uafikiaji wa malengo ya afya bora na nafuu kwa wote, yani UHC. Chini ya bajeti ya mwaka 2026-2027, waziri wa fedha John Mbadi pia ametangaza kwamba angalau bilioni 4 zimetengewa malipo ya deni chini ya mfumo wa awali wa NHIF. Mpango wa UHC chini ya bajeti mpya umepokea angalau shilingi bilioni 19 kufadhili utekelezwaji wake. Hii ikiwa ni nyongeza kutoka shilingi bilioni 6.2 ambazo zilitengewa shughuli hiyo kwenye makadirio ya bajeti ya mwaka jana. Vile vile, afya ya msingi ambayo ndio uti wa afya bora na nafuu nchini imeweza kutengewa angalau shilingi bilioni 18 kutoka bilioni 3.8 ya mwaka jana, huku shilingi milioni 600 ikitengewa huduma za uchangaji damu nchini.
Remember, as a country, we cannot afford curative services. But the more government is focusing toward preventive and promotive services, it's good because it will ensure that we have less people, entering into a disease state. So for that is a good thing that they have done.
Hospitali za rufaa vile vile ni mojawapo ya sekta ambazo zimepokea mgao mkubwa wa bajeti ya afya. Hali kadhalika, huduma za HIV, malaria na kifua kikuu ambazo hufadhiliwa kwa kiasi kikubwa na shirika la Global Fund zimetengewa bilioni 18.5, fedha ambazo ni nyongeza ya angalau bilioni 1.2 ya zile za mwaka jana.
Remember, these facilities actually offer a lot of specialized treatments. Those are the cancer treatment, diagnostic test and all that. And we have been seeing a rise in the cases of cancer cases within the country. So that's a good gearing towards, though it's not still adequate, but it's a good, it shows there is good, goodwill.
Hata hivyo, japo kuwepo kwa nyongeza hiyo, wataalamu wanaonya kwamba bajeti ya mwaka huu haujaweka wazi mpango wa kukabiliana na desturi ya taifa kutegemea msaada kutoka kwa wafadhili kufadhili huduma hizo. Wanasema kwamba taifa linahitaji nyongeza ya kati ya shilingi bilioni 22 na 44 ili kufadhili mipango hiyo kikamilifu.
As the donor funding is declining, we really need now to focus on how can we domestically finance us. So still we are way below, because ideally we need 640 billion. So there's still a deficit, there's still a gap. So the government needs to do aggressive, planning to see how to cater for that gap.
Japokuwa sekta nyingi za afya zimeshuhudia nyongeza ya bajeti, huduma za chanjo na kifurushi cha huduma za dharura kilicho chini ya mpango wa SHA zimeshuhudia kupunguzwa kwa bajeti zao. Kwa mfano, kwenye bajeti ya mwaka jana, huduma za chanjo zilitengewa angalau shilingi bilioni 8.5. Ila mwaka huu ni shilingi bilioni 4.7 pekee ambazo zimetengewa kufanikisha huduma hizo muhimu. Japokuwa shilingi bilioni 175.5 zimeweza kutengewa sekta ya afya kwenye bajeti ya mwaka 2026-2027, wataalamu wanaonya kwamba changamoto sio mjadala wa iwapo sekta hiyo imepokea fedha zaidi, ila jinsi fedha hizo zitagawiwa ili kuhakikisha utoaji wa huduma bora na ufanisi wa mpango wa UHC. Gloria Milimu, KTN.
Kwenye Star Times, bei chini, burudani juu. Enjoy kids entertainment, the best football, Hollywood movies, gripping dramas, and so much more at fantastic prices. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Say yes to unmissable entertainment. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next higher bouquet for 1 full month. And enjoy Teen Titans, Ben 10, and Pokemon Hunters on Cartoon Network, Gangs of Manila on ST Novella, and Come Back to Me on Novella E+. TNA Wrestling and Blockbuster Hollywood movies on TNT. Download the Star Times On app to enjoy unlimited entertainment on the go. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Renewed Malfix is now even more absorbent with double-layered upper surface. Only 20 Kenya shillings, single-piece Malfix at your duka.
A common sign of sensitivity is a short, sharp pain to hot and cold. A lot of my patients have changed a lot of habits and no longer drink cold beverages. Sensodyne works by creating a protective layer over the sensitive areas of the teeth. Sensodyne toothpaste really works.
5 bob? These days it doesn't get you much. But now, just 5 shillings unlocks any premium story on the Standard. These are stories that go beyond the ordinary, exclusive, high value, and only on the Standard Insider. Choose your story anytime, anywhere for just 5 bob. Bobeana 5 bob. Big stories, small price. Visit www.standardmedia.co.ke and subscribe today.
Begged her to make him stop.
I would want people to remember me for creating spaces where they feel seen, heard, and understood.
I love what I do because I think I'm passionate about it.
Mshanza secret sanga. Kuna exam ya kusomea na tu nilikwambia usiniingize kwa mambo yako.
Do what you want to do as long as you enjoy it.
In high school, I never thought I'd be a model.
A violinist is, to me, what I understand is someone who makes someone else happy.
Let your promise have God's presence in it. That is one of my favorite things. That is what I go with.
So one of the biggest things that I've learned is being confident.
My name is Miriam Kaburaga Kumu. I am a high fashion, commercial and editorial model.
Everyone thinks that when you become a lawyer, you become like Harvey Specter. It is completely different.
Naam, karibu viwanjani. Naam, leo usiku kindumandumu ambacho kimesubiriwa kwa hamu na hamumu kinang'oa nanga rasmi. Hii leo vidosho tumewazoea sana manake vile vijisop vile vya Mexico. Sasa timu yao itakuwa jitosa uwanjani dhidi ya mojawapo ya timu za Afrika ambazo Afrika ina washiriki ama timu 10. Kwa hivyo mojawapo ni Afrika Kusini. Kwa hivyo leo mchuano ufunguzi Mexico dhidi ya Afrika Kusini mida ya saa 4. Kombe hili la dunia la mwaka huu ni kubwa zaidi. Kwa nini? Kuna nchi 48, mechi ni 104 na wenyeji ni 3: Marekani, Canada na Mexico. Kwa hivyo huu ndio mchuano ama staftahi ya kombe la dunia. Tusikie kauli ya kocha wa Afrika Kusini Hugo Broos. Anazungumziaje mtanange wa leo usiku?
I think we need to be on our best level. I need also a little bit luck. But I can assure you that my team is ready and we will fight for every meter and every ball during the 90 minutes. And after that, we will see what the result is. Modern technology gave us the possibility to watch all those games and all the players. So this is what we did. We are very good prepared.
Kombe la dunia la soka mwaka huu limekumbwa na hali ya hatihati kufuatia madai ya baadhi ya wachezaji, refa wa Somalia, maafisa kiufundi wa baadhi ya timu shiriki kunyimwa stakabadhi za usafiri haswa nchini Marekani. Hata hivyo, shirikisho la soka duniani FIFA limetilia nta masuala haya yaliyoibuliwa. Ni kauli ya Gianni Infantino. Hatuchili wala haturelax, tunataka kombe la kuvutia, au sio? Mashindano ya taasisi ya kiufundi nchini almaarufu kama kati yaliingia siku yake ya pili hii leo ugani Nyayo, huku Ruth Namkula akitoa ushindi katika mashindano ya kutembea mita 10,000. Martin Otieno alishinda mita 100 katika mkombo wa nusu finali.
In case nipate hiyo nafasi sitaiacha. Lazima niitumie vizuri. Itakuwa ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuingia huko.
Baya kwamba ni venye nimemaliza hii mbio nitaipata pia at least coach ambaye atanisaidia kwa hii zoezi. Na ninapopata huyo coach niko na matarajio sana, hata nitachange community yetu pamoja na familia.
More serious and I will love to give my best. If God is in my in front, I know everything is able.
Shall proceed for the trials of Athletics Kenya next week, and it is at that point that we shall be exposing our participants to
Wajua hii leo mwenzangu Samamani kuna mambo mawili makubwa. Kombe la dunia tamu sana. Alafu kuna bajeti. Au sio? Unajua nimefanya hivi mifuko, ni bajeti.
Mifuko sasa.
Mambo ya fedha. Sasa mwenzetu Noah Kipkemboi atakujeni baada ya muda soko mrefu akichanganua, akiangalia namba, ajua tena namba hizi mambo yakoje, bajeti hii ya Mbadi iko kwaje. Kwa hivyo ana wataalamu ambao watachanganua kwa kina bajeti ya siku ya leo. Mimi ni wako Hassan Juma, lakini hii leo punda afe lakini mzigo ufike. Yani Mexico dhidi ya mojawapo ya wawakilishi wa barani Afrika katika kombe la dunia, Afrika ya Kusini. Nani huyo? Alex Kiaria mwandalizi wa kipindi anasema yeye ni wa Mexico. Anasema kwa sababu ya vipusa. Wewe unashabikia timu gani?
Portugal. Mimi ni mtu wa Portugal.
Angalia mwelekezi wangu Dan, tauliza mambo ya Mexico na Afrika Kusini, yeye ako Portugal. Tutaweza watu.
Hapana. Mimi ni mtu wa Portugal.
Shabash. Mexico!
Nami ni Samamani, mwenzangu kwa lugha ishara amekuwa Wilson Mwishora. Watu wa Mexico kelele kweli.
Kwenye Star Times, bei chini, burudani juu. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Say yes to unmissable entertainment. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next higher bouquet for 1 full month. Download the Star Times own app to enjoy unlimited entertainment on the go. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Every now and then, fake news might pull a few strings, but when it comes to reporting the facts, there's only one tune we dance to, our own. For more than 100 years, The Standard has delivered insightful fact-based journalism, and you can't fake that.
The County Government of Kiambu, under His Excellency Dr. Kimani Wamatangi, has waived 100% interest and penalties on unpaid land rates. Clear your outstanding principal within the waiver period to benefit. Your payments support key projects like ECDE centers, hospitals, roads, markets, and farm inputs. To pay, visit your nearest municipal office with land documents, and payments should be made directly to the county bank account.
Molfix Moments. Moments of pure love wrapped in comfort, because every smile deserves the best protection. From tiny toes to cozy cuddles, snuggles, and giggles made extra soft. Renewed Molfix is now even more absorbent with double-layered upper surface. Only 20 Kenya shillings, single-piece Molfix at your duka.
Well, a very good evening to you. Quite an interesting day. Budget day for the financial year 2026-2027. We've seen the Cabinet Secretary taking his good time from National Treasury all the way to the National Assembly to read the 4.8 trillion shilling budget. And when you look at the numbers, it says that this particular budget has been prepared on the backdrop of global uncertainties. Talk about challenges at the Iran area, this particular conflict exerting pressure on the prices of fuel and food. Other than that, also locally, we were looking, actually, he mentioned that the macroeconomics number, they are quite stable. He says the rate of lending in the banking sector has been quite stable, so private credit is good. He's also mentioned that the shilling has maintained its stand right there at 129, so there is no much volatility. That's a good thing. He's also mentioned inflation has been manageable, except for the past month, which shot to 6.7% because of course, the fuel prices. So according to the Cabinet Secretary, we're doing pretty well. We are managing well amidst a global turmoil. And that said, it should be given a pat on the back. The big question is, does the Mwananchi feel this particular budget? Is it speaking to them and their very needs? That's what we're about to discuss on this particular town hall. My name is Nokip Kimboy, and welcome to this session. We have a rich panel here, quite diverse, and I see, sir, you look very happy. You are smiling all the while. Are you happy with the budget? Please introduce yourself.
My name is Edward Rioba, Secretary General Bunge la Wazalendo Kenya. Budget si mbaya sana, iko nusu katikati, 50-50. Ukiangalia hata jinsi waziri alikuwa alisoma kwa madaa sana, inaonyesha kwamba alikuwa analinga kwa kitu anachokifanya. Alikuwa anajua anafanya nini kwa wananchi, kwa sababu umesikia mwenyewe akitamka anasema amepita kwa mabunge ambayo ni mabunge ya wananchi. Ndio sisi hawa tulikuwa tukimhoji pale, tunataka ajue sisi tunafikiriana na sisi, tukamhoji ili tujue nini kinaendelea. Lakini mwisho wa siku bajeti imekuwa 50-50 kwa sababu zifuatazo. kitu cha kwanza tunahitaji kukijua katika nchi hii, tunaangalia chakula. Nchi ambayo haina chakula na haipati usaidizi wa chakula, tumeona ruzuku ipo tayari imekwenda kwa wakulima direct. Hiyo ni namba moja. Kitu cha pili ambacho kwangu mimi nimekiona kimekuwa kina afadhali, kuna vitu vingi vimepata ruzuku, pamoja na kuwa watu wengi watapiga kelele kwamba kwa nini imeenda hapo, lakini at least wamefaidika.
So 50-50 for you. And who else participated in the Cabinet Secretary public forums? Are you also from the Bunge la Wananchi? I mean, it's quite interesting because it's unprecedented with cabinet secretaries. Mawaziri wengi hawajakuwa wakienda kwa wananchi. Mara mingi bajeti imekuwa ikifanywa pale Treasury, yeah? Na ni mara ya kwanza tunaona kwamba we engage, wanakuja mpaka kwa mwananchi. Unahisi hiyo ni kitu yenye imechangia na umeona reflection ya mwananchi kwa hii bajeti?
Yeah, na kwa majina naitwa Gethenji Kamotho, na ya kwanza ni kurudisha tu shukrani kwa Mheshimiwa Mbadi kwa sababu ya kitu moja, amefuata spirit ya baba. Ukiangalia pale bunge la mwananchi, si Mbadi alikuja wa kwanza, baba ndio alikuja. Hata wakati ya Bomas draft tuliketi na yeye, akakuwa anapata mawazo mazuri, ile Bomas draft constitution kitengenezo. So from then akaanza kuturecognize. Mbadi wakati baba tulianguka uchaguzi ya 2022 alikuja na baba pale wakaongea. Sasa the essence ni spirit ya baba. Mbadi acquire more kutoka kwa baba, the knowledge ya mwananchi anataka nini. Ndio utakosea vitu zingine, lakini mingi ni zenye utapendeza. Kwa hii budget ya leo, kitu ambao tu nimeona pengine nitashushi ni wakati alikuja na issue ya virtual asset ambao ni cryptocurrency. Ukiangalia kina Ethereum, kina Bitcoin, uangalia hizo kina Solana, ukianza kucharge hizo vitu, dunia mzima hakuna nchi ambayo ina charge taxes kwa cryptocurrency. Na itakuwa ni changamoto kubwa sana ambayo inaweza tuma dunia mzima waanze kuangalia Kenya na macho mawili. Na itakuwa ni changamoto, maana kuna crypto kama Bitcoin ambao ni 10 million sasa Kenyan money, lakini kuna wengine hata ni $0.01 ya Kenya, yani chini ya shilingi hata 15 ya Kenya. Sasa hakuna standard ya gauge kuuza taxation kwa kitu kama hiyo. Hii budget yenyewe mimi ningesema hivi, ningeibase na mkulima mmoja ambaye alikuwa na nguruwe na kondoo na mbuzi. Wakati nguruwe ilikamatwa ilipiga kelele sana. Mbuzi zikajiuliza mbona huyu nguruwe anapiga kelele wakati sisi tunashikako na mkulima na tupigi kelele. Kasema nguruwe ikawaambia wale watu ni hivi, wewe mbuzi ukikamatwa unakamulia kwa maziwa, inasaidia mkulima. Wewe kondoo ukikamatwa na mkulima unakatwa manyoya, unasaidia mkulima. Mimi nikikamatwa ni kuchinjwa na chinjwa. Sasa kwa hivyo ilikuwa ni matajiri wakati huu wengi wamekamatwa kwa hii budget ya Mbadi.
Unahisi matajiri wamekamatwa. Na tuta unpack because we have some time. In fact, this gentleman anajiuliza hii mambo yenye unasema, mbona unasema hivyo? Hebu mpatie microphone, introduce yourself and talk to us. Unahisi vipi kuhusu hii budget?
Kwa majina naitwa Tinega Damasen, chairman bunge la mwananchi Kamkunji. Katika budget ya leo kwangu mimi is a total disappointment. Kwa maana ndugu yangu anavozungumza hivi, mimi naamini kwamba ukisha dine na boss lazima utamtetea tu. Unajua, sasa nafikiri ndugu yangu alivyokutana na Mbadi aliacha kitita. Na that is the political way and he has to defend. But the fact comes katika budget ya leo tuko na 1.1 trillion deficit ambayo whether we like it or not lazima iongezewe ushuru wa bidhaa. Huu uzuri wote ambao unaona unapigwa msasa, unapendezesha, ni kama unajua, lakini dakika ya mwisho the pain is hidden. Nobody speaks about this 1.1. Kumbuka for the last 12 months or let me call it 11 months tumekuwa tukicomplain. Wakenya wamekuwa kilia, tumekuwa na maandamano number of times. Wakenya wanalia kwamba uchumi umewafinya. Na kuwafinya kwa uchumi inamaanisha hawapati, unafanya kazi nyingi lakini mshahara ni kidogo. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wamelemewa na ushuru, bado unataka kuongezea ushuru. Unajua nimeona wanasema inakuwa borrowed. Our Kenyan government has borrowed more than enough.
I don't know wanaenda kuomba nini tena. Because if they go to borrow, I think instead of going to Singapore, we're going to Zimbabwe. Trust me. If that's not the way, then we are going to be shakaolad, all of us. Because the common mwananchi hapa chini, mima linatoka Majengo, Kibira, Mathare, mtu kupata sukuma ile ilikuwa inauzwa shilingi 5, sasa hivi inauzwa shilingi 20. The reason being, mafuta imeongezeka, mkato umeongezeka. So hizi cost implication, sisi tusianze kuangalia eti sijui in terms of billion. The bravest of part of the government is wanakupatia figure 667 billion imekuwa allocated kwa shule. But ask yourself, if you divide this money according to how the law is, kila mwanafunzi anaenda kupata pesa ngapi? Ikienda sana, labda 4 bob. Is it enough for the child? The answer is no. It comes again to my whatever I used to tell people that mtu wa mwalimu kidogo unakuta amepata D, ameenda kusomea teaching. Anakuja kuchapa mtoto apate A. While yeye mwenyewe alishindwa kuscore A.
Haya, points imeenda nyumbani hapo. Still just speaking general sentiments kwanza, kwa sababu tutaanza kuangalia those specific numbers. Tutaangalia different sectors. We've spoken about food security, so agriculture sector, education, hizo sector muhimu, health. Wanasema kwamba wametenga na wameweka kando kitita hiki na kile. Lakini tukiendelea sentiments. Sir, so far from listening to Mbadi today, how do you feel about this budget? Does it speak to, is it reflective of Mkenya wa kawaida?
Good evening. My name is Wycliffe. I work in the manufacturing sector. First of all, I'd like to say no, an unequivocal no, because I don't remember a time where, as my fellow Kenyans said, the budget is 50-50. I don't remember a time where 50 was a pass mark. So I sit at a point where I ask myself, number one, where does the common Kenyan come into the minds of Treasury? Because I personally believe this analogy of saying we have experts in government is not right. Because if we have all these experts, why are we struggling? Why are we in debt? You know? And like he said, we have a deficit of 1.1 trillion. We all know it's going to be borrowed. But what does the Constitution say? So if we have leaders who keep saying that they adhere to the Constitution, then the sad reality is, one, we have a lot of people coming out of university, lots of Kenyans. Where are they going to go? I agree, the government should not give people jobs, but the government should make an environment where people can be able to get gainful employment or become entrepreneurial. But what have we seen? I mean, KRA has been taxed into Shylocks almost. They are hunting people down every day. I mean, even in our own personal emails, if you check, we have reminders every month to file our taxes. So this budget, why has it grown? And then we think about the global economy. So every economy around the world is talking about cutting costs, reducing expenditure. Even America is talking about reducing expenditure because of the Iran conflict. But here we are, as a country, bold enough. I listened to the budget speech, and I don't look at what happens in parliament. I look at what happens outside. Look at the body language, the kind of tone that Mbadi had and Kimani Ichung'wah. They were saying, no, you go tell them, we've done the statistics. You know, don't question our statistics, we won't give you the data. So it's a lot of hubris they have, it's a lot of arrogance. And why do they have this arrogance? And then it reminds me of the fundamentals of government. Government is supposed to work for Kenyans, to make all Kenyans' lives better. Githinji mentioned that Mbadi learned from Baba. But we are 55 plus million people. So who is representing, outside of him and Mbadi, who's representing the other 55 plus million Kenyans? And that should be the narrative we should go with when we are discussing the budget. Because, as he said, the cost of goods increase. And where I work, the minute 1 shilling is increased on fuel, guess what? All the trucks that cross Mombasa Road, all immediately increase. So the milk that is picked from the farm, cost increases. That cost is passed on to you and me.
Okay.
There was a time when, milk in this country was 25 shillings. There was a time when traveling from, let's say, Nairobi all the way to Kisumu was 600 shillings. How much is it today? Definitely. And that's unbearable.
Definitely. I want to go to the corner. Today, listening to the budget, he's read a lot of hubris from the tone. I don't know, what did you read?
My name is Kezi Amien. I'm the Women League leader, Kadwa Sili political party. For me, judging from what I saw from Mbadi, it's a burdensome budget. It's a budget that seeks to meet the targets of the executive at the expense of the mwananchi. Because for me, one thing that really stood out is for him to say that I'm allocating 17 billion to KRA for reforms to collect more revenue, and yet the revenue that has already been collected over the years has no accountability. I always tell people, if they could be able to have accountability, if we could have austerity measures as a country, in regards to the resources that we already have, I'm sure we wouldn't have a problem as Kenyans in paying our taxes. But you're collecting our taxes. We are seeing a lot of wastage in terms of government. You have the executive having the hospitality travel, the leisure travels, monies that we can't account for. And then again, this is the highest budget at 4.8 trillion in the history of Kenya. And you're telling us it is 50-50? 50-50 at what level? Is it executive? You have a government that you have 3 arms of the government. You have the executive, you have the legislature, you have the judiciary. You have the executive at the national government getting at 2.89 trillion. You give parliament 40 billion, and then you're giving judiciary 30 billion. So in essence, number one, you're creating a reliance on the national government. And then we're still supposed to believe this is working for Kenyans. It's not working for Kenyans. Each day we hear the judiciary complaining, we have a backlog. I mean, where are we supposed to go when we have issues? We're going to the courts. But if these very places, that is the judiciary, is not well funded, if then again, the very KRA is telling me, you're granting this thing, we in fact, they're looking for a way to invade up to our M-Pesa statements to look for tax, but the one they've already collected can't be accounted for. But they further want to come for more. The one you've taken, you can't tell me how it's working, but you want to come for more. And then again, in the same breath, you're telling me as education is the biggest beneficiary. So education is the biggest beneficiary and TVET. But what measures have you taken as a government to address the previous graduates from the TVET? You have a high rate of youth unemployment, but you're saying you're investing in the education. But what about industrialization? You're raising taxes on the industrialization, thereby industries are shutting down, manufacturing costs are high, but you want to invest in these people. So once you're saying you're investing, which again, if you calculate it, it's a very paltry sum, and then once you've invested in the education, they have nowhere to go, you understand? And then you're saying the budget is for good. It's for the good of who? It's not for our good. Okay. If anything, I really feel it's very burdensome for the mwananchi and very beneficial from the topics.
Definitely. You've spoken about young people. We have a good representation here. First of all, as a young gentleman, do you feel the budget resonated with you?
Thank you very much. My name is Somani Abdullahi from Wajir, youth leader and youth advocate. First of all, I would like to start my speech or statement with a philosophy. There's a philosophy called moral relativism. It says that the good is an evil to another. The right is a wrong to another. And you can never come to a conclusion that this thing alone is right and that alone should be right. It depends on the position you hold, where you're from, your culture, and who you are. So, and to add, it's only in Kenya, considering in comparison to the whole of East Africa, and even including even Central Africa, that you can find 10 different people from 10 different races or tribes with 10 different political opinions who are discussing to come and debate about one thing, leave the debate, and still appreciate each other. That's the sweetness of democracy. So the fact that we, with the youth, I mean, I specifically as a youth, and everybody here has come to have a say about the national interest or the national agenda of this country itself is democracy. So we can't come on conclusion and say this person's opinion is right. And remember, the people who are in power are people who are specialists in that field. We also have to respect that. The issue of whether 50-50, like 50-50 is not something that we can depend on as a country, is not a legit point in my point of view, because I'm a medical student first. I'm a student of medicine. And for a pass mark of a doctor, for you to become a doctor, you have to score a pass mark of 50. That's the person you trust your life with. So saying 50-50 is illegitimate. Is not a good point to say that the finance bill or the budget is not worth risking the lives of Kenyans with.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
All right.
The other thing, I've realized, I've gone through the proposals and realized that most of the taxes that are increased do not directly. It will eventually, indirectly, or it might eventually, indirectly affect Kenyans. But it's not directly, most of it's not directly affecting Kenyans. Like the issue of smartphones.
Mm-hmm.
You don't buy a smartphone every month, every year. You buy once in 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
The other thing is it's very easy for people to sneak, for people who operate electronics and smartphones business, to sneak smartphones into the country and evade the KRA.
Okay.
We agree on that. So for us to avoid that, the government has proposed that your smartphone will be taxed the moment you switch on, and you have to, the moment you activate it. And you don't have to pay it directly. You will pay through the network providers, mobile network providers like Safaricom. So I think it's good. Let everybody contribute to the well-being and the development of the country, because we don't have another country.
Definitely. And while you're speaking, Abdullahi, she was visibly uncomfortable. You were like, no, this can't be. Do you beg to differ with him?
There's several points I'd like to differ with.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Eva. I'm a communications specialist.
Okay.
So let me first address that, then I'll go to my other remarks. First of all, there's no such thing as an indirect tax. Every tax, as long as it's a tax on a good or a product, it will come to you. It comes to your pocket. There's nobody else being taxed. It does not go into the air. If you tax fuel, the transporter will add his cost, so the manufacturer adds his cost, so the retailer adds their cost. Who are they adding it to? It's the citizen. It does not go anywhere else. There is no, we can talk about trickle-down economics and how these things, the bottom line is any tax is a tax on the citizenry. However you want to slice it, that's the bottom line. That's first and foremost. Secondly, electronics that get into the country without being taxed or with people evading taxes, who is allowing it? Who runs the ports? We don't run them ourselves. There's a government agency that does it, right? If the government agency chooses to allow people to get things in because individuals have had their palms greased or for whatever other reason, that is their personal failure, is it not? It's a government failure. So you can't say, we failed here, but now we want to come and fix it here. Then again, any technology expert will tell you, people have already found a way to recycle IMEIs, which is what is used to tell whether a phone existed within the network. People have already started cloning them. So whatever tax they think they'll get from that will be very minuscule in the larger scheme of things. So that again will all end up at the same point. Going to Kezia's point where she said, first plug the holes. Like, it's a very simple thing. There's so much wastage. People are being caught with 65 million Kenya shillings in their houses, but somehow that's not the problem. The problem is we don't have enough revenue. We are being gaslit by our government daily, and we are just supposed to be fine with it. We can talk about 50-50 and all that, that's fine. We can disagree about that, but we have to agree about the fundamentals. Finally, Mbadi said during the press conference, with his own mouth, he said, you need to hold leaders accountable, right? Then the first question he was asked, what did he say? No, we cannot go that direction. So who is being held accountable? Is it other people? Is it hold everybody else accountable but not me? Or what are you saying? If we are holding you accountable, we are either holding all of you accountable or none of you. But you can't say, in the same breath, that was not even a 30-minute press conference, hold leaders accountable. Then when you're asked a question, no, we can't go that direction. We need to stop. We've gotten to a point where now the dignity of Kenyans is on the table. That's what we are negotiating for. We are negotiating our dignity and our humanity with our leadership. That's a problem. And I think we can all agree on that before we start talking about how this is good or this is bad. The point is we've gotten to a place where now our dignity is what is on the table, and that should be a crisis for everybody.
Okay. You know, yesterday we spoke to the Principal Secretary, Dr. Chris Kipto, and we were talking about the economic fundamentals. So, you know, the government keeps mentioning everything is okay, the shilling is fine, the lending rates are fine, yeah, and numbers are stubborn. So we are doing good on paper. But when you speak to Mwananchi, there is a different narrative. And I want to bring in an economist. Right at the corner there, gentlemen, if you may introduce yourself and help us understand from an economist's point of view, when the minister speaks, we are doing well. When the people speak, the cost of living is high, we are barely surviving. What is the disconnect right there?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. My name is Robert Maina, an economist as well as a tax professional. Now, the question you've put out is exactly what's happening on the ground. That the truth is, the fundamentals or the economic numbers, when you look at inflation, exchange rate, the growth, they are stable. We've been having stable numbers. But the main issue is it doesn't seem to trickle down to the common Mwananchi. And historically, we've always talked of two key ways of ensuring people enjoy the benefits of these, the statistics we are talking about. You either take projects that really support people on the ground, the common Mwananchi, and that's what we used to call trickle-down economics. I think in the era of the former president, the late Mwai Kibaki, he is the one who popularized that economic theory, that you need to focus on the people on the ground. And when they experience the benefits of economics, ultimately, the government and the economy will actually thrive. That is the same concept that actually this government came with, bottom-up economic transformation agenda. As to whether they are delivering that, that's the challenge, because what they were saying is that they want to start from the bottom. And then once those benefits are realized, then the economy will actually be okay. Now, over the past 3-4 years, they've been in government. Unfortunately, those benefits haven't been realized. As a matter of fact, the cost of living has gone up. We are talking the cost of fuel. Obviously, there are other external factors, but in addition to that, they acknowledge that with that, then that means the cost of goods are going up. We've also had the issue of circulation of money in the economy. I think it's one of the biggest issues, that with the many taxes that were introduced in the first year of government, what that meant is that the disposable income, the income that the employed people and the rest are getting is very minimal or was reduced. And unfortunately, that led to a decline in terms of the consumption, or people are a bit afraid. You know, if you're not sure what happens next, what people do is they hold spending. So if I realize I've already taken a deduction of an additional 10%, then I'll start asking myself, do I need to spend on non-necessities, or do I hold on the money? So that actually locked a lot of money, and that is what the government has been suffering from. The other issue is the pending bills. A lot of money, the government holding a lot of money, because the key thing is you can have a good economy growing, but if the money is not flowing, because actually what makes people feel the economy is growing is if I'm in the economy, I'm able to get a gig. I get something, I work, I purchase, I pay someone else, they also get the money, they do something else. So that circulation of money has been the biggest challenge in this government.
Okay.
And that is where they need to address to ensure that people actually feel the benefit of the economy.
All right.
Thank you.
Interesting. Trickle-down economics. Now, it's quite interesting in terms of the votes that we've seen, different sectors, and we'll go into that. But earlier on, we brought up the issue of the deficit, because obviously budget, you have the big figure, then you look how much you can raise in taxes, in revenue, then that difference, in one way or another, you'll have to borrow it. Yeah, and I want to bring that to the floor because it was brought up a little bit earlier at 1.146 trillion. That is the budget deficit that we're standing at. And the government plans to borrow 116 billion externally, and domestically, it's planning to borrow almost 1.03 trillion shillings. Okay? Now, there's always that balance when you do heavy borrowing locally. Crowd-out effect, because now you and me, normal mwananchi, getting credit becomes more lucrative to lend to the government than the normal mwananchi. I want to bring you in this issue of borrowing, domestic borrowing. Public debt right now, it's a big conversation, but government wants to borrow heavily locally. Do you think the tune will change over the financial year, where we'll be like, oh, we've gotten some extra cash from this external source, or will we stick to this plan?
Actually, when you look at it keenly.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. My name is Ezra Makochingo Diambo. I'm a student at Desta University. I served as the student leader 2024-2025. So I speak from a point where we feel the pinch as people getting into the market currently. And when you say we want to borrow locally and you point out 1 point something trillion, that means the government will borrow more than the trader who's going to borrow. Because currently when you look at the business that are running, they're running on credits. Someone borrows a certain amount to start a business to pay off the loan that they have. And actually the government is acknowledging this by giving us the Nyota funds and giving us the Hustler funds. So it's something that it's a conversation that is growing broadly, and it's going to make any person who's going to venture into business feel the pinch, because the government will have borrowed the biggest chunk. That is from the banks, from the private savings that we have, that is the NSSF and all those borrowing agencies that we have. And it's getting us to a point where we are running away from speaking about this thing. All these things, the money transfer has become online. And the government is also increasing a 16% tax on the online transaction. So that means you are taxed while borrowing, you are taxed while going to use that money online, and you are taxed when the other person is going to receive it. So that means the conversation will change, not positively, but negatively in the consumer's pockets. As the economist said, the people feel it better when the money runs through their pocket. Currently, we've gone from cash to online. And when this tax is implemented, that means you're going back from online to cash. What will that impose to the Kenyans? That is one, the insecurity level will go high, because we know this person doesn't have money in their phones, but they have money in their wallets. This one will get us to a point whereby the conversation is not in that where is my money stored or how is my money used. And to just point out this,
it's off topic, but I want to make it clear. The moment the Kenyans will differentiate the budget and politicizing the budget, we'll get to a safer space. Yes.
Definitely. That's quite a heavy point right there, because a lot of things are attached to the hip, at the hip rather. So you find the budget and the politics of the day are still dancing, sometimes out of rhythm, unfortunately. Still on the issue of borrowing, sir, I'd like to pick your mind on this particular issue, because it seems it's a standard across the world that governments don't always live within their budgets. As an individual, you're expected to live in a house that you can afford, but as government, you can always go beyond, because you have an option of borrowing and also getting more from the people. How do you evaluate this particular budget?
Oh, thank you. My name is Tabu Charles Adam Okumu. I'm the chairman of Bunge la Zalendo. So far, okay, when I want to talk about the budget, there's something I wanted to state before I engage your question. It could be good when the government could tell us the previous budget, the achievement of the previous budget, and the approximations they had done. Have they achieved their goals? Or we are just singing budget day, budget out, year in, year out, without seeing any productivity. Then from there, we start with a new budget that this is now our target of 4.3 trillion. Now from there is now we talk when you have seen what you have done to us. Are you getting it? Then, like today, they are just telling us things in terms of billions. As if when they tell us billions, then our heart cools down. No, we still have so many questions in terms of how do they spend our money? Do we get services from the state agencies across board with the budget that have been allocated to from previous year, what they have achieved? Let's say, for example, the ethics and corruption, the 50 billion you allocated to you. What have you done? Can you give us also the breakdown? They were allocated 50 billion. This is what they have achieved from within the budget of 50 billion. Or are we just giving money to these institutions and then there's nothing coming out? And then they're telling us they are working. We are not here to pay taxes to go without food while others are just driving big cars. So what we want to see is serious people doing their work, because we are trying to engage them, but they are trying to run from us. Because when we question these people, and there are sometimes when you go to the offices, they run away. So it is very, very bad. We as taxpayers, we have a right to go to those offices and have meetings. You cannot tell me that when you have engaged you, now you don't have time to meet us. That one shows that you are disrespectful to taxpayers. Let us come back to your question. They have said that we are going to borrow 1.1 trillion. My friend, people are suffering outside here. Domestic borrowing that they are talking about, it is more of a communication they are giving us, but we know they are going to tax us. It is not a borrowing. Are you getting it? For example, when you just, in fact, if you want to deal with these people, don't go for big money. Just go for small money, then calculate it. You withdraw 100 shillings from your M-Pesa. You'll find that the taxation on it will be 11 shillings on top. So if you take 100 shillings minus 11 shillings, which means you have taken 89 shillings. That is what you have. Are you getting it? So tell me, is it fair? Because they have taken almost more than the 10% of that money when you are withdrawing. Okay. And that money, when you banked it, also they tax some money. So this budget, the way I'm seeing it, we are going to feel it within some time. Within some time, we are going to feel it. Okay. The common mwananchi want to be free as such. Okay. Because if you look at the purchasing power is too low right now. Even though they are telling us there was a growth of 5%. On what? Are you getting it? So when we question these issues one-on-one, they don't have time. But if you look at this country, it is run by some people who have planned themselves. and then they come to us just to deliver the message. Whether we like it or not, that is the position. So, for us to make a good budget, we have to engage the common mwananchi. That person who is on the ground. We have been talking about industrialization. When you want to create job opportunities, there are just areas that you can factor in and things will open. That is one, agriculture. Yes. Two, industrialization. And industrialization involves manufacturers. That's why those TVET students will go to industries. That's why those students also will go to agriculture. And once you go to agriculture, there's food security. And when you get the food security, there is now peace in the nation. When you get jobs, people have money in the pockets. When you invest in what we call service industries, my friend, there's a problem. Why there's a problem? Service industry with the political temper normally comes down. But manufacturer can stabilize and agriculture can stabilize. Okay. So I urge my country representatives in line of financing. Even I heard them, an MP saying that the one the chair of the Committee of Finance saying that this is the best. I know it is not going to affect the common mwananchi. It is not going to affect the member of parliament, not common mwananchi. Okay. Common mwananchi has been affected already, and he has been feeling the pinch. Okay. So the only thing I can probably advise them to do, the little they are giving these institutions should be monitored. Okay. Especially the Ethics and Anti-Corruption, ODPP, Ombudsman, all these institutions, okay. DCI, also should be monitored. Okay. Are you getting it? Definitely. Because there are some people thinking that by virtue they are working in the government, they cannot be monitored, they cannot be accounted for. Okay. Accounted for what they are doing. Definitely. So I think even as citizens, we have citizen audit. We need to do what we call citizen audits in these offices. I think that one can also assist us as a Kenya community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very, very important. And this question also we raised with the PS yesterday. We were like, do we have what we call budgeted corruption? Like we budget, but we know that money is going to be stolen. I mean, previously we've had a former president say, "Samnataka nifanye aje," you know, and in such situation, he was like, we need to empower the institutions that are there to make sure that they are holding the government accountable and sealing those loopholes, which is a big discussion. And I know you want to
something from your talk. When you are calling those CS, try and call us too, because these people cannot monitor themselves. These are just a group of criminals eating together in different angles.
Okay. If we are told to substantiate that, it will be interesting. But I want to bring in, I'm going to come to you, sir. But there's something interesting that the CS raised. Treasury actually say that only 3.1 million working Kenyans currently contribute to pay, while millions of other income earners remain outside the tax net. And he's calling for a change for that. And I want to bring you in. Please introduce yourself and give us your opinion in regards to this tax net discussion. In a country of 50 plus million people, they're saying only a small portion is sort of paying what they owe the government, and other people need to come to that particular tax net. Isn't that, a relevant point, especially for government that is trying so much to raise revenue, please?
All right, thank you. Thank you. My name is Valentine Kimani. I am the Kirinyaga Youth Representative for the People's Liberation Party. And yes, first of all, there's a lot of pressure on the current income tax base, because that is the group that has been pressured year after year to carry the load, the burden, the fiscal deficit of every financial year. And the truth is, we need to unburden this group. When you look at the the budget of this year, when you look at the budget of this year, you need to, Can I have a minute?
Please, no worries. Even as you do so, I want to come to this gentleman. You're chilled, you know? You've been listening and weighing in, and you're wondering, okay, who is that? Who's saying that? From your perspective, where you sit so far, do you feel this budget has addressed the issues that are core for you? Ni budget ya mwananchi, imemuongelea mwananchi, inamjali mwananchi, ama ni budget ya wakubwa vile huyo amesema?
Kwanza kwa majina naitwa Joseph Odoro Wino. Hiyo ni jina ID na jina ya kazi ni CJ, Ghetto Chief Justice. Mimi kwanza, kila mtu nasikia ukiongea saidi yako unalia, unateta, tunateta wote, but tukiteta wote na hii nchi tuko nayo, and we must transform this country. Hizi vitu zote zinafanyika, ni nini inafanyika? Hata tukiteta tunataksiwa, tukilia tufanye nini? Ndio change ikue, lazima hizi vitu zifanyike. Tusiangalie saidi ya viongozi sana, au pia Yesu wanatufuta kwa lami, wanakula sana kushinda vile mwananchi anafaa. But pia tukiangalia, there is some places zinakuwa transformed. Mimi natoka Kiambio. Ile kijiji sahi so far hatukuwa na mabridges poa. And so far nimeona contractors wameingia kwa ground, at least wanatutengenezea bridges. Yes, tutataksiwa hiyo. So situangalieni pia, hata kama tunataksiwa, imeenda wapi? Imesaidia nini? Maybe uona leo nataksiwa huku na inanisaidia pale kwa kijiji, tunatengenezewa bridge. Una leo nataksiwa hapa, lakini inatusaidia pale, tunatengenezewa barabara. Mtu analia hapa, but tunasaidika nao pale sisi kama wananchi wa chini. So guys, even if tunatetea mwananchi, but pia angalia saidia sisi watu wa pale chini. Ukitaksiwa, angalia pesa kuna vile natusaidia, tuna benefit na hiyo taxes na vitu zingine. Thank you.
Asante sana. Na najua there is this gentleman, I'll come to you sir, nakuja kwako. Amesema kwa ground, yeye ana feel kwa village yake hakukuwa na bridges, so akiingia kwa village ana feel this is my tax, actually building this infrastructure. And it's, I mean, from his point of view, is a legitimate argument. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Kamau Mwangi, an economist by profession and a politician from Nakuru County, Mount Narok Ward. You know, probably in his village, there is development that is going on. But I think most of us who are here, we are actually complaining not because of anything else, because the money we are taxed, we never see the implementation. Number two, let me come to this budget. You know, I am seated here wondering, some people are here saying that the budget is okay, it's 50-50. On my end, I am even wondering which kind of government is leading us. Because as an economist, my friend will tell you, the deficit of 1.1 trillion, when we have 80% being borrowed locally, that means that the people who are going to suffer is the small businesses, because loans won't be available. So that means that money is totally locked. And when there is no circulation, my fellow economist can tell you, the person who will suffer most is that woman who always have mbogas at 200 and she wants to make 50 bob out of the 200. That is the person who is going to suffer most. On another point, I have noted them here because I did not want to lose even one. The remaining portion that is being borrowed externally is about 150 billion that is going to be borrowed externally, usually from World Bank, IMF, and those financial organizations. Yesterday, the governor of the CBK said that the loan that is being financed through the DPO, negotiations are still ongoing. So it's not money. The money is not dispersed. The money is not confirmed. we are well aware that the deal that was there of about $3.6 billion with IMF expired in April. So also still negotiations are still ongoing, and that is on record. So already the government is budgeting on money they don't have, and they are not sure if they are going to have it. So the implementation of that budget is almost 50% we are going to fail, because if you don't get the money, then the development, the implementation, it won't happen. Look at the money that has been allocated to county governments, the 440 billion. You know, I am an MCA, so we can deal with the 440 billion that is coming to counties, but the implementation is zero. Totally zero. Like where I come from, I think for the last 4 years, the only thing that we have seen is those small empowerments, and they are actually even more tribal. And you will get that even the money that is given, the politicians are coming to make they are bringing the money that is, you have paid taxes, but we as citizens, it just looks like we have to kneel down, we have to worship you so that you can empower us with even 5,000 per welfare, per women welfare. If you look at this budget, you have given us a point of about something like budgeted corruption. That is what is happening. Look at the allocation of the State House, 25 billion. You even wonder how many people live in the State House. Because the allocation, I think from the estimate that we were doing, I think the State House should be around 6-7 billion at maximum. It's very doable. And that's why you see the united opposition, someone like Dr. Matiang'i was saying, like the State House should operate even with around 3 billion. So we have a lot of misplaced priorities.
Okay, definitely.
So much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for bringing that up. Gentlemen in cup and glass, you had a heavy point that you're almost coming in front here. What's your name and what do you want to raise?
Asante ndugu no unanitania sawa tu. Hamjambo, mimi naitwa Mbulika, mtoto wa Mbulika. Na nadhani nasikiliza gumzo linavyokuwa linasogea mbele. Hili gumzo lipo vizuri. Ila nadhani kidogo kuna chenga na changamoto hapa na pale zinakuwa tunazishuhudia. Labda nianze kwa kusema kwamba mimi ni mwenyekiti wa bunge la mwananchi pale City Stadium chapter. Kuna City Stadium bunge la mwananchi, si lile ambalo labda unakuwa unajua la Jivanji, hapana. So labda nianze kwa kusema kwamba kama nchi sisi hatuna tatizo la mapato, ila tuna tatizo la matumizi tu. Na katika kutumia sisi ni wazuri sana, ni wabadhirifu. Tunatumia pesa, yani ukiona kwamba zipo unazitumia unavyokuwa unataka. Nataka kukinzana na hoja moja hapa nimesikia. Nasikia kwamba wanasema sio kuna hela zinatolewa, hawajui zina matumizi yake, tunatoa hela nyingi hatujui matumizi yake ni yapi. Tunakosea. Matumizi ya hizi hela tunayajua. Hivi hamjasikia Bwana Murkomen akisema kwamba yeye ana mkanda wa kufunga kiunoni wa shilingi 1400? Hamjasikia hilo? Mimi hamjasikia hilo. Kwamba yeye ana tai moja tu anafunga kwa siku moja shilingi 1120. Hamjasikia hilo kwani? Sio mmelisikia hilo? Kwa hivyo hizo ndizo pesa na hayo ndio matumizi ya hela ambazo nyinyi mnazitoa. Toa mizani ya ukweli. Tumeambiwa kwamba hao waheshimiwa kwa kununua maandazi tu na chai asubuhi wakati wewe hujala chochote. Huyu jamaa, mimi narauka asubuhi na kwenda pale City Stadium. Labda unapigwa pale na joba na mchana mzima hujala chochote. Lakini hawa majamaa unaambiwa wametumia shilingi milioni 17 breakfast peke yake. Jamaa wapo vizuri Wapo vizuri. This is the money we are budgeting for. We told Mbadi sijui kabla anamsikia anasema we are 50-50. Hicho Kiingereza misikielewi sana, 50-50 misikielewi. Ndio kusemaje huko? Kwamba mimi nitoe hela wewe uende ukanunue mkanda wa shilingi 400 alafu niambie kwa 50-50. Ndio maana nini hiyo? Kakarioba bwana, kabla wewe hujazungumza kwanza tathmini maneno yako. Tathmini maneno yako, unatukosea. Nasema hivi. Wakati mahali kama pale Ikulu kwa mfano, Nasikia pale walikuwa wajenge na kanisa hapo. Yaani kila kitu iwe ni one stop shop. Ukienda pale kwanza unakula pale, unakunywa, unaabudu. Yaani kila kitu pale. Ila kwa gharama ya nani? Kwa gharama ya nani? Halafu unaambiwa wewe huyu mjusi kafiri wewe ukimtazama usimtazame kichwa, wewe mtazama kwenye mkia. Kwani kuna tofauti kati ya mkia wa mjusi kafiri na kichwa chake? Mjusi kafiri tu, kichwa chake na mkia wake vyote sawa tu.
Okay.
Hey, mambo gani haya? Halafu naambiwa kuna nakisi ya shilingi trilioni 1.1 deficit ya hii budget. Tuangalie tulivyokuwa na nakisi kama hii msimu uliopita. Tuliwahi kuishughulikiaje mpaka hizo pesa tukazipata, tukayashughulikia ile masuala ambayo tulikuwa tumeyabajetia. Tulikwenda tukaomba, tukatukanwa, tukaonekana kwamba si wajinga, lakini bado tunarudi katika ujinga ule ule. Tuonekana kwamba si wajinga wa kuomba na kukopa. Kabla amesema jambo hapa pia nimeshangaa kidogo. Anasema eti kuna vitu fulani vinategemea unavitazama kutoka wapi. Kaka Abdullah, naomba nikuulize swali. Wewe ni mdogo wangu na nakupa heshima hiyo. Hivi kwa mfano mimi nikiumwa na njaa nikiwa kule kwetu Kapsabet, na wewe unaumwa na njaa ukiwa Nairobi hapa, nipe mtazamo wako wa njaa ya Kapsabet na njaa ya Nairobi. Hiyo inakuwaje?
Swali nzuri.
Samahani kidogo, ile swali nina balagha, sikutaka unijibu. It's rhetorical.
You're asking the difference between the hunger you feel and the hunger I feel.
Hujanielewa. Nimesema hilo swali ni la balagha, sikutaka unijibu. Yani niache tu nimalize alafu
It's fine. So in conclusion, sir?
In conclusion, naomba niseme hivi. Kwa kumalizia tu kwamba sisi watu wala nyasi, sisi watu wanyonge tunaonewa sana na hawa mabig fish hawa. Wanatuoneaga sana. Ila nikiuliza labda swali la kufunga kazi hapa. Mimi nikitaka kuwania urais, ndugu Noah, wewe utanipigia kura wewe?
Ni rhetorical question pia. La shaka nitasikiza sera zako na nione vile zinani affect na ni make that particular choice.
Asante kwa sekunde moja tu ili niondoke. Tafadhali, tunapokwenda kupiga kura ya mwaka 2027, angalieni mjue kwamba tumewachagua manyang'au na wametuumiza kwa muda wote. Mchagueni mtu ambaye ana akili, ana hekima, ana moyo wa nyama, moyo wa mtu. Asante bwana mtangazaji.
Asante sana. Na nakuja kwako kwa sababu naona wakati unakimbia. Kwa in the spirit of Kiswahili, muda wa yoyoma. Na ukiyoyoma hivyo tuko wengi, so tuko na dakika kama 15 hivi 20. Tunataka tufanye ile round ya kufunga, ile round ya lala salama. Utapatiana point yako wa mpigo wa kufunga na pia tukue brief. Najua ulikuwa umeangaziwa, ulikuwa umewekewa tochi namna hii.
Sasa nataka kusema hivi.
Tafadhali.
Unajua nguruwe akiwa mchafu, akioshwa, akirudi akilala pale, huwa anaona kama bado yeye ni msafi, kumbe ni mchafu. Nataka kuambia hivi. Fedha tunazozitoa katika nchi hii, kama wewe uliona maeneo yenu, kuna mwenzako hajawahi kuyaona tangu uhuru, akiona leo anafurahia. Kwa hiyo ni haki yake kwa sababu analipa kodi. Iwe kodi inalipwa nyingi, iwe inalipwa kidogo, lakini ni haki yake kupata maendeleo. Mfano, juzi tumeona watu wa jail wameona stadium ya watu 10,000. Ile stadium ya watu 10,000 ukijenga Nairobi leo tutakucheka. Sisi tunataka stadium ya watu 100,000. Hatutaki watu 10,000. Wanakuambia wameona lami kutoka hapa mpaka pale, na ukumbuke wamelipa kodi tangu uhuru. Hawajawahi kuona hayo maendeleo. Maendeleo yamekuwa kwa watu wengine. Leo wakiona kuna watu inawauma kumbe. Nataka nikwambie hivi. Kodi tunaitoa Kenya inafaa kumhusisha kila mmoja. Kutoka Vanga kwenda Busia, kutoka Horohoro kwenda Lamu, kutoka kila kona ya nchi hii. Vile vile nataka nikwambie hivi. Kenya hii haitaacha kukopa pesa za maendeleo. Inawezekana ndani ya miaka 10 tukawa na deni zaidi ya trilioni 10. Mfano mzuri tu, nataka kuwapa mfano mzuri. Unajua vitu vingine tusiongee kwa kufurahishana. Tuongee kulingana na mataifa mengine ambayo yameendelea zaidi. Kwa mfano Marekani inadaiwa na China 1.1 trillion US dollar. Ilikopa huko.
Marekani inadaiwa na Japani 1.3 US dollar. Trilioni hizo ilikopa huko. Marekani inadaiwa na Belgium 600 billion ilikopa huko. Yani nikianza kukutajia mataifa ambayo Marekani inadai Marekani utashtuka. Kwa hiyo Kenya leo hicho ninavyoongea na wewe, bado itaendelea kukopa deni. Bado deficit itaendelea kuwepo. Sisi kama wapiga kura bado kuna kitu hatujagundua, ni wapi tunakosea. Siku tutagundua wapi tunakosea, haya mambo hayatakuwepo. Nataka nikwambie hivi leo ndugu yangu Noah, baba yako akiiba shilingi 1 ya Kenya, mwambie baba, kwa sababu umeiba nenda mahakamani ukajibu huko. Sio baba wewe ni baba yangu ngoja nikutetee na jirani unatetea baba ya Noah ili afaidike. Sio, unasikia? Kitu tunatakiwa kufanya sisi kama wa Kenya ili haya mambo yote tusiyapitie, lazima to hold our leaders accountable. If you not do that, my friend, let me tell you, tutaendelea kulia, kupiga kelele, tunaruka juu ya nyumba, tunaanguka chini, tunaenda kando, tukienda hivi tunapiga kelele kila siku. Asanteni.
Asante. Nitakuja kwako mbio. Tafadhali.
Nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hii tena, kwa maana muda unatupa kisogo. Jambo langu nataka kulirudisha tena katika mjadala ambao kwamba ndugu zangu wamemaliza kuzungumza sasa hivi. Kulipa ushuru, wa Kenya wana historia ya kulipa ushuru pasipo kuchenga. Isipokuwa viongozi ambao kwamba wanatuongoza, kwa mfano rais wetu mpendwa anaitwa nani, Mheshimiwa William Ruto, samahani maana mtaelewa tu. Mheshimiwa William Ruto, ofisi State House allocation ni kubwa kuliko maelezo. Ukija, huo ni ubadilifu ambao unasababisha mtu kama mimi na ndugu zangu ambao kwamba na waongoza huko chini wamejifunga kibwebwe wakitafuta mkate wa kila siku, japo mara moja, tonge moja tu hawalipati. Lakini pale wanajenga kanisa, wana mpango wa kujenga kanisa, sadaka tujui itaenda kwa nani, sijui kasisi ni yeye, sadaka anachukua yeye, yala uyalam, Allah ndiye anajua. Tuende kwenye sehemu ya pili. Juzi tumeona kwenye counties ndugu yetu mmoja ambaye ametoka kwenye chama cha the most high principled cabinet, ambaye ni mzee wangu kutoka kule kwetu Wetangula na Samani Mudavadi, amepatikana nyumbani na milioni 260. Hakika ya Mwenyezi Mungu, hii milioni 260 lipo ushuru? Je, kwake ni benki? Mimi nikitoa shilingi 100 kwenye M-Pesa na katwa shilingi 11, yeye amechukua shilingi milioni 260, ambapo sitaki kukubaliana na maofisa kwamba eti baadaye walihesabu wakakuta ni milioni 60. Hata mtoto wa darasa la kwanza hawezi kukubali. Tumekuajiri, tumekupa masomo, tumekupa uwezo, tumekupa crown, ulifika pale ukahesabu ukatoa idadi, baadaye inakuja kushuka kiwango hicho. Tunaenda tena kwenye sehemu ya pili. Angalia viongozi ambao wanajiita mawaziri. Kila waziri ukifuatilia taratibu wana hulka ya kiburi. Hawapendi kuulizwa swali ambalo linahusiana na matumizi ya hela ambazo sisi tunatoa jasho kila siku. Jamaa yuko pale Marigiti anavuta mkokoteni ambaye analipwa shilingi 200 kwa siku. Lakini ile 200 akiweka kwenye M-Pesa anakatwa shilingi 24. Ikifika kule bado tena ni mtihani, hela yote imeondoka ambayo ni asilimia ngapi? Asilimia zaidi ya 10 katika mahesabu. Huyu waziri anatuambia ametuletea bajeti ambayo kwamba ina deficit ya 1.1 ambayo tunahitaji kukopa nchini na ughaibuni. Hivi kweli hela tulizokopa mwaka juzi kati, juzi zote hizo, huwa tuna tabia ya kukopa. Hivi kweli unategemea utumie the same tricks to have a different change?
Kweli, swali nzito hilo. My brother, ulikuwa unataka kusema nini?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Before I come to my main point, I would add something on what Dropa said and my friend also said, on two things they have said separately. I'll start with him. He said what the US owes Japan and what the US owes Belgium. And I want to tell you, I actually study geopolitics a lot. And I want to tell you that the US has a total debt of 33 trillion US dollars. The last time I've seen, I think it was a while ago. And it's growing at a very high rate. So economists will tell you, I'm not an economist, but they will tell you, debt is money. If you owe the bank 1 billion, and if you owe it 100,000, they will treat you differently. The person who owes it the 1 billion, they will treat with respect. It's an asset. They will protect him. So that's the first thing. So, and having a budget deficit of 1.14 trillion shillings is not a crime. It's a proof that our country is growing, their population is growing, there's a demand for more, you see, and that we have to cope with the world.
Okay.
So the question is, how can we get that money? How can we get it? That's what we are discussing. Having a debt is not a crime, and having a budget deficit is not a crime. It's a proof that they will tell you we need a reform of our education system. In fact, our education system has been reformed. You see the CBC. That's where the budget is going. Have you seen how your child and my child will not be educated like we were? They are going to receive an education that's based on their talent.
Okay.
Personally,
Yes.
I would like my son to be a doctor or an engineer. So, and they will bathe they will carve their way to that place as young as 4 years old.
Okay.
That's the first thing. The second thing is the matter of taxation. If we don't pay tax, who will? And if through tax we can't build our country, how can we build our country? That's a question people should answer. And the other thing, the most developed countries in the world, Denmark has the highest tax rate in the world, 45. France the second, 43%. If you have made $100,000 in Denmark, you will pay $450 as a tax. Okay. So, and that are countries that we look up to and say, wow, we should be like that. We don't want to pay what the taxes they are paying, but we want to be like them. How? That's the question. The other thing, countries with the lowest tax rates have natural resources. Okay. Like in UAE, we don't have oil. We don't have oil to sell. And the other thing, the other step the government is taking in order to reduce our living expenditure or the life is by creating a refinery in Kenya. So that how will that refinery help us?
Okay.
It will reduce our fuel. Reduction of fuel price means reduction of livelihood.
Okay.
So the government is taking the right steps. We should not judge too early. We should not judge them too early.
All right. Thank
That's
you very
what
much.
I mean. The other thing I would like to add.
Because you've taken
sorry,
quite
please,
some
1
time.
minute.
Less than 20 seconds, please. In closing.
Okay.
Please.
I'm from Wajir. For the first time in the history of Kenya, we have seen a stadium in the whole of northeastern Kenya. We have seen the Madaraka celebration. Actually, unlike before, I traveled all the way from Meru to that. I've actually been interviewed by KTN at the ground, at the stadium. And I would like to tell you, I would like to report as the first person, and on behalf of the many Kenyans who live in northeastern Kenya,
yes,
that we feel more Kenyan than before. Okay. We are more patriotic, we love this country, and we are ready to contribute to the taxation or whatever through means to develop this country.
All
you
right.
see?
All right.
So that is what has now has brought the Madaraka to us.
Okay.
We feel included.
So essentially, you are feeling development on the ground. Very, very pertinent point there. I want to bring you in, then I'll go at the corner. But please, in closing.
Thank you. I was holding my breath, and I will forgive him for his youth, because he said he's a young man. So I will forgive him for his youth. There are certain facts, and I hope maybe my senior here mentioned about different countries. I'd like to bring some facts that people tend to forget. Number one, we are not American. We are not Danish. We are not Japanese. We are not Chinese. We are Kenyan. So no amount of these examples you tell me clearly tells me that any of these people care about what Kenyans do, live, how they survive. None of them care. So all this benchmarking that they are saying, And I remember Kipchumba Murkomen saying that they're benchmarking with the New York police. I laugh because where's that benchmarking when Denzel was found? Where's that benchmarking when Rex Masai died? Where's the benchmarking? And as a young man, I feel very offended because he says they've seen a stadium. The most amount of misappropriation in this country by the auditor is in northeastern Kenya. So he needs to check his facts, number one. Number two, and I'd like to be very brief about this to say, all these people keep telling us that it's acceptable as long as we benefit because somebody benefited earlier. Two wrongs don't make a right. So the more we sink into debt, the more we are putting our children at risk. Okay. The more we are putting our future at risk. So any of these people who claim that, America has debt and all this, can they give me examples of where taxation actually developed a country, over-taxation did? Can they give me examples of where IMF funded a country to success? These things are there, you can go read. He's a young man, he has Google. Google it, IMF has a website. They give loans to all these countries. Which country has succeeded? We can build this country ourselves by understanding that we should not have a president who taxes me to build houses, but in that notion tells me I cannot own that house, yet I pay for it. And then in the very same breath, put that money into a fund, and then go sell that fund to get a loan. I mean, we're not sick. We have to stop at one point in time and say, our leaders are not leading because they are not leaders. Yes. All of them have PhDs. All of them sit in front of cameras and they say, we are billionaires, millionaires, and we sit there and admire them. Why? Because in this country, we've made being a politician the best career. And that's wrong. Definitely. I respect my education, and I work hard for my money. So at no point in time am I going to excuse a politician or an aspiring politician to come and tell me, for as long as development is coming to a certain place, it is okay to accept this corruption. It is not.
Definitely.
Thank you.
I want to go at the corner right there, briefly, in closing.
Allow me first just briefly to speak to, I really like the fact that when it comes to debt, you're really quoting all the big countries. I'll ask my friend here, what is the quality of life in Denmark compared to Kenya? All the countries you have quoted have one thing in common. The quality of life is very high. Their taxes are working. So if Denmark is one of the most highly taxed countries in the world, you go to Vejle, go to Horsens, go to Copenhagen, look at the streets, look at the infrastructure, look at the education, look at the healthcare, and then come to Kenya. And then again, now it takes me to what CJ is highlighting, that kule chini kama mnataksiwa huku juu mabwanyenye, sasa sisi ambao tuko kule chini msizungumze. There's one thing we really want to understand hapa, kwamba if we are being taxed as a people, it is for development. There's no tax bracket that says, if you are rich, we'll tax you 25%, and if you're in the ghetto, we'll tax you 2%. When we are taxed as Kenyans, irregardless of your social status. You understand? Secondly, it does not excuse. Because one thing, I have seen pockets of development with this government. I won't take it away from them. However, you will not tell me because you're building a stadium, so then you have a right for 50 billion to disappear because you're building a stadium. You will not tell me because of domestic borrowing, we have a deficit of 1.1, and so we have seen previously, there's the selling of bonds, we have seen privatization of parastatals, but can you account for, is there transparency in these privatization processes? Is there accountability? Can we talk about how it's being done? No. Kenya Pipeline right now, I'm sure very many Kenyans can't even account for how the privatization processes of Kenya Pipeline is happening. Yet mnatuambia tunajengiwa madaraja. Madaraja ni maendeleo kakangu, lakini nikuulize, at what expense? Kwa mifuko ya nani? Ni sawa unajengiwa daraja. So what we are asking for, one, is accountability and transparency. Okay. That if you're going to build the bridge and it costs 4 million, let it cost 4 million. Okay. Don't build the bridge at the cost of 100 million and then go to the people and tell them, oh, you didn't have a bridge, now you have a bridge, clap your hands. But 96 million is missing. Okay. That is our money. And equally, I fully believe that the deficit we are facing can be found not in selling of bonds, not in privatization of our parastatals, but rather in tightening corruption. If we just deal with the wanton wastage we face as a country, ule ubatilifu wa pesa ambao unaonekana katika maofisi ya serikali, ikizingatiwa kwamba serikali iseme right from the customs, our borders, revenue collection by KRA, and we mean serious revenue collection. If they are going to benchmark with the NYPD and tell us about cameras, I think cameras should just start from the highest office in the land. Then from there, we will be able to see that this money that is collected, if we are able to rein in on corruption, then I believe the particular deficit we are facing as a country can be reined in on. Then Kenyans can be able to see the development that we need, that we want as a people, that we deserve as a people. And lastly, to the MCA at the corner, it is not okay to lay blame at the national government. Y'all at the county government are equally wasting the resources of the people. So for me, I also find it very pretentious when people keep saying national, national, national. You people go to Malaysia to look at roads and spend 500 million. You can just go to Rwanda and look at roads and come back. There's a... It's a very clean village. Kenya is a city. Where are we at?
Definitely.
Kenya is a city.
But
Where
the
are we
point
at?
is home,
so
definitely.
we really have to be very accountable and transparent in all our activities.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to come to her briefly. Actually, you have like 5 minutes, honestly. So if we can keep it very tight, it will be beneficial for those of us who haven't given closing remarks. So briefly, in less than a minute, heat your take home.
Okay. So 2 things. First of all, if my taxes were being used to develop the whole country, I would not have a problem with it. If my taxes were ensuring that a mother who is giving birth will not die waiting for a medic, or because there are no lights in the hospital, or all those other ridiculous excuses that they give, if that is what my taxes were being used for, I would not have a problem. Tax me 50%. That's fine. But you cannot tax me 50%. Then I go to a police station and they tell me, gari haina mafuta. Do you get what I mean? You cannot tax me that amount of money. Then if my mother or my grandmother wants to go to the hospital, I have to go get them, because they will not get treatment at the hospital that is nearest to them. Dispensaries are closed. Go on any random day to a village somewhere, you will find a dispensary closed. There is nobody. So if I'm paying, I don't mind paying, but I need to be paying for something I can see. It doesn't have to benefit me, but it needs to benefit people. And that's why I'm saying we need to stop negotiating for the dignity of Kenyans. That's the problem. The problem is not, like he said, the problem is not collection, it's expenditure. You're spending it on the wrong things, then you want to come and gaslight us and tell us, no, we are doing very well. We are not. People are suffering, and the people who are suffering, the more they suffer, the angrier they get, they will punish you. But we shouldn't get there just because you want to look pretty and tell us how you wear Pierre Cardin or you wear Patek Philippe watches. We don't care. Just do your job.
Just do your job.
That's it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
gentleman, briefly, in less than a minute.
Yeah, back in 1963, Jomo Kenyatta was addressing 3 things: poverty, ignorance, and stupidity. In 2026, the 3 things are everywhere. So I really think with this budget, if we look at it cleanly, you can look at specific projects that were given allocation, like social housing. For once, we congratulated Mbadi for addressing the issue of social housing. Kila mtu amekuwa akiongea kuhusu affordable housing, hakuna mtu anaongea issue ambayo inauguza a bigger chunk of citizen wa nchi. Similarly, ukiangalia issue ya train ni very key on transport, because you see production na hizo vitu zote za tunaongea kuhusu economy, train ni most important. You can see allocation yenye ametoa kwa railway line nama. Some areas are very new where train ilikuwa inapita 80s, like they are reviving that. So that is a bonus where we can say for once mnafanya kitu inaeleka. Lastly, this is an example. Kulikuwa na a farmer with a beautiful daughter, and the lion wanted to marry this daughter. So when the lion mzee akashiga akaogopa sana Simba, lakini akasema aje, jueni na kuona yenyewe ni Simba, the best I can do is allow you to marry my daughter. But my daughter asked for one thing, tukungoe meno na tukungoe makucha. And the lion agreed. When it agreed, on the day of wedding ikukuja, the farmer alikuwa na manyundo na mawe, akakimbiza ile Simba, juu ikukuwa na meno na ikuwa na makucha. This country, we have a lot of things that are happening like lion. But we citizens, wenye the daughter, the owner of the daughter, and sisi ndio wenye boma, tumeshindwa kucontrol. So that is my view.
Okay, in the spirit of time, actually our time is up. Our time is up. I know. And so I know you're doing this because you're hearing this Simba and daughter situation. But unfortunately, our time is up. But I think the point is home. As much as we have the big figure of 4.82 trillion, the nuances around it really varies from where we sit, especially Mwananchi. How do you feel? Are you able to afford, the cost of living? Is it good for you or not? Development, are you seeing or not? So those are the nuances that are sometimes when you look at the numbers, you're not able to get it. But today from our conversation, we've gotten the varied, responses. I know some of you maybe didn't like some of what some of us said, but I think that's the beauty of belonging to Kenya, the diversity of opinions, and we should carry on that particular spirit moving forward. So the big question as we close this up definitely goes back to how we're going to finance this budget. It's no mean feat. 4.82 trillion shillings is a lot of money. Majority of that money is coming from you. It's coming from within the country. Even borrowing is coming from within the country. So that is an ongoing conversation that we need to pay attention to as a country. And the finance bill is going to be discussed in Parliament in the next few weeks. So make sure that you pay attention. I hope you participated in the public participation and gave your input. And hopefully those inputs were actually considered in that regard. Well, that's been our conversation, our town hall here with wonderful members of the public from various sectors and various parts of the country. And thank you very much for joining with us over the past hour and a half. My name is Noah Kipkemboi. Bye-bye for now. Asanteni sana.
Hiyo maneno ya vetting iondolewe, ndio vijana wote wa Kenya wapate vitambulisho.
These things ziko na serious security implications. Sio kitu ya kufanya kiolela namna hii.
Wewe Mkenya? Mimi ni 15,000 and then buy ID.
We can't account for the people we have issued IDs in the past few years, and you can take that to the bank. It honestly scares me.
What we are doing with this, in the name of wanting to win a second term of a presidential election, is exposing ourselves to danger, which we don't know when we will ever resolve ourselves out of.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Enjoy fresh chocolate quarter at 539 shillings per kg. Tangerine import at 359 shillings. Greener vegetable oil 5 liters at 1,195 shillings. And Skyward 60-inch TV at 47,895 shillings.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Dial *811*911# to get this as your skiza tune. KTN, dear home.
Renewed Molfix is now even more absorbent with double-layered upper surface. Only 20 Kenya shillings, single-piece Molfix at your duka.
Indulge in the moment. With every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Enjoy Fresh Collect Quarter at 539 shillings per kg. Tangerine Import at 359 shillings. Greener Vegetable Oil 5 liters at 1,195 shillings. And Skyward 60-inch TV at 47,895 shillings.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
This is KTN.
And finally, the Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has presented the 2026-2027 budget statement in Parliament. And tonight we'll be delving into that, which is a budget that is the highest in Kenyan history and one that has received a major backlash from the opposition that was calling for a slash of about 1 trillion shillings in order to accommodate the common mwananchi. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the highlights. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi unveils the 4.8 trillion shillings budget in Parliament, a spending plan that signals a government walking on a tightrope between managing rising debt, avoiding fresh tax shocks, and sustaining key economic sectors. Education and security sectors among the winners in the 2026-2027 national budget, having the highest allocations, while State House suffers reduced allocation. Plus,
hata tukitazama mfuko wangu iko empty, iko na kifunguu.
Kenyans continue to react to the 2026-2027 budget with the rise in prices of basic commodities, worrying many Kenyan families and small-scale traders.
None of them has come out to tell Kenyans what particular clause in the finance bill do you have a problem with?
And leaders allied to the broad-based government defend the 2026-2027 budget as those in opposition tear into it, terming it punitive and burdensome to Kenyans. Welcome to the program, and my name is Ventura Kombukara. Sign language interpreter tonight will be Wilson. And we kick off this broadcast by Kenya's fiscal direction for the 2026-2027 financial year is now clear after Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi tabled a 4.8 trillion shillings budget in Parliament. The spending plan signals a government walking a tightrope between managing rising debts, avoiding fresh tax shocks, and sustaining key economic sectors. But even as the Treasury frames it as a stability and a growth budget, questions remain over how realistic the revenue targets are. Nyakundi Calvin opens this broadcast with that report.
Kenya's fiscal policy for 2026-2027 has been unveiled, with Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi tabling a 4.8 trillion shilling budget in Parliament.
Order.
The spending plan focuses on stabilizing the economy, managing public debt, and sustaining key public services.
I took liberty, Honorable Speaker, to inform those confused leaders out there to stop living in the past, to come to the present world under the new constitution, where Parliament and indeed the National Assembly is the one with the power of the past. They are all telling the country, let us reject the finance bill. None of them has come out to tell Kenyans what particular clause in the finance bill do you have a problem with.
Key priorities include education, health, infrastructure, affordable housing, and social protection under the government's development agenda. Treasury says the budget is anchored on fiscal consolidation with a focus on efficiency in spending and debt sustainability. On revenue, the government is prioritizing tax compliance and widening the tax base instead of introducing major new taxes.
Kenyans want an economy that works for them, an economy where the cost of living is manageable, where opportunities for employment and businesses are expanding, and where the benefits of economic growth are shared widely across society. Mr. Speaker, wananchi want to see a government that listens to their concerns and responds with policies that promote opportunity, fairness, and prosperity.
Debt servicing remains a major expenditure item alongside development and recurrent costs. The proposals now move to Parliament for committee scrutiny and finance bill approval. The budget may have been read, but the real conversation now begins. Parliament must interrogate the spending plans and tax proposals while Kenyans assess what the measures mean for their livelihoods. Nyakundi Calvin from Parliament Buildings in Nairobi.
And Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has delivered the 4.8 trillion shillings budget statement to the National Assembly. The budget rather presents a targeted shift towards increasing capital, talent, technology, and infrastructure. This budget prioritizes sectors such as education, security, mega infrastructure, and social protection, among others. And we'll be giving you that story once it's ready. But moving away from that, and tonight, the government has failed to include the 2026-2027 budget statement a key tax relief pledge made earlier by President William Ruto to exempt low-income earners from pay-as-you-earn, pay tax, while presenting the 4.8 trillion shillings budget before the National Assembly. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi did not outline measures to implement the president's promise that an estimated 1.5 million employed Kenyans earning less than 30,000 shillings per month will be exempted from pay. Mbadi, however, sought to reassure Kenyans that the government has not abandoned the proposal, stating that the exemption remains under consideration and will be pursued through the finance bill.
Even if it is not in the finance bill, it is not off the table. We are going to make sure that the promise by the president and the CS National Treasury will be implemented. So we wait for this. And you see, I've explained this, that there was some data and analysis that we were doing. We have now agreed, and the president has pronounced himself unequivocally that that is going to be implemented.
And as the government presented the national budget for the 2026-2027 financial year, the common wananchi has been trying to balance expenses to fit a thin daily, weekly, or even monthly budget all year long. With the rising cost of living, most families hope that this year's budget has measures that will make life a bit easier for them. KTN's Daniel Karaoke interacted with Kenyans and filed the following story.
Millions of Kenyans wake up heading to work hoping that at the end of the day, they will be able to feed their families and manage a comfortable life. With the rising inflation, ordinary Kenyans, including those living within the minimum wage, have to go through a delicate balancing act to fit all their needs in the budget due to increase in prices of basic commodities. I met with Jacqueline Mboya, an ex-vendor in Nairobi, who conducts her small business along Jogoo Road. She wakes up at 6 a.m. and officially starts off her day.
Sinyanya nanunua samia na ni kidogo kabisa iwezi tosha. Na kitunguu, pilipili na hizi tomato zote ziko hapo.
But going by the price of commodities, Jacqueline says she is struggling to ensure the business remains afloat.
Nikiuza hii mayai mbao niko chini. Kwa vile hii kreti inauzwa na 4.8. Nikungangana tu nipate 10 nilee watoto. Ndio nataka zipunguzwe speed.
Jacqueline is not alone. Washira is in the Juakali sector. He is also feeling the pinch of the rising cost of living.
Sasa hivi hata vile mmepita hapa, hata tukitazama mfuko wangu iko empty, iko na kifunguu cha nyumba, hamna hela ndani. Unaamka asubuhi unaenda ati ni 300. 300 kwanza fare ni 200. Haya umebaki na 100, utafikaje kwa nyumba?
Those on the bottom of the pyramid were hopeful that the 2026-27 budget by the government will consider them by reducing taxes in various areas.
Vile kila kitu yote iko juu. Ukienda kwa duka kununua vitu, mafuta iko juu kabisa, kila kitu iko juu.
Angalie wananchi wa kawaida wa chini, sisi wenyewe tunaumia. Hao wengine wako juu wanafurahia kumdanganya rais. Maisha ya chini iko kuzuri, lakini rais toka nje ukijua wananchi wa kawaida ndio tunaumia.
Tunajaribu kuangalia mbele, tunaangalia nyuma na hatuna tofauti. Sasa bajeti ya leo mimi nataka iangalie watu wa Juakali. Kwa sababu watu wa Juakali wanafanya kazi mingi sana. Sasa ninataka chuma zirudi chini.
Will John Mbadi's budget bridge the gap between government plans and the everyday needs of the common mwananchi? With the government presenting the budget for the financial year 2026-2027, ordinary Kenyans are remaining hopeful of better days ahead with the rising cost of living and the economic challenges. Daniel Karaoke, KTN, Nairobi.
Well, thank you, Dan Karaoke, for that. And the health docket is among sectors that have witnessed an increase in budget allocation for the financial year 2026-2027, marking a significant step towards the realization of universal health coverage, according to experts. And while this budget allocation increase has been loaded, issues on how the funds have been distributed to cater for different programs in the sectors have emerged. Here's Gloria Milimo with more.
In what is viewed as a step towards suturing the fragile state of healthcare financing in Kenya, the country's health budget has witnessed a significant increase in allocation, raising the sector's budget to 175.6 billion shillings from the previous 138.1 billion shillings. The 37.5 billion shillings increase, according to experts, is a critical step towards ensuring sustainability of the crucial sector to deliver the ambitious universal health coverage agenda. At least 4 billion shillings from this amount, according to Treasury CS John Mbadi, will facilitate the settling of the outstanding NHIF debt owed to health facilities.
Going forward, we will settle the balance of the bills that are owed under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund and which span over the years.
In the financial year 2026-2027 allocation, Universal Health Coverage Program has witnessed a steady increase in allocation from the previous year's 6.2 billion shillings for the management and coordination of the ambitious healthcare project to 19.1 billion shillings. Primary Healthcare Fund, which is the cornerstone of UHC, on the other hand, has been allocated 18 billion shillings from the previous 3.8 billion shillings. Another 600 million shillings has been set aside for blood transfusion services.
Remember, as a country, we cannot afford curative services.
But the more government is focusing toward preventive and promotive services, it's good because it will ensure that we have less people entering into a disease state.
Similarly, non-communicable diseases has been allocated 1.5 billion shillings from a previous allocation of 762 million shillings in the last financial year. Referral hospitals are also some of the biggest beneficiaries of the budget allocation under health. Approximately 1/4 of the budget has been designated to support national referral hospital institutions such as the Kenyatta National Hospital.
Remember, these facilities actually offer a lot of specialized treatments. Those are the cancer treatment, diagnostic tests and all that. And we have been seeing a rise in the cases of cancer cases within the country. So that's a good gearing towards, though it's not still adequate.
Programs supported by Global Fund have also witnessed an increase in funding. The programs that include HIV, malaria and TB response have been allocated 18.5 billion shillings in this financial year, indicating a 1.2 billion shillings increase from previous financial year. While budget allocation has been increased for these programs, experts warn that they remain vulnerable because donor support is still under threat. Health economists estimate that the shadow budget requires an additional 22 to 44 billion shillings annually to replace declining donor funding for the Global Fund supported programs and maternal health. They warn the budget has no dedicated donor transition fund.
So still we are way below because ideally we need 640 billion. So there's still a deficit, there's still a gap. So the government needs to do aggressive, planning to see how to cater for that gap.
While the 175.6 billion shillings allocation is the largest health budget in recent years, experts reckon that the challenge is no longer whether health receives more money, but whether the money is allocated in a way that protects essential services and delivers universal health coverage. Gloria Milimu, KTN.
And still on health matters, as the government unveils its budget for the next financial year, outlining billions of shillings in spending across key sectors, fresh concerns are emerging over the reliability of one of the country's most critical public service, healthcare. Reports of prolonged downtime at the Social Health Authority system has left patients and healthcare providers struggling to access services, reigniting questions about resilience of a platform at the center of Kenya's universal health care agenda. While the budget is expected to reaffirm commitment to healthcare, experts warn that funding alone may not guarantee access to care if the system meant to deliver it continues to fail. Grace Nganga now reports.
Even as the government sets aside billions of shillings for healthcare in the new budget, recurring disruptions at the SHA system are casting a shadow over efforts to deliver affordable and accessible healthcare to Kenyans. For days, some patients and healthcare providers have reported challenges accessing services due to downtime on the SHA platform. The latest disruption is not an isolated incident, raising concerns about the stability of a system relied upon by millions of Kenyans.
Nilienda OC, nilikuwa nimepeleka mtoto. Nikaambiwa SHA ifanyi. Nilisikia vibaya cause tuliambiwa na tulikuwa tumelipia tukitarajia kuna kutibiwa. But tukaambiwa system haifanyi, wenye wako na cash waingie kwa line kwanza.
Nilienda nikaambiwa SHA haifanyi chochote, lazima nitoe cash. Na ilinibidi nitoe cash, ikanisimamia.
And while a system outage may appear to be a technical problem, experts warn that its effects can be felt far beyond computer screens.
SHA has an aspect of time stamping. So if you are admitted today, then you cannot be admitted tomorrow. You get? So if the system is down and you are admitted today, then there is no claim for today.
Health experts say repeated failures in critical healthcare systems can delay access to treatment, disrupt continuity of care, and create uncertainty for both patients and healthcare providers.
For instance, if you have a ruptured ectopic pregnancy and you need SHA, then the SHA system is down. Then they could delay theater, meaning that you bleed more, as a result of financial system.
The concern is particularly acute for patients living with chronic illnesses such as cancer, kidney disease, and heart conditions, where treatment schedules are often time-sensitive and interruptions can have serious consequences. The recurring outages are also raising broader questions about the country's healthcare reforms. Analysts argue that while increased budgetary allocations are important, the effectiveness of healthcare financing depends heavily on the reliability of the system supporting it.
Providers are making their internet slow so that the system does not catch. So with that statement, there is obvious an indication that there has been a complaint about this.
The issue has also sparked public debate.
I want to say that a few months ago, I said SHA will collapse in 6 months. For the last 4 days, it has collapsed. The systems are down.
Across social media platform, X users have shared experiences of delays, confusion, and difficulties accessing healthcare systems, amplifying calls for urgent intervention. As Parliament debates pending priorities and the country looks ahead to another year of healthcare reforms, experts say attention must also turn to accountability and system resistance. Because for patients waiting for treatment, healthcare is not just about how much money is allocated in the budget. It is also about whether the system works when it matters most. Grace Nganga, KTN.
It's a win for teachers, lecturers and university students as the education sector secured the largest share of the 2026-2027 national budget, totaling to about 784 billion shillings. The allocation is aimed at tackling staffing shortage, boosting funding for higher education and enhancing learning conditions. It further focuses on expanding teachers' recruitment, improving examination systems and strengthening student support programs across institutions countrywide for better education outcomes. Anne Musungu with the details.
The education sector has once again taken the largest share of the 2026-2027 national budget, rising to 784 billion shillings. This marks a significant increase from the 702 billion shillings allocated in 2025-2026 financial year, reflecting growing investment in staffing, infrastructure and education support programs nationwide.
A lot has been said about defunding education. But in 2026-27, we are proposing 784.5 billion shillings, which is 26.4% of the ministerial budgets.
The Teacher Service Commission has been allocated 424 billion shillings. The budget sets aside 8.2 billion shillings for internship program and an additional 4.9 billion shillings to convert 20,000 intern teachers who have completed their 2-year contracts beginning January. Also in a key development, the 24,000 intern teachers will be transitioned into permanent and pensionable terms by July 2027. National examinations have also received a boost beyond the 9.9 billion allocated to NEC. The government has set aside an extra 1.5 billion shillings to clear payments owed to examination markers for the 2025 national examinations before the close of the current financial year. Higher education emerges among biggest beneficiaries, the HELB receiving 56.3 billion shillings to support student financing. Universities have been allocated 30.9 billion shillings through the Universities Fund, while TVET scholarships receive 9.2 billion shillings. Another 6.7 billion shillings will settle outstanding 2021-2022 CBA obligations, alongside 5.9 billion shillings for ongoing development projects. Across the education sector, key state departments have also received substantial allocations. Basic education takes 136 billion shillings, while higher education takes 163 billion shillings, and TVET institutions will get 58 billion shillings. Meanwhile, science, research and innovation receives 1.3 billion shillings to support research and knowledge-driven development. And Musungu, KTN, Nairobi.
Well, on that report from Anna Musungu, we take a break here at KTN Prime. But remember, we'll be having that discussion, just dissecting the 2026-2027 budget with Jesse Rogers. We'll be hosting an array of guests, including the former Mugirango Member of Parliament, Ominga Magara. You make sure to stay tuned for that. But at this point, we take a short breather. I'll see you in a short while.
A common sign of sensitivity is a short, sharp pain to hot and cold. A lot of my patients have changed a lot of habits and no longer drink cold beverages. Sensodyne works by creating a protective layer over the sensitive areas of the teeth. Sensodyne toothpaste really works.
The County Government of Kiambu, under His Excellency Governor Kimanua Matagi, notifies all developers with unapproved buildings to regularize their plans as required by law. Submit applications to your sub-county physical planner by 30th June. Approval timelines are 7 days for single dwellings, 3 weeks for commercial buildings. Planning a new project? Secure approvals before construction. Avoid penalties and enforcement actions. Do not pay individuals. Use official county channels only. Safeguard your investment. Making Kiambu great.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Enjoy fresh chocolate quarter at 539 shillings per kg. Tangerine import at 359 shillings. Greener vegetable oil 5 liters at 1,195 shillings. And Skyward 60-inch TV at 47,895 shillings.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
In a world drowning in half-truths, in whispers that masquerade as facts, how do you find the real story? You cut through the noise. You demand clarity. For decades, the Standard and the Standard e-paper have been Kenya's unwavering heartbeat. It is judged every word, every angle, bold enough to challenge and reveal factual above all else. But the truth isn't static. It evolves in every moment, and so do we. Presenting the Standard all-in-one app, your direct portal to real-time news, curated entertainment, and premium content. From the unfiltered truth of breaking stories to the depth of our exclusive investigations. From powerful podcasts that challenge perspectives to the complete e-paper experience in your hands. This isn't just an app. It's your daily dose of pride in Kenyan journalism. It is the trust you deserve. Don't just hear news. Understand it. Live it. Download the Standard all-in-one app today. Be part of something bigger. The Standard. For generations, Kenya's unwavering voice. Judged, bold, factual.
Hiyo maneno ya vetting iondolewe ndio vijana wote wa Kenya wapate vitambulisho.
These things ziko na serious security implications. So kitu ya kufanya kiolola namna hii.
Wewe si Mkenya? Mimi ni 15,000 and buy ID.
We can't account for the people we have issued IDs in the past few years, and you can take that to the bank. It honestly scares me.
What we are doing with this, in the name of wanting to win a second term of a presidential election, is exposing ourselves to danger, which we don't know when we will ever resolve ourselves out of.
This is Kubosh in the wood and it's so wood.
Sometimes I go bad, wanna check out my mind, no cat scan. It's a 911, I've been London. Cause I finna lose it on the lap band. But when I see my dada, open the bottom when you go see that wada, set me free like voila. They be like a line like Jesus or not, bruh. Jesus or not, Jesus or not, Jesus or not. It's all love, but it's Jesus or not, bruh. Jesus or not.
imebaba kubaba. Sasa kawakole wote inajua ni kubaba. Hakuna mambo ingine ila kubaba.
Welcome back. And in our earlier story, Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has delivered the 4.8 trillion shillings 2026-2027 budget statement to the National Assembly. The budget presents a targeted shift towards increasing capital, talent, technology and infrastructure. This budget prioritized sectors such as education, security, mega infrastructure, and social protection, among others. Esther Diana highlights the biggest beneficiaries and losers in this budget.
Budget and the finance 2026 are critical for President William Ruto's aspiration as the 2027 general election draws nearer.
Order.
As such, this election budget, the last full financial year under the Kenya Kwanza administration, has offered modest allocations and tax amendments, cherry-picking rosy sectors. The education sector accounts for the largest share of the budget, with an allocation of approximately 785 billion shillings, under which the teacher service accounts for the highest allocation of 424.2 billion shillings. The Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary has been allocated 1.1 billion shillings, which is more than double the 628 million shillings allocation in the current financial year. And as the country prepares for the 2027 general election, allocation to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, almost doubled to 24.9 billion shillings. The national security sector is another winner, having been allocated a total of 567 billion shillings. On the tax amendments, patients with kidney failure now have relief as dialysis machines are now exempted from value-added tax. Kenyans returning from abroad can now bring in higher value personal goods without paying VAT as duty-free allowance increases to 260,000 shillings. Pension benefits paid to dependents or beneficiaries of a deceased pension scheme member will not be subject to income tax. Taxpayers who have paid principal taxes to December 2025 will qualify for a waiver on penalties and interest as the bill reintroduces the tax amnesty program. The document has also seen a reduction in allocation to State House, which has seen budgets drop to 13.4 billion shillings, allocations to the road subsector drop to 228.5 billion shillings, while energy allocations drop to 35.7 billion shillings. Despite agricultural subsidies, the agriculture sector's allocation has reduced to 67.4 billion shillings. Mobile money or digital transfers will now attract 16% VAT, making transactions cost more. Food importers have also been slapped by a 35% import duty on selected processed food products. The bill reclassified numerous previously zero-rated essential products to the exempt or standard-rated categories. This is expected to increase prices of basic goods. Individuals filing nil returns will be required to submit returns by January 31st and has reduced the general tax filing window to April 30th. President Ruto's last budget reveals a push for mega infrastructure projects coupled with slowed introduction of new taxes. This shift signals Kenya Kwanza's bet on visible development projects to propel its presidential ambitions for a second term. Esther Diana, KTN, Nairobi.
And MPs allied to the broad-based administration led by the National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah have rallied behind the 4.8 trillion shillings national budget, dismissing criticism from united opposition. The legislatures defended the spending plan presented to Parliament by Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, maintaining that it is designed to address the needs of ordinary Kenyans. Here is Hemigilda Mugeni with the details.
The political fireworks accompanied the reading of the 2026-2027 national budget as allies and critics of the government sought for attention inside the National Assembly. Chants of power echoed through the chambers. Treasury CS John Mbadi took to the floor to unveil the government's 4.8 trillion shilling spending blueprint. Once the budget was tabled, National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah turned his attention to the united opposition leaders. Ichung'wah rubbished the opposition's Alternative People's Budget unveiled on Wednesday, arguing that its authors lack a clear understanding of the country's economic realities.
I took liberty, Honorable Speaker, to inform those confused leaders out there to stop living in the past, to come to the present world under the new constitution, where Parliament and indeed the National Assembly is the one with the power of the past. They are all telling the country, let us reject the finance bill. None of them has come out to tell Kenyans what particular clause in the finance bill do you have a problem with.
His sentiments were echoed by Minority Leader in the National Assembly, Junet Mohammed, who led members in ODM chants while hailing the broad-based government arrangement for what he said was its role in steering the country's economic recovery.
Can you repeat after me? ODM. Can you repeat after me? ODM.
Junet insisted that the economy will not have registered its current gains without the political cooperation between key leaders, accusing the opposition of criticizing government programs without offering practical alternatives.
We are in the era of misinformation and disinformation. But, Mr. Speaker, when that misinformation is coming from high level, senior members of the society, some of them who have been speakers in this House, Mr. Speaker, then it is worrying.
The budget session also attracted debate over President William Ruto's absence from the chamber. Former National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi questioned the president's decision to stay away, but Speaker Moses Wetangula defended the head of state, saying there is no legal or procedural requirement for the president to attend the budget reading.
There is no such thing as a crisis because the president is out of the country. Budget is a preserve and an activity of National Assembly.
The last president who attended this house when we are reading budget was Mwai Kibaki, Mr. Speaker. Under the old constitution. Looks like these people don't know what's happening in the country.
And as the 4.8 trillion shillings budget heads the next phase of parliamentary scrutiny, sharp political divisions have already emerged, while government allies insist the plan offers a path to economic growth and relief for Kenyans. Critics remain unconvinced, setting the stage for intense debate over the country's economic future. Hemigilda Mugeni for KTN.
And a section of members of parliament have slammed Treasury boss John Mbadi over what they termed as isolation in allocation of funds to development projects in their regions. Wajir North Legislature Sane Ibrahim Abde did not shy away from blasting the President William Ruto's administration, maintaining that residents of the vast northern Kenya will not support the government blindly. These as leaders cautioned the Kenya Kwanza administration over excessive borrowing, which continues to burden Kenyans. Let's listen in to what the legislatures had to say after the presentation of the 2026-2027 budget highlights.
Boring session for me, listening to a very lengthy budget speech with nothing to pick. Ministry of Water, and they are talking of access to water. A single borehole from the Ministry of Water, nothing. You know, we don't have to shy telling the truth. Absolute marginalization, sweet-talking us, subjecting us to listen 3 hours to budget speeches that are hollow and has nothing for us. We can no longer, I'm sure this is the second last. By the next year, I will not be listening. The expert said nothing. said nothing on Northern Kenya. He talked of low-cost boarding schools. That's not inclusion. I elected a president. I elected this government. I'm perfectly a UDA MP. What is the take-home for me? Nothing, kindly. Nothing. And it has been so on for the last 4 years. But I keep on telling my people, I have nothing to offer.
Our debt situation is around 13 trillion Kenya shillings. When the government came in, it was around 8.7 trillion Kenya shillings. It means we are borrowing in a year, in net terms, what Kibaki borrowed in 10 years. Then Kenyans need to ask, can we see commensurate development? Because we should be seeing a times 10 development of what Kibaki did. So that's an area that we must be able to focus on so that we get the value for money out of the money we are borrowing.
Tenga 16 billion towards last mile connectivity. Kama kuna kitu ambaye inatupea changamoto, aswa sisi wanasiasa tukienda pale mashinani, tunaulizwa mambo ya stima. Tumepewa 16 billion. Ukigawa against the 290 constituencies, that amounts to 55 million per constituency.
Kama kuna jambo lolote ambalo linaweza kuwa halijaangaziwa, kunayo nafasi ya kuiangazia katika bajeti. Kwa sababu ni vizuri sana Wakenya waelewe kwamba waziri ametoa speech yake ya budget, sio kusema ya kwamba process imeisha. Ile process ambayo itafanyika ni wiki ijayo katika committee of supply, ndivyo sasa tutaweka we put pen and paper, we put every allocation now to the vote. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa sijaona jambo lolote ambalo pengine halijaangaziwa katika budget.
Well, with that, we take another break, but just a highlight of tomorrow's paper, that's the Standard. We'll see the harsh realities that come with that estimated 4.8 trillion shillings budget for the 2026-2027 financial years. That says the Treasury 4.82 trillion budget promises growth, stability, and shared priorities, while acknowledging there are challenges that will make the going tough. But for many Kenyans, it offers little escape from the crushing realities of the daily life. This even as fuel prices rise, inflation bites, and household income shrink day by day. That you'll get in tomorrow's paper. That's the Standard. Make sure to grab a copy. But now we take a little breather and we'll be back with more stories.
Renewed Molfix is now even more absorbent with double-layered upper surface. Only 20 Kenya shillings, single-piece Molfix at your duka.
Indulge in the moment with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt.
When you Star Times, Bei Chini, Burudani Juu, enjoy kids' entertainment, the best football, Hollywood movies, gripping dramas, and so much more at fantastic prices. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Say yes to unmissable entertainment. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next higher bouquet for 1 full month. And enjoy Teen Titans, Ben 10, and Pokemon Hunters on Cartoon Network, Gangs of Manila on ST Novella, and Come Back to Me on Novella E+, TNA Wrestling and Blockbuster Hollywood movies on TNT. Download the Star Times own app to enjoy unlimited entertainment on the go. Star Times, enjoy digital life.
Dial star 811 star 921 hash to get this as your skiza tune. KTN, ndio home.
Hey guys, I'm Donnie Pangilinan and I play the role of Bingo on the show Can't Buy Me Love.
You said I was cute?
I said you're annoying.
Can't Buy Me Love is a show that reminds all of us that love is the key to real success, surpassing empty ambition and wealth. You can watch Can't Buy Me Love on these days and these time slots right here on this channel.
Your health, your questions, our mission.
So what do you look out for?
Health Digest, your trusted guide to living better, longer and healthier is back. And it is bigger and better.
So we're just gonna carry on with the treatment.
From cutting-edge medical breakthroughs to everyday wellness tips, we uncover the facts, bust myths, and bring you expert insights that matter.
Our target for tuberculosis is to make treatment much easier.
Whether it's fitness, nutrition, mental health, or medical advancements, we break it down in a way that's easy to understand and act on. Stay informed, stay empowered. Don't miss Health Digest with Gloria Milemo every Saturday at 9 p.m. only on KTN, where your health is our top priority.
Tonight, we turn our focus to the Treasury under the man now steering Kenya's economic ship, John Mbadi. Once a firebrand in opposition benches across the aisle to become Cabinet Secretary for Finance. His appointment was hailed as a move to bring expertise into government. As KTN's Vera Mora reports, Mbadi presides over record budgets and rising taxes, sparking questions about whether the former critic has become the government's most loyal defender. Take a look.
To make either decision.
Many may forget this opposition stalwart, John Mbadi, once the fiercest critic of government excesses, a man who stood on the floor of parliament to denounce runaway borrowing and punitive taxation. Now, Mbadi is no longer the watchdog. He is the cabinet secretary for the National Treasury, an expert donated to the Kenya Kwanza government coalition in the spirit of broad-based administration. Mbadi, once hailed as a stalwart of policy and service delivery, has strayed from his previous principles and marched straight into the Kenya Kwanza chain of thought. Today, the borrowed expert John Mbadi seems firmly aligned with the government of the day, standing squarely in the president's corner as he presides over the highest tax burden in Kenya's history.
Governor Central Bank.
For 2 consecutive years since taking up the Treasury docket in the wake of Gen Z-led protests, Mbadi has presided over ballooning budgets from 4 trillion Kenyan shillings in the financial year 2024-2025 to his first budget at 4.2 trillion Kenyan shillings in the financial year 2025-2026, and now a record 4.8 trillion Kenyan shillings in the financial year 2026-2027. Taxes have risen sharply, fuel levies, VAT exemptions, all under the watch of the man who once warned against squeezing Kenyans dry.
That you want to go the other side.
Mbadi finds himself under the microscope. When he stood over the Treasury docket in 2024, he promised a new era of fiscal discipline, improved revenue collection, and relief for ordinary Kenyans struggling under the weight of high living costs.
To present the economic context.
His first budget, the 2025-2026 estimates, was framed as a balancing act: stimulate growth while taming debt, expand social spending while keeping inflation in check. But by mid-2026, debt servicing consumed over 1.3 trillion Kenyan shillings. Domestic borrowing surged, crowding out private sector credit and raising interest rates. Fertilizer subsidies lowered farm input cost and boosting maize production, but fuel, transport prices kept household budgets under strain. Food inflation, coupled with new levies, meant that many Kenyans saw little relief despite government interventions.
His reputation as an expert is now being tested against the reality of Kenya's fiscal constraints. John Mbadi, the borrowed expert, has delivered numbers but not yet relief. And as Kenya heads into another budget cycle, the question lingers, will the expert John Mbadi's Treasury find a way to ease the burden of citizens? Or will promises continue to collide with the hard limits of debt and deficit? Vera Mora, KTN.
Good evening and thank you for keeping it KTN. I'm Jesse Rogers. Today is the second Thursday of June, traditionally the most critical financial day on the East African calendar. In a synchronized fiscal showcase, finance ministers in Nairobi, Kampala and Dodoma have simultaneously laid their cards on the table. Locally, Treasury CS John Mbadi Ngongo has charted what he calls a path to Canaan through Singapore via the 4.8 trillion shilling spending plan. But how do we pay for it? Can the government aggressively mobilize domestic revenue without suffocating the very private sector expected to play a part in driving growth? Today's focus is all about the budget highlights and the revenue sharing measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-2027, and to dissect the micro policies and macro realities in a way that you can understand. And the true cost of the taxpayer, I'm joined by a panel of economists, tax consultants, and financial minds to shed light on the policy that was broken down today by the Treasury mandarins and what exactly it means as we ease into the next financial year, which will be starting on 1st July. Allow me to introduce my panelists joining me in studio. Great minds, I dare say some of the greatest minds on Kenyan television tonight. I'll start with FCPA Omingo Magara, who is the former South Mugirango Member of Parliament, but equally the party leader of People's Democratic Party. Karibu sana to the panel.
Thank you, Jesse, for having me.
Nice, great. Thanks for your time. Equally joined by Steve Biko, who is an economist and the CEO of Soko Analyst. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks for your time. Equally joined by FCPA Bernard, right?
No.
Okay, sorry. I think I've gotten the names wrong. Kindly give us your...
My name is CPA Wycliffe Bichanga, a council member with the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya.
Okay, karibu sana. Apologies for that small mix-up, but it's been a busy day. I'm pretty sure most of us were bright early in the morning, just trying to follow up on the proposals that were broken down by the Treasury CS. But karibu sana, Wycliffe. It's a pleasure to have you with us. We're equally joined by Ken Gishinga, who is from Mentoria Economics. He's an economist and not a new face to the panel. Karibu sana.
Thanks for having me, Jesse.
Thanks for your time. Looking forward to your input. And equally joined by none other than Bilo Kero, who's a political economist, not a new face to the show. Thanks for your time, Bilo Kero.
Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, a lot to talk about. And I'd like us to start with a breakdown of the budget highlights, because a lot was canvassed during that speech by the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury. And of course, Kenyans have genuine expectation from the government that the economy should work for them, that the cost of living is manageable, that opportunities for employment and businesses are expanding, and benefits of economic growth are shared across the society. The government listens to their concerns and responds with policies that promote opportunity, fairness and prosperity, even as the government should empower youth, women, and prudent use of public resources. So a lot of expectation, but we definitely had of the wins and the winners and the losers in the terms that are usually used during the breakdown of the budget highlights, with the National Treasury projected to get a total revenue collection of 3.6 3 trillion shillings, which is equivalent to 17.4% of the gross domestic product, while total expenditure is estimated at 4.82 trillion shillings. Some of the winners: defense sector getting an allocation of 252 billion, health sector 177 billion, the agricultural sector receiving roughly 64 billion, 143 billion shillings going to housing, urban development and public works, with 50.6 billion earmarked for the affordable housing units, even as 50 billion is going to Parliament, 30.4 billion to the judiciary, and 9.8 billion for the Auditor General, as 7 billion goes to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, while 6 billion has been set aside for the Office of the Attorney General. It goes without saying that education sector has gotten a huge chunk. They've been allocated 784 billion shillings roughly, with 424 billion going to the Teachers Service Commission, 54 billion for free secondary education, 7 billion for free primary education, and 30.7 billion shillings for junior secondary school education. A lot to talk about in the figures, and I've broken down just some of the highlights. So I'd like to begin with you, FCPA Omingo Magara, because the critical question perhaps you can start with is if this particular budget is a true reflection of the economic realities in Kenyan households. Is this a Mwananchi-friendly budget from where you sit? And kindly indicate the economic indicators you're using to get to that deduction or conclusion.
Let me say, it's good to have such nice, beautiful, astronomical figures that look attractive. And of course, we all anticipate that it's going to fly with the expectations the people of Kenya have. What perhaps sets me back is the fact that we still have to dig deep into our pockets, regardless of what the minister said, that he is not touching any tax increase. But the devil is in the details, and I'll break it down as we move, so that when we talk about an additional borrowing, both domestic and externally, if at all, it puts a burden on Kenyans at the same time. Remember, when Mbadi started his speech, he started by commending the pay-as-you-earn employees per se, who are really contributing genuinely through the pay-as-you-earn because they can be napped in the tax net. However, during the prayer breakfast, he did indicate that we know how pressure the payslip guys are, and he was going to do an expansion of that, the lower base, to lift it to 30,000. He didn't do that, and we hope he's going to do it, and he promised he's going to do it in a prayer breakfast. So what we are talking about is nice to have these nice figures, but the reality in the economy, that is, the economy is ailing. And when somebody says, for example, you must be happy because I'm exempting X commodity. Rogers, that tells you basically what that gentleman is telling you. There's no rate on that output. It means the input that came in from VAT, PSU1, for example, VAT, is taken to the end consumer. Someone will tell you, yeah, it's cheaper because there's no output tax, but basically the consumer is uplifting the entire input tax in the particular product. So I think the other thing that worries all of us in terms of the situation in this country, we know the pressure is on, and we're saying, well, everybody's going to be comfortable towards the tail end. Okay. But can I tell you, surprisingly, at the end of the day, at the end of the financial year, you'll find that the supplementary expenditure, rather budgets, have even gone beyond the real numbers, for example, State House. So what we are saying here is, I hope we really mean what we are saying. Unfortunately, we do not.
Well, just to reflect on what you've said, I think CS Mbadi gave an assurance even after the budget breakdown that issue about the payee and those earning less than 30,000, they're working on it, and we should trust the government that they will walk the talk.
A quick answer to that, Reggie, it is now left to their convenience, and that's how we're going to see some numbers being pushed towards, in the middle budget, and perhaps towards electioneering period where people can appreciate them. Okay. So it becomes tokenism, not reality, in terms of equalizing our income and expenditure and making sure that we rationalize and equalize these things. And when you talk about the gainers, you started by talking about defense and lack of things. Education came last. It is the equalizer. I expected in reality that education would have gotten the best, including capitation schools. In fact, even the understanding schools reflects what society and community is all about.
And we'll get to the details of the allocations in just a few. But over to you, Biko, as you give us your overview of the budget. Have we done enough public participation and citizen engagement on details of the Finance Bill 2026 to avoid a recurrence of what we witnessed in 2024? Because we had the CS highlight that, he's held citizen engagement activities across the country in order to break down the details of the government's revenue collection measures.
Thank you for that. So one of the interesting things about this particular budget is that the government has taken lessons of what happened in 2024.
Okay.
And true to what the CS said is that they've been able to carry out some interesting public engagement across the country. I was able to participate in a couple of them. And the bit is, the one thing that is actually lacking is that this government is suffering what you call trust deficit. So we've had the CS talk about what they're planning to do. They've gone around the country meeting the people and things like that. But where the interesting bit is going to be is in the supplementary budget. That's where the details are going to actually tell us exactly how the money is going to be. And if you look at the budget at 4.8 billion, and the interesting bit is trillion, is that the opposition released their shadow budget yesterday at 4.3. So there's if you're looking at how the country is being managed, you're asking yourself, where is this 500 billion going to be? We appreciate that the government has taken serious steps in terms of public participation, but they're not honest. And the supplementary budget is where we'll be able to know the details. And number three, if you look at the allocations being done, education, security, defense, the interesting sectors. But what about sectors that create jobs? What about manufacturing? What about agriculture, agro-processing? So for me, I'm looking at the element of, we are pumping a lot of money into education because, the entire education ecosystem has received a total of 1.7 trillion. So we have a lot of money into education, producing good graduates. But the sectors that are supposed to prepare to await for the graduates to come and work, they're not being, given the impetus they need to be able to grow. So overall, when they do public participation, it's not about the nitty-gritty of the budget. It's simply for them to be able to meet the legal threshold of what is required by the Constitution. But the details, the key details of how this money is going to help you and I is where the government is actually lacking in trust.
Interesting. Let's cross over to Wycliffe, even as you reflect on the speech by CS Mbadi and what it means in the oncoming financial year. It goes without saying that we can't talk about budget allocations without factoring the revenue collection measures. And that's why the budget and the finance bill go hand in hand. And looking at the finance bill, we've seen a couple of proposals, taxes, levies. The gig sector has been targeted, excise tax, or is it sin tax on mobile phones. We've equally seen a potential increase in mobile money transactions, Mitumba sector, just to name a few. Some of the sectors that have been targeted in the Finance Bill 2026 in terms of revenue collection. Well, what's your review of the proposed taxation measures and the compliance burden it brings to the Kenyan households?
Thank you, Jesse, for the question. My view is that, that this finance bill is, as the minister did say, that we've not brought in new tax measures. I think what is happening is that the minister is trying to run away from the 2024 finance bill issues. So they've really tried to shield some of these items, some of the new measures that they have brought in. So they've been brought in silently. And I'm just going to mention a few. But overall, the measures are not as many as they were in 2024. And I think it is just trying to avoid that pressure. Now, what has been brought in is, which to me is the most worrying part. There is a provision in that finance bill that if KRA assesses you, when they assess you, you object, you appeal to the Tax Appeals Tribunal, you proceed to the High Court. Overthrough as you are appealing, they require you to pay the tax. That is what the finance bill is proposing, so that whatever happens in the appeal, they shall have gotten their money. Then probably they will expect you to file in for a refund. Then we all know how refunds go in this country. Now, the most worrying part is that this particular provision has been coming to the finance bills. I think, if I count correctly, this is the 4th time that we've actually seen this proposal in the finance bills. Yeah. So every time it comes, as citizens, we always complain and say, this is not right, we do not want it, it goes out. But again, year in, year out, it has been coming back. And our biggest worry is that, do they, maybe finally, we're going to see it sustained? I mean, Biko did speak about public participation, but we've seen previously that there are suggestions that you give and they're not listened to. So that is a big worry. The number 2, there is the movement of items from being zero rated to exempt. And the FCP Omingo did speak to that we've seen a movement of a number of items being moved to exempt. And indeed, that makes those items more expensive, because as FCP Omingo did say, when you exempt, you deny the service provider or the seller an opportunity to claim that VAT back. So what you will do, the VAT you incurred when you purchased. So what happens is that the seller will then push that price to the end consumer. So we're likely to see an increase in cost in that bit.
So when you look at the efforts you're putting in to perhaps boost the e-mobility sector, and it's been changed, as you've mentioned, what exactly does it mean? Are we trying to get more revenue from the government point of view? But on the flip side, will this work in terms of breaking down the progress we've made in the e-mobility sector when we make that shift?
Absolutely. Which is actually the unfortunate bit, that we may end up going back to the gains that we've made over the years. And a very good example is the introduction of withholding tax on the cards. The digital cards, for example, if you have a card with your bank, that card, the bank does pay a fee to Visa, for example. So on that payment, this finance bill is proposing to consider that payment as a management fees. Once it's considered as a management fees, then withholding tax is payable and probably VAT. We all know that business person, the Visa, they're not going to absorb that cost. They have to find a way to pass it to the end consumer. So our expectation is that the cost of doing e-business is going to go up. The business of using a card, you go to a supermarket, you run a card, the charges are likely to go up. So what is going to happen, we are going to encourage consumers to actually revert to a cash economy. Okay. And we all know the repercussions, and we all know that because Kenya, we've been taken as a country that is advanced in usage of digital platforms. Okay. So that's why we're saying we're actually reverting back the gains that we've made.
So it could be 4 steps forward, 5 steps backwards.
1 step forward, 3 steps backward, unfortunately.
Okay. Shinga, as you come in, there's a certain proposal that I've had Kenyans talk about time and time again, that Kenya Revenue Authority is advancing data-driven reforms that may allow the taxman to actually pre-populate tax returns and generate tax assessments based on third-party data. They can take a look at your M-Pesa records, your bank data, under this proposed law. Well, what's the good and bad of that particular proposal?
That's actually a very controversial proposal. But even before Jesse, I speak about that, I think from an observation perspective of the budget, I think one of the things we have to talk about is the duration it took. this budget reading took 3 hours. If you look at the court judgment that was read a few days ago, it took 10 hours. The average concentration span of a human being is about 40 minutes. So I think at some point we need to really encourage these institutions to keep it within 1 hour, because after 1 hour you end up losing people along the way. But that's just as a side note. To that particular point on data, obviously data is powerful. They say data is a new oil, and if it's well used, it can actually enhance revenue collection. It can enhance in terms of understanding the economic impact. But the way it's being done right now, especially that auto population, it almost does not take into consideration your expenses. So any money that has come in, either through your M-Pesa or your bank account, is considered income and taxable at that point. So they're not looking at the expenses that you've paid, because tax should be paid on the profit or loss that had come. So that exemption of expenses actually makes your tax liability much higher. So what will happen is a lot of Kenyans will end up with huge tax demand notices from carrier wondering, how did you arrive at these? Because they don't have visibility to your expenditure. So I think it can be very, very dangerous, and it can put people on the wrong side of the law very quickly.
So how do we fine-tune it to ensure that it works in an ideal way?
Well, I think the normal way of allowing people to declare their expenses, and remember one of the controversial things that had been coming up was saying, if you don't have e-teams to support your expenditure, then it's not a valid expenditure. That had been coming to and fro. Yet, think of the ordinary SME out there, how difficult it is for them to issue e-teams invoices. So from their perspective is if you didn't have an expenditure supported by e-teams, then that's not a legitimate. So you end up having a lot of over liability. And I think the only way to that is to, again, back to civic education, helping people, making it easier. A lot of the taxes that we have in Kenya are indirect taxes.
Okay.
And indirect taxes tend to have a lot of problems with tax administration. So we need to go back to what we talk about, a progressive tax policy, where you deal with direct taxes. See, like with income tax, the direct tax. So the administration part is very, very simple. But with indirect taxes, you end up with situations such as this, where now people have to claim refunds, and as you've been told, the refund process is very, very chaotic, very, very difficult. So I think, again, it goes back to the tax policy, which we've talked about for many years, still gathering dust. It has not been invoked into these. And even that document itself is still actually quite faulty. So I'm not surprised that it's not invoked in our planning process. But we do need to come up to say we do need progressive taxes. That's largely direct taxes, not indirect taxes. That, I think, can really save us all these tax administration expenses and energy that is actually being wasted that could be going into productive national building.
Okay, interesting. Bilokero, as you come in, let's talk about something that's still similar in terms of the revenue collecting measures at KRA. We've had time and time again that the taxman has failed to meet its target, and we've seen some of punitive measures that might be enforced after this finance bill sails through and becomes an act. Will these provisions actually increase compliance when we're talking about expanding the tax base? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. A lot has already been said, but let me start with the comment on the direct and indirect tax. I don't think I agree with, because this policy was made when Kibaki came in, that we move away from direct taxes to indirect, and it's because of equity. The people who are paying direct taxes are very few. People who are on income tax. Today, the minister said the total number of people in employment, about 3 million people in the country. And people who are able to, make businesses and file income taxes. So this is why we moved, when NAC came to power, to indirect, because it's more equitable. Because indirect, then it means literally all the everything in consumption has got some tax on it, and so at least there's a bit of equity in that. Anyone, the one who is in Kakamega, if she buys a glass of water, the bottle of water has got some tax. So that's the reason why there was a determined decision made to move policy towards that, and I think it makes more sense. But let me come to the question you've raised. It's always about we want. First of all, let me start by saying, looking at the budget of Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya today, you'll find we're generally a very expensive country. And that's why our budgets are always very high. Our budget in terms of dollar today was about $38 billion. You compare that to Tanzania, it was 23 billion. Uganda was 22 billion. There was a time when, in fact, our budget was more than all the East African 5 countries combined. And you would you see that clearly, that it is our expenditure pattern, our expenditure behavior as a government, as a nation, is generally much higher than in those other countries. And the reason is very simple to discern. Look at it. We all want government to do something. So everywhere you go, Kenyans are asking for the government must do this. We want this, we want that, we want this. And these things require money. And we said, don't tax, we don't want new taxes. And don't borrow, we don't want new debt. But we want these things. So, I mean, it becomes a very difficult situation if Omingo Magara tomorrow goes to CS Treasury, and he might very soon. It will be a very difficult balancing act, Omingo, because it's you have to look at it. Our entire finance bill that we are discussing, which is so controversial, and we have to spend a lot of time and a lot of money in public participation. How much more taxes? How much additional taxes does it bring this year into the budget? It's about only 120 billion. 120 billion out of a 3.7 or whatever trillion is a small percentage. It's less than 3% that additional revenue that is being increased through taxes. So I think those punitive measures that you mentioned are not likely to increase revenue. When there is punitive measures, people tend to become evasive on tax. And these two measures that have just been mentioned, they are punitive. You cannot tell people we're going to judge your taxes on the basis of your bank statements. Or that you have to put in, that deposit, which is in dispute. I mean, those are all things that will make people try to evade. And evasion is very easy in a country where there's corruption. Oh, it's very easy. If you want to evade, if it comes to that, then people would rather negotiate with the tax man directly and say, no. So I think government, I appreciate the efforts being made to expand the tax base. This because all the time we are saying as Kenyans, let everybody pay. Let's make it equitable. Let all Kenyans be paying taxes. If that is the case, then the push to try and expand through whatever measures that are being designed. The Mitumba guy pays some 5%, and I like the way the Mitumba people, when they were in the public position, they said, if it is 5%, we're okay. We have no problem, because then we are contributing at least also to the revenue. So I think the need to, so that everyone has a role to play in that makes sense. Then tomorrow, in terms of accountability, we can say, all of us are taxpayers, man. Yeah, we otherwise it will be only a few people who are paying taxes who can say, I'm the taxpayer. Yep.
Gishinga, you have something.
Yeah, I think it's important I correct my brother here on the issue of direct versus indirect taxes. Direct taxes are progressive, and this is actually established in economic theory because they are anchored on the wisdom of to whom much is given, much is expected. So if you have a higher salary, indeed, you should be able to pay more. Indirect taxes tend to be very regressive in nature. And what do I mean by that? Think of VAT on fuel. Whether you are a CEO of a multinational driving a Prado, or whether you have a boda, you're paying the same VAT. So if you're talking about equity, they're actually not equitable. Actually, they are regressive because everybody is paying the same despite the various stations in life. So in economics, it's actually settled that progressive taxes are actually, direct taxes are progressive in nature because they're anchored to what you have. Now, my brother raises a very good point that you've a limited number of people who earn an income.
Yeah.
So the solution then is, let's create more businesses so most people are able to be in the income bracket. So you need to, and what do you need to do that? You need to reduce the government borrowing. Right now, we are looking at the largest budget deficit in Kenya's history. We are going to be borrowing almost 1 trillion from the domestic market, crowding out the private sector. And even those few that are hanging in there, many of them will close. So if you do want to move people into a progressive tax system, you have to reduce the amount of borrowing so that banks can lend to the private sector. Those private sector companies can lend, can actually expand, create more jobs, so you have more people earning an income. Then you can have income tax for more people. Moving people to the indirect tax, first, the administration part is very difficult, but it's actually considered a very regressive approach that it actually burdens the people at the very bottom the most.
Okay.
So we have to actually correct that perspective.
Well, let's talk about this direct or indirect tax. Wycliffe, even as you come in and add your voice on that, we had Mbadi mention that 120 billion is to be collected by the finance bill. Active taxpayer base has increased by roughly 82,000 to over 6.6 million taxpayers in the Kenyan economy. Does that truly reflect an increase in terms of voluntary compliance?
Thank you for that. Let me weigh in on the matter of indirect and direct taxes. I actually want to support FCP Ekero on the fact that indirect taxes are better than direct taxes. Reason being, and they're not unfair in any way, because the rate could be the same, but the consumption is different. The example that Gishinga gave, that if you fuel, you're paying the same rate. The rate is the same, but the total amount you actually pay is different depending on your consumption. So if there's, in matters of fairness, it is actually fairer that way, because if you consume more, you spend more. Then there's a second aspect to this. When the consumption is higher, because indirect taxes are based on consumption, when consumption is higher, indirectly what we are saying is that we're producing more as a country. So the day you have information that the VAT collections has doubled, it indirectly means we've actually produced double our produce from the previous period. So it is, in my view, when we collect more from indirect taxes, we will be more progressive rather than the other way around. Secondly, on the amount that this finance bill is going to raise, I want to say that it doesn't have to be that we have to have a finance bill bringing in extra money every year. In my view, the tax rates that exist should be able to be sustained. However, the government should be able to bring in policies that expand the economy in such a way that we're able to generate more revenue from the existing laws. What I mean is that if businesses are paying corporation tax at the rate of 30%, that can remain forever. But we should be able to ensure that we have more businesses making bigger profits from one period to another. To me, that then makes sense, because the way our expenditure is growing, we will expect to see our revenue grow, because the business, the space has been expanded, the economy has expanded, and as a country, we are producing more. Our focus should be able to be on production. That as a country, are we in a position to actually produce more? Are we able to make more money? Are we creating jobs? Are we creating, are we exporting more, for example? Are we able to feed ourselves? To me, that should be our focus as a country.
Interesting. Biko.
I would like to address a couple of issues. One of the reasons why our budget is very expensive is that we are a corrupt country. A third of the budget is actually going to be stolen. That is something we've spoken about. And the cost of doing business in this country has become very expensive. That is number one. Number two, for me, I believe this budget wasn't about the ordinary Kenyan. The government is looking at gross domestic product, PMI index, inflation rate, growth rate, interest rate. But the ordinary Kenyan is looking at, am I able to afford a meal? Am I able to pay school fees for my kids? Am I able to go to work? You know, I have an emergency. Am I able to cater for this? So the metrics that the government is using and what ordinary people are using are very different. And I believe that the deficit is so huge that the government is going to force out the private sector from the local market. And already we are heading into a very toxic political environment. So a lot of the entrepreneurial ecosystem is actually shutting down. People are waiting. And in as much as the government hasn't added in new measures in terms of taxes, the element of compliance is going to be very difficult. Because now, Kenya is very corrupt. And as the former senator put it, when you want to hide something in Kenya, it's very easy. So I think that for this budget to actually make sense, is that the implementing authority, KRM, needs to take a step back and do civic education. Sit down with the informal sector that you want to actually broaden the tax base and educate them on why compliance is very important. Right now, KRA is calling every person. They're tabulating they're doing assessment based on your private data and sending your demand. So what is going to happen as we head into a toxic political environment is that Kenyans are going to get off plan and stop using payment plans and go hard cash. Because now, if I use M-Pesa, my details will be out there. If I do cash. So ultimately, this budget is going to contract the economy. World Bank has given it around 4.3, 4.7. I'm giving it around 3.8, 3.5. And the fact that unemployment is picking up, many businesses are shutting down, it all goes back to one element that no one is addressing, the corruption that we need to address. And how is KRA going to comply, ensure that every person who needs to pay taxes is compliant. And lastly, the element of direct and indirect taxes. For me personally, as a Kenyan, I believe every single Kenyan must pay taxes. Whether you're a boda boda or mama mboga, pay your taxes. So I think I'm for direct taxes. Pay your taxes so that you'll be able to make a better political decision. When your pocket is hit, when your bank account is hit, then you will say, let me go and vote for someone who's given me a better policy forum. Policy formulation for how the next 2 years are going to be. And lastly, and I've said this, all over the place, that the idea of having financial bills every single year creates a very unpredictable business environment. So every single year, people are waiting to see if I have a factory or I run a farm. I'm worried every single year new tax measures are being brought in. Why can't we change tact and say, for the next 5 years, these are the tax measures we're going to do. Create continuity, stability, and create an environment whereby the business community is able to sit down with the taxman and agree on how refunds are going to be done, for example, and agree on how implementation of, if I owe KRA some money, how am I going to be able to pay for this? Because right now there's something that I was hoping former senior politicians, they will address the element of securitization of our taxes. Yeah. This government is actually using our future taxes as collateral for debts today. So if the next government comes in place, where are they going to get the money from? And this is something that the current finance bill did not address. And I think it is a conversation that we need to have. The ripple effect at the end of the day.
Okay. Just let me weigh in on this. What my brother and Mheshimiwa Senator talked about. That if I would find myself in Treasury, I could. But it is so basic, common sense, that we have our priorities upside down. Jesse, you've been elected by your own people. And I see it in most governors, and of course our top class politicians, where of course I've not had that position before. You've been elected today, we are too lavish that the people who give you a vote, they all become like a threat. You must have 10 sirens running ahead of you. It's extremely primitive. We talk about austerity measures, but only for us to please others. But all together, we are sucked by the same kind of primitive thing. In terms of compliance, in tax on insufficiency curve called Laffer curve, if you can even achieve more by reducing taxes, then people will have no reason to run away from it. The lower curve, the lower the taxes, the more the revenue come in. At a particular point, when you get to a point here, it starts tipping down. I think Kenya is beyond the optimum lava curve. It will surely come down. You are telling me, Jesse, I'll give my personal example. You could be finding a client of yours importing, say, 10 containers, right? Last year they were doing 10. And Kenya have no way to get their targets. They assume project their income from my previous year. This year, of course, with austerity measures, people are not even consuming because the pay slips were slashed. The middle class are not consuming. What I was importing, 10 containers, I'm importing now 2. The customs was supposed to collect revenue from there. They can't achieve their targets. So what we need to do also is to be more reasonable enough. Let us penalize theft. I mean, and I've said this a couple of times, but it appears like it's like, kupigia mbuzi guitar. It cannot turn the music. We have a serious problem in terms of graft, and people are also saying, surely, why must I pay so much if I can't get nothing? We are driving through potholes. When I hear some of us talking about flying to Canaan through Singapore, when we can't even feed our people. For example, Jesse, I'm a dairy farmer. You're telling me Kenya is producing 5.4 billion liters of milk, the demand is 8 billion. When I heard the minister, they say that they actually they are given a latitude to buy some dairy meal inputs from dairy. In that particular same balance sheet, rather the budget, they exempted those inputs, where they had the categorization of the affordable housing, and then also they exempted the inputs products for the dairy cow. What does that mean? The inputs are going to go higher. In Kenya, the market is so skewed, even when you produce a farm raw materials, the manufacturer dictates the price. You are motivated to work, you can even close shop. Even when Mbadi says there's increased productivity and we are going to food secure, we are all food secure. We're only just dressing this thing up. The rest of the matter is the economy is ailing, and the efficiency, I can promise you, it will dip this coming year.
But even as you talk about wastage, graft, and theft, has there been any progress in improving efficiency and value for money in public expenditure? We heard from the CES efforts to enhance transparency through talk of e-government procurement, fiscal oversight, zero-based budgeting, improving cash management, reducing overdraft financing, and how government accounts for financial resources. So is there any progress that has been?
Okay, it comes in by example. We have had even that efficiency in e-transactions, including e-citizen. You saw what happened. I can tell you also, as much as you want to do it, the same guys who are not honest are punching also the same procurement issues, and they create something that makes something for them. We said NHIF was a scam. I think she is worse of a scam than what we had. So we polish and package nice things, but they're not even intended for you as a Kenyan. It is what am I getting in out there as a policymaker and a big man in position. It is a high time that we also as Kenyans put to question our leadership. And surely, you came in yesterday and you can afford to buy 3 houses in XYZ, of course, they will not give you details. The discipline must start with the same minister. I want to see a minister like who was trying to bring in the issue of Passat. Why would you have 10 vehicles going to Nyaligunga in Kisumu and you are security free? Those are your brothers and sisters. It must start by practicing and give Kenyans hope that as leaders, the school is as good as the headmaster and vice versa. If the headmaster is a crook, for sure, the students, you expect much, not much from it.
They should lead by example.
Example, yeah.
Okay, let's cross over to Bilokero, because at the end of the day, we have to ask which sectors have the highest impact in improving the lives of Kenyans and whether these sectors got the allocations they truly deserve. Yep. Do we have our priorities right, first of all? Because if you look at security, are Kenyans more secure with a higher allocation? If you look at education, is the education sector, i.e. basic education, higher learning, actually at a better place with the 770 billion shillings, with all the challenges we've seen from late capitation and disbursement of funds? Learning materials are sometimes still an issue. And mind you, we still have teachers who are waiting for promotion, the JSS teachers who are on the periphery. The challenges are there, but have we allocated as per the challenges in these priority sectors?
Rogers, if you ask this was this, what economy is about. It's about allocation of scarce resources to satisfy needs that everyone has. It's impossible for any government to satisfy needs of everyone. That's the basic fundamental really that we should all appreciate. So what you look at is in relative terms really looking at, you know, we always compare this with the last one. Are we better off? Has it improved? Or, like you asked earlier, for value, are we getting value for money? But in terms of when I listen to the CS today, I think given the circumstances we are in, I think when I look at the performance that he explained in detail in agriculture, in health, in water, in housing, SMEs, and all those things, when you put everything together, you would say, given the challenges that we have today as a country, in terms of the debt burden that we have and the resources, you know, the revenue situation that we have, I think any government would struggle to do more than that. It's not going to be easy. But to answer your question, is there priority? No. There's no government. Governments always do silly things all over. It's the same everywhere you go. Look, how do you justify you are giving the security sector 567 billion? It's more than health, water, roads, transport, all those, particularly agriculture, health, water, and roads combined. You're given security is more, 567 billion. I mean, look, anyone will tell you, we are not really at war with anyone. We are not really that, I know this young man, Steve Biko and his team will be on the streets, but I don't think we need to spend 567 billion.
and Jesse, comparing that, we even more private security guards in all our gates.
So I think, yes, in terms of priorities, government always has that challenge. When you go into the estimates, you'll actually find, that's when you'll see that there's always misplaced priorities and there are inefficiencies, there are duplications. I'll give you a simple one. What national government does versus what has been, you know, devolved to counties. We've discussed this for a long time. If you take health, 90% of the services of health, the functions of health, has been devolved. So when you give 242 billion to Afi Hauzia, you know, it's 50% of what you have given, in fact, more than 50% of what you have given to 47 counties. And you know, they have only 10% referral and policy. So there are challenges. The same thing, agriculture, you have devolved substantially. But so when you go on the ground is when you see duplication. Yeah, you'll find the Ministry of Water is drilling boreholes and putting ponds, and the county guy is doing it, and another part, you know, the authorities, those authorities in the regions are doing it. So there's a lot of wastage, there's a lot of duplication, and there is misplaced priority. This has been the culture in our country, and I think it goes back to society. It goes back to why, as a society, you know, we have corruption is pervasive, and everyone, if you give Magara a job tomorrow, he wants to have the resources. If he doesn't get the resources, he will feel this office is not, so he'll go and fight. So although they talk of program-based budgeting, but at the end of the day, our budgets are always whatever was there plus. Nobody wants to go and start from absolute zero. And they need the tea, they need the coffee, and they need to. So we've looked at this thing. We were with him in the good old days when Parliament was Parliament, and Kenyans knew it. We tried to go through the presentations or the estimates with the pencil, and you know, but you'll still find the same challenges today. That governments, there are a lot of things that if somebody really wants to cut down, they can. But that culture of living large, that culture of, you know, people, wastage in government is a culture that requires a bit of effort from everyone to change.
You've mentioned about the allocation to counties. Gishinga, do we take devolution seriously? According to CS Mbadi, we have consistent and timely disbursement to counties. Equitable shareable revenue to counties is increasing from 370 billion in 2022-2023 to 428 billion where we are in the next financial year. But some of the realities are there. We saw a mediation committee set up in Parliament as we were debating which amount will be disbursed to counties, and they finally settled on that 428 billion, but Senate was pushing for 450 billion. At the end of the day, the source has so much, yet counties definitely need these funds in a bid to bring services closer to the people. Talk to us about our devolved units. Is the commitment to safeguarding devolution clear under this administration if you borrow from the budgets under the Kenya Kwanza administration?
The commitment is not clear. First of all, let me say devolution is probably the best thing that the 2010 Constitution introduced in Kenya because it was meant to take services to the ordinary people. The first thing this administration did, you remember even the Ministry of Devolution, that was very strong, was actually removed and merged with other areas. Some of the devolved functions like agriculture, just when you talk about creating jobs, you want to invest in labor-intensive sectors. And agriculture, tourism, these are labor-intensive sectors that even with a bit of investments, they can create a lot of jobs. Agriculture has been devolved. If you look at housing, it's a devolved function, but the national government has taken over with the affordable housing program and done it in its own way. So devolution has not been respected. It's not been allowed to unfold the way it is, and it's not being allowed to create the jobs, because when the Gen Zs marched in 2024, they were saying they want jobs. So at the very beginning of today's budget, we should have been hearing, is this budget going to enable more jobs to be created? So you want to have investments in these sectors that can absorb a lot of people. Our obsession with like the National Infrastructure Fund, some of those are very capital-intensive sectors. They might not create the amount of jobs that are needed. But look at things like tourism, just a bit of investment. You go to Morocco. Morocco gets 19 million tourists in a year. Kenya gets 2.5 million, and Kenya has far much more to offer than Morocco. So it shows that we are not really thinking out of the box in terms of where are we going to put our money to create jobs, our tax policies. Again, I like what Honorable Magara talked about, the Laffer curve. That was a very important point that I think many Kenyans don't appreciate in terms of our taxation. The Laffer curve is an economic concept that says if you think that raising taxes will generate revenue forever, unfortunately that's not true. When you raise taxes, especially indirect taxes, that is where I wanted to correct my brother Wycliffe. When you raise indirect taxes, you actually change consumption patterns. So if your VAT on fuel is 8%, if you raise it to 16%, it's not true that the government will collect double the revenue of taxes. Actually, what will happen, people will change their consumption patterns. If somebody was driving 5 days a week, they'll actually end up driving 2 days a week. So the government loses out on revenue, the citizen loses out on the opportunities of going to those meetings, and actually it's a lose-lose effect. And that's why we talk about really being against these indirect taxes, because they change the demand, the consumption structure. So poor economic policies is what is driving Kenya into poverty. Kenya is a very wealthy country, but poor economic policies is what is driving Kenya into poverty. And if we don't watch out, we might actually lose the leadership of the East Africa region.
Wycliffe, majority of Kenyans are employed in the informal sector. We've heard of the figures from our panelists, including the CS, who broke down that, I think private sector employs 75% of the 3 million Kenyans in the formal sector. Though when we talk about the informal sector, tax, social security, healthcare deductions might not be a reality for them. Are there budget initiatives factored in the budget to enhance the role of private and the manufacturing sector, just to name a few, in a bid to make them employ more Kenyans? What facilitates the manufacturing sector in the budget to enhance the ease of doing business in the country, from your analysis?
That's actually the question that has been with us for a very long time. Just to start from the informal sector, I think we're roughly about 83% of these economies in the informal sector. And the frustration has always been that maybe we're not collecting enough from that sector. what we've seen before, there have been measures trying to force the informal sector to formalize through taxation. You remember in the finance bill of 2023, there was the introduction of e-teams, which was supposed to be effective 1st January 2024, which we are now currently struggling with in terms of getting it implemented well. And the idea was that by use of that, you will then now force that informal sector to come into the tax bracket. Have we succeeded? We're still on the way. But was that the best way? In my view, government has many other ways of trying to formalize the informal sector. You know, let's think about incentivizing, for example, that sector. Let's try and include them in the financial market. How are we able to give them loans, for example, and by so doing we will look attractive, get them formalized, and then include them now in the tax bracket. In terms of the collections from that sector, and also looking at how many of us actually pay taxes, my view is that, and again agreeing with the two gentlemen in the show, that maybe when we think of reducing our tax rates, we are actually going to have more people into the bracket. And also, we could also be very creative and say, the informal tax sector, you've not paid the taxes before, we want to attract you. Can we be creative and say, maybe the first years when you join the formal sector, your rates are going to be lower than others? Maybe we can say a company between 0 and 2 years, between 2 years and 5 years, have differential rates to just attract, and once you have them, then you have them. By so doing, you shall have grown the economy. That has been my thinking.
Okay. Well, because you come in, even as you add on what has been said, I have to ask about the cost of fuel that has a compounding effect on the cost of living. Our reporters across the country were getting samples from Kenyans, and most were pointing towards mafuta hii inaumiza biashara. And we've seen a lot of developments in the energy sector, a Middle East conflict that has caused hike in fuel prices. We saw energy sector officials actually arrested due to importing substandard fuel, which still entered the market. We've seen VAT reduction, I think it's for 3 months, in order to alleviate the cost, 11 billion set aside to stabilize the prices of fuel in the country. Sharp increments, light reductions here and there in the cost of fuel. If you summarize everything we've seen, have we properly managed the energy sector in the backdrop of the Middle East conflict that is affecting pricing and supply?
I remember saying that the biggest cost this government faces is the element of trust. If you look at the energy sector, for example, our fuel doesn't come from Iran. We apparently have a government-to-government deal between Kenyan government and Saudi Arabia's government. So I've been asking myself, how? The number two, I remember the CS for energy before Parliament. He said that even him is shocked that the key gentlemen in the energy sector, EPRA, Kenya Pipeline, were told to resign. He wasn't aware. You get the One Petroleum, the company that actually brought in the petrol, say that they got clean directions from the government to bring in the investment, to bring in the fuel. So for me, I think there's been a lot of lying around so that people can be able to, certain people can be able to benefit. The Kenyan economy runs on diesel. The majority of the people outside key towns, Mombasa, Nairobi, Nakuru, Kisumu, use paraffin to cook. So when you put diesel at 200 shillings plus per liter, you're basically saying that 50% of companies are going to shut down. Either they will reduce completely, if they're doing 3 shifts in a day, they will do 2 or 1 to just be able to meet up the cost. And then the worst bit that happened is the moment fuel went up, Kenya Power increased its, EPRA increased the rates for electricity, making it worse. So for me, I think it's a deliberate effort by this government to kill the Kenyan economy, because we run on diesel. Diesel has become very expensive. Even the 3 months reduction on VAT is not going to help. The preferences and choices of the Kenyan people is now, if I was driving 4 or 5 times a week, I'm going to drive now on Sundays alone to go to church with my family. These are the days I will just use a matatu. And then you realize that if I had a car, I would pass by a restaurant and buy some food. So the ripple effect across the economy is everyone is going to pay the price. A restaurant that was busy every evening now has 2 or 3 people. You know, factories that are doing 3 or 4 shifts in a day, they're doing 1. And the biggest problem that we have in the country is the element of accountability. We have no problem paying taxes. I have no problem paying 90% of my money going to taxes if I will see the impact of these taxes. We are spending trillions in road infrastructure, but every single day I'm hitting potholes. Yeah, we spend trillions on road, but the people who are doing the roads take the money back to their country. So I believe we have a government that is very clear on ensuring that the Kenyan people are poor deliberately. And just to talk about what's going to happen, access to credit is going to be very expensive, because 1.1 trillion local borrowing will send away the private sector. You know, banks will look at who's easier to give the money to. Government. Because if I give to Biko today, tomorrow might not be able to pay me. So it's going to be a very big problem. Yeah. Now, the other element is that Kenya has become a net importer. Our food imports have doubled in the last 1 year. Okay? We've become a trading center. We no longer produce. We no longer manufacture anything. And that is a very, very big problem. And I've been saying that if we want to solve the Kenyan problems, we need to look at production, agro-processing, and manufacturing. Our housing, we've given housing 145 billion. We don't have a housing problem. We have an income problem. I don't want the government to build me a home, create an environment for me to get a job so I can be able to buy the kind of house I want. So this 145 billion should go to a key sector like manufacturing. You know, if I was the CS for this country, I'll put that 145 billion into the private sector banking and tell them this is collateral for you to lend to the SMEs. If they fail to pay, you use that money.
But you know, they say over 800,000 jobs have been created in that ecosystem.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
We have the most educated young people on the continent. Go to any Mjengo site, people holding degrees. Go to any border site, people having I asked guys to apply for a driver position. All of them have 2 degrees. So what jobs are we talking about? We are a gig economy. We are influencers and content creators and people who dance on social media. We need to create jobs. Okay. And creating jobs means focusing on manufacturing. Let me tell you something. Manufacturing, agriculture, production have been given a combined total of 22.3 billion. Why have we doubled the budget to security? What? I'm going to protest. Seriously. Yeah? Why are we giving village elders 4 billion? What economic sense does this make? This government knows what they're doing. This government is a thieving government. Full stop.
Jesse, I want to start from my brothers left it.
Yeah.
Our priorities, upside down.
Yes.
Duplication, tremendous. A simple example. The CDF MP has a bursary kitty. The women rep has a bursary kitty. The governor has a bursary kitty. The minister has got a bursary kitty. Now, in the end, we have kids, and they've seen, sometimes you media have done a wonderful job by highlighting a few, but how many reach you for that kind of, visibility? It is basic. In a budget which presented yesterday as the central government, basically, tighten the belt, cut on a few things, have even capitation first of all. Education is the equalizer, for heaven's sake. And today, instead of, India developed from cottage industries. Do you know it doesn't cost even 20 million shillings to have, avocado pulping plant that can extract avocado oil for our women to use the beauty product. It doesn't take 20 million shillings. But we are here excited and parading our Kenyan young people at KICC to apply for jobs of driving in Middle East where they're defiled. You know what that means? We fought for independence. We are enslaving ourselves now to the first other countries, and we're making their countries a reference point, which means if we were supposed to promote Singapore, we'll get more tourists because Kenyan leadership is talking about Singapore. Having said that, let's get back to the issue of that job you're talking about, job creation. I haven't had one serious Kenyan saying, I got a job here, 600,000 they're talking about who got jobs. Jesse, in definition of unemployment, it is that component where you work for reward of the energy, and the social security component are determined. Now, when we build these houses from graduates who have gone to school, they use the energy to carry those bricks up there. When the muscles get feeble, what do? Then you start a cycle of giving them 40 billion shillings to reach them. Employment is structured in a way, and I think that's how we need to work out of this. If we could stop duplication in the Westage, in fact, Kenya can run on a budget of less than 2 trillion shillings, and it's possible, it's doable. True. The problem is more than half, in fact, I thought it's not a joke, more than half of the money is wasted. What do you mean, JC? When I was in Netherlands, the Prime Minister of Netherlands, where we borrow, begging balls, primitively so, and we're shameless, we go and borrow from them. The Prime Minister of Netherlands I saw them after lunch walking on foot to the office with a secretary or PA beside them. 2. Today, our president is going to greet his, mother, whatever. It's 400 vehicles that will follow you. Does it make any economic sense? We must be realistic and get back to our senses. And I think we need from radical surgery and a complete transformation of our leadership in this country.
Interesting. Budget is financed from 3 sources: ordinary revenue, talk about VAT, import excise duty, income tax. Then we have the non-tax revenue, appropriations in aid, levies charged for services given by government, and this contribute to roughly 3.6 trillion shillings thereabout. The last portion, grants and donations, are rather minimal. I've heard that income tax is declining in terms of collections, but interestingly, appropriations in aid, when you talk about business permits, talk about NTSA services, passport, ID rates, this seems to be the fastest rising contributor in terms of collections. In form of levies, do these levies lead to a rise in cost of doing business in the country from your analysis?
Yes, I have no doubt that the government in the last decade or so has been trying to be, let me use the word, for lack of a better word, crafty. If you use the word tax, Kenyans would not accept. So you introduce other ways of raising revenue. You call them charges, you call them levies, you call them this. So that all this appropriation is that today it's really a major, and you have to be in business to know this. Stop watching a passport or ID, these are nothing. But if you are in business and you know how many licenses you have to apply for, you know how many things you have to pay for. You want to put a small one like this, you have to go to NEMA, you pay so much. You go to construction authority, you pay so much. You go to this. I mean, it's crazy. So this is why appropriations in aid is, because literally every government agency or ministry or department has been asked to raise revenue from where you are, so that then KEBS will charge a percentage on your total turnover. This one will charge this. So this is a burden, definitely, and it goes on to the cost of. But the government is finding a way in which it can raise revenue without calling it tax. And so really, when you're paying taxes and you're also paying for the services that you're supposed to be provided, then of course it's not a good thing. So this will go on. Because it has become a major source of, and we have allowed it. I mean, look, Parliament, there's nothing that has not got approved in Parliament or in a county assembly. That's why on fuel, you have all those 7 or 8 or 9 different levies, on fuel. And this is all approved. All of them have a piece of legislation that supports it. But so I think that one, to answer your question, yes, it is. The income is reducing because that's why Chinga, I want to tell you, don't bet a lot on incomes to get your taxes or directors, because our total people who actually earn income properly are the 3 million before paying tax. And what are the 3 million? More than half of them, actually, much more than half of them is civil servants. So you're just moving money from this hand to this hand. You're recruiting more civil servants, they pay you more taxes. This government recruited 100,000 teachers. And so teachers will pay more taxes, basically, but you'll pay more money again for public wage and so forth. So, but the thing is, if we want to change this economy, it's about changing the policy environment for business so that you can encourage businesses. Kenyans are not all businesses, let me be frank with you. It's easy for us to sit here and say, and we've had the same conversation for the last 20 years. From the time I went to Parliament, Magara, you remember, I used to run this program called Showdown on NTV in 2003. This has been the same, it's the same, nothing has changed. So if we change the policy environment, to make things, for example, reduce the tax, still it will not mean we'll attract business, because what will happen is energy is still going to be very expensive. Security will become, for some people, an issue. Every investor has his own things he looks at. But I think the end of the day is the reason why, even when you're looking at two nations, you might find that certain people, even in Kenya, for example, you might find where Gichinga comes from, with respect to his community. They're more enterprising, for example, than where Biko comes from. I know where he comes from.
Okay.
So even in terms of business, because it's the business which generates employment, government can only provide environment. Even if they're putting up those industrial parks in the counties and all those things they're talking about, the minister talked about, you can do all those things, but you need some businessman to go and put up his industry to make that avocado juice. The government is not going to make avocado juice. But then if we are not in business, we are not going to do it. And we're not creating jobs. But so I think the policy environment needs to be looked at by the government so that we can get investors. And even the current people who are in the industry here, they want to expand their business. Okay. But when their bottom line is shrinking, because of the cost of doing business, because of the, our competitiveness has gone down. Yeah. Our competitiveness in the region is really going down because our cost of production is very high. Look at the maize. We are buying cheaper maize from everywhere else in Africa around us. Why? We have the land. But the thing is, our cost of production is always high. And the reasons are known. Some things are constant, Rogers. Everybody who comes to this house knows corruption is a constant factor. And it contributes to part of this cost. Whatever you do.
Major.
It's a major cost.
Okay. So, Gishinga, we have to talk about debt, because a chunk of the money we'll be collecting will go to finance debt, whether paying interest or going into a debt obligations, hence perhaps the need for the government to diversify our sources of income. I've heard that debt is a tool for development, but only when managed sustainably. So are we managing our debt sustainably? When you look at our budget of 4.8 trillion vis-a-vis public debt stock of up to 12 trillion Kenya shillings, it's definitely a tough balancing act. But let's talk about PPPs. Let's talk about securitization, pending bills. Should they be considered in our total debt stock?
Absolutely. Pending bills, this is money owed to contractors. So it's as legitimate as money that's owed to bondholders. So it has to be there. And that was actually the messaging the leadership got at the IMF spring meetings in April. They were told, you are not declaring your full debt. And that's something we've said for a long time. Too many contractors are having a very hard time because they've not been paid for the past 1, 2, 3 years, both at the national level, at the debt level. So debt is a big problem. In fact, I'd say it's the biggest problem Kenya is facing. If you look at the tail end of Kibaki's administration, the percentage that was going to the consolidated fund service from revenue, this is money going for debt service, pension, it's about 13%. Now it's about 40%. So almost tripled. And that's why there's no money for public services. There's no money for healthcare. There's no money for the things that we need. So what is the secret to it? We have to reduce our deficits. The only way to reduce our public debt is to start winning off our deficit. So when I saw we're running a deficit of 1.2 trillion, I was like, where is the commitment? Yet you remember during the campaign season, the phrase that kept being repeated all the time is, if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. Yet we've dug deeper and deeper. So it has to be a time that this administration, and even the opposition, the united opposition that wants to provide leadership, they have to all be committed to not only saying that we're going to reduce our debt, but now start giving credible ways of how to get this country out of debt. Because the risk we run is now, even things like, for example, the fuel crisis we had, the reason the CS had such a hard time reducing the VAT is because part of those things have been securitized and they have been committed. And it goes back to the tools that my brother was talking about, the levies. Levies are actually instruments that are meant to incentivize behavior. Jesse, I'll tell you, the first principle of economics is people respond to incentives. So things such as levies are supposed to be able to moderate the environment, but we've turned them into revenue-generating mechanisms. And you've given a good example of passports. When you have huge revenues coming from passports, yes, the government will start patting itself on the shoulders and say, oh, yes, you've reached your revenue objective. But a good economist should ask, why is that? And if you go to Nyayo House, I can confirm to you that it's because of many young people who are trying to get passports to leave this country because they can't get jobs in this country. So it's not a good story. Yes, you'll hit your revenue targets, but those things were never meant to be revenue targets. They were meant to be signals to tell you there's an alarm. You go to Nyayo House today, all the Gen Zs are in Nyayo House today looking for passports, and these are people who want to work in Kenya. But now they're going to work as drivers in Qatar.
Okay.
So it's not a good story. So we can't start securitizing these things just for revenue, yet these are policy instruments that are supposed to be giving us feedback on what's happening on the ground.
Wycliffe, as you come in and perhaps add on what has been said when it comes to matters to do with our public debt management, pending bills is a core issue. We heard from the CS, the Pending Bills Verification Committee formed in 2023 assessed 91,000 pending bill claims during the verification process that were valued at over 637 billion. After the exercise, 29,000 claims amounting to 235 billion were recommended for settlement. And of this amount, 80 billion has been settled through the securitization of the road sector. So we have 155 billion balance thereabout. Talk to us about the settlement strategy. We've seen a deliberate policy of settling claims. I think it was less than 100 million. And we had the justification is that it has a high multiplier effect since that accounts for majority of the suppliers. Are we intentional about sorting this issue? Because according to the CS, in the next 2 years, they'll be intentional about allocations, direct budgetary allocations and securitization in order to clear that balance in 2 years.
You know, Jesse, the biggest tragedy is that we have suppliers who've done service to the government, but they have not been paid. The moment you fail to pay your suppliers, you stifle the economy, because what has happened is that cash flow has then been affected. Most of these contractors, and I think we all remember the sad incident in Kisumu, where a contractor had to take his life because of delayed payments, and yet the taxman was pushing him. But those are the stories that we hear in boardrooms across the country. We have people who've been frustrated for lack of collection, for lack of payment by the government. So we were happy in 2023 when the government created the committee. I must say that they must have taken a little bit longer than we could have expected. But it is good to hear that now it is finalized and payment is happening. Although it could have been good to have the report publicly published so that we know what happened, what is the fate of the rest who are now no longer in that list. It is possible that we have genuine businessmen who've been locked out of that list, but at least it will be good to know what is their fate so that we know. But in terms of payment and is this a proper method of paying, I will say that we hope that the money that the CS did commit, it actually gets to the pockets of their suppliers. It will boost the economy big time, and especially a year like this, it will be good to then have cash flow added into the economy. To the rest, we can only hope that it actually works that way. Right. But for me, it will be good to have the full report so that we know what happened to, because from those numbers, you realize that more than a half of those amounts are actually not confirmed. That is a big worry.
Okay, Steve Biko, as you add on what has been said, we've seen a recurrence of audit queries exposing, public resources and to fiscal risks and weakening service delivery. So, according to the government, they intend to introduce amendments to the PFMA to strengthen mandate of the Auditor General to enhance oversight across the public sector, so that they can track implementation of audit resolutions with clear accountability mechanisms. That's the lingo we were given by the Cabinet Secretary. According to you, will this perhaps strengthen capacity, prudent use of resources, despite previous reports gathering dust with very minimal implementation?
Let me give you an example. January 2026 to now, state houses spend money. I think the total bill is coming to around 21 billion since this government took over. This year alone, they've borrowed over 4.5 billion without going through the official channels. As I said earlier, this government is made of charlatans. They're very good in speaking. Ruto can actually make you buy your own mother. They're very sweet with words. The element of the Public Finance Management Act is very clear. It doesn't need any amendments to it. If we can just implement the act alone, we can do a lot in this country. The aspect about audit, ensuring that government are spending very well. When the Gen Z led the revolt in 2024, the president agreed that he will reduce his advisors. He agreed that they will reduce the number of motorcade. He had an array of resolutions in terms of austerity measures. Yeah. But unfortunately, he's gone back to doing more and more. So for me, I think the element of audit query, in fact, the Auditor General has been asking for more budgets so that she can be able to do her work better. The amount of money allocated now, I think 9 billion, is not sufficient enough. So that amount, she was asking for almost 20 billion. You're giving her 9 billion. How are you going to say you're giving her 9 billion, which is half of what she needs to be able to do better audit queries? Remember, we have the national government, we've got county government units, we've got government agencies. So I think Mbadi was simply trying to appease the foreign masters we've been able to borrow money to. Just two things before I hand over the mic. We've spoken about securitization of particular taxes. There was no public participation on this element. This government is simply doing things because they've been able to compromise Parliament. Securitization is a very key component in terms of our debt aspect. And when you have the government borrowing money without going through the proper channels, how much debt can we say Kenya legally owes? How much do we really owe foreign development partners, and how much do we owe local partners? Okay. We don't. And securitization has become a catchy phrase, making the government sound smart in terms of financial management, but it's actually very wrong. And this is why I keep saying that the problem is Parliament, because this is something Parliament should have actually been able to address. And number two, if Mbadi is very serious in terms of saying that they're going to do the right things, they should have done public participation, because now they're unable to sort out the fuel price because the taxes have been securitized. So what happens next? What happens when a different government comes in place? How are Kenyans going to get services when, you see, the other thing is health is devolved, but we're giving the national agency a lot more money than what's being given to counties in terms of health. So for example now, and we're having referral hospitals, their money going through a single unit first, and then that money is not being securitized. So how are people going to get medication? Lastly, Parliament yesterday gave up on following up on 6.3 billion that was looted from the e-citizen. So when Parliament, which is supposed to audit such queries, says no, enough is enough, we're no longer looking at austerity measures to be able to run very well. We're just simply looking at a government that is using the budget lines to be able to loot more.
Yeah, Jesse, thank you for this. I've been waiting to say something before I forget. Jesse, let me say this. When we deliberately did a program-based budget, there was a deliberate move towards it. Because initially what used to happen in the previous constitution, you will find a minister coming and kind of displaying a box out there. You don't know whether it's carrying maggots or stones or whatever it is. We said, can we open it up front to understand how we package it ourselves, that what you are doing for me, don't do a heliport for me when I've got no helicopter. That was the deliberate thing. Bring it closer home, link it with the pending bills. Out of that program-based budget, we are allocating monies for rolling out projects which have been funded already by the program-based budget. Let me tell you the criminality and the theft in here. The first mischief starts in when you commit to, a project to be delivered to you, either with the money attached to it, and that money does not get there. Somebody has pilfered it out there, so that becomes a pending bill. When in actual fact that money was funded. Now, because of stolen from what was legitimately for somebody, criminally again, now we are borrowing upfront to pay these guys. You can see the mess in here. Cleaning this mess, Jesse, will require some serious, what do you call it, defined intervention. Because remember, we had a budget for this. If somebody has picked it out, you are going to borrow for the future, for our children, commit them to pay what somebody has eaten in here. In the program budget, there's nothing supposed to be operationalized if there's no budget. How then did it become a pending bill, particularly after the constitution theft? Number two, in the budget we raised, our alternative budget we raised yesterday, we're saying Kenyans don't even know what they owe and what was used for. What is it so difficult that you're going to take a loan from a cooperative and pay your son's school fees? Can't you tell your family that this is what I've done? Why is it supposed to be a secret thing? It is because, as one of the loopholes, I borrow from out there knowing what I want to do, and a part of the money is left offshore. We are actually paying for air. And when you find somebody borrowing to consume, that's a very, very bad parent. You don't borrow to buy bread. You borrow to invest and create wealth and pay back that loan. Unfortunately, that's what we are. The problem we have, lack of fiscal discipline, and tightening our belt. Conveniently, those ones who have no muscle, but us, we can fly with jets and have massage, on board. Unfortunate for us. But I can tell you, there's hope for Kenyans. Nothing is lost, but we need to get back Kenya on the rails. All right. Otherwise, I doubt whether we have any planning to do after this, unless this kind of theft that's outright stops.
We're pressed of time. I'm actually being told time is up. Unfortunately, that's all we had, gentlemen. There's so much more to converse, but unfortunately, time is of the essence, and that's how we finalize today's conversation. Asanteni sana for your input. I think we've been able to break down this particular budget and the key concerns that are being raised. Well, apart from the National Infrastructure Fund, we're unable to talk about that. Oh, is it? Okay. Interesting. Gentlemen, asanteni sana. Omingo Magara, equally joined by Biko, Wycliffe, Gishinga, and Bilokero. We appreciate your input right here on the show. I hope we've been able to break it down in a way that our viewers have been able to understand the contentious issues, the gains, the losses, and some of the areas we need to prioritize. My name is Jesse Rogers. Thank you so much for watching. Have yourself a lovely evening.